Li Mo's father, Li Guan, was still maintaining a considerable amount of restraint. He flashed a smile at Xia Fei. Xia Fei raised his wine glass and offered a light nod in return. The Li family's father and son are constantly trying to get you killed, so why are you still being so polite to them? Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei did not feel that he had done anything wrong. What's the point of being angry at them? It's not like I can kill him. What we need now is an opportunity, so before that happens, let them jump around a bit more these few days. Phantom saw a glint of coldness flashing across Xia Fei's eyes and knew that the latter really had the intention of killing the father-son duo. The Lis were ultimately the leading financiers in the Pan-Human Alliance, so it was hardly an easy matter trying to off them, which was why Xia Fei had been so patient, waiting for the right opportunity. Xia Fei was very courteous toward Li Mo in the restaurant, but those lads from the Adjudicator Union, with Bean taking the lead, were not as polite in the restroom. Just as Li Mo lifted his trousers after he was done with his business and was about to make his way back, he suddenly discovered that there were 20 or so teenagers under 20s who were staring at him with ill intent. He frowned. This was the restroom, so it was evident that something was amiss when there were so many people crowding inside the place, but not peeing. No one should dare act brazenly since this is a carnival being hosted by the Brotherhood, Li Mo thought to himself. Just as he moved to exit the restroom, someone gave him a shove from behind all of a sudden. Li Mo stumbled over, and he went plunging right toward a short man with small eyes, who sprawled down in front of him. This short man was of course the friend whom Xia Fei had just gotten to know, Bean. Li Mo had not even touched this stranger when he suddenly saw the latter lie down on the ground. Democrat, Minnesota. Brothers, this rascal is trying to murder me, Bean said shamelessly as he lay there on the ground. Li Mo struggled to get up to his feet, wondering to himself, I was the one who fell down, so how did this become a murder attempt on you? Who knows which bastard it was that pushed me from behind too? Pow! The short-tempered hammer sent an uppercut right to Li Mo's chin, knocking out 2 of his pearly whites as blood spurted out. You dare try and beat up our brother? Brothers, let's cripple this man. Over 20 teenagers pounced upon Li Mo, not even leaving any room for discussion as they pinned him down to the ground and proceeded to rain a flurry of kicks and punches on him. Come, let's wake this rascal up so he can better open his eyes and see who he's fighting, the skinny and tall monkey said sinisterly. Everyone carried Li Mo, now beaten black and blue, over in front to the nearest toilet bowl, opened the lid, and proceeded to shove his head down inside. Bean was rubbing his chin treacherously as his finger went for the flush and gave it a light push. Flush! Icy cold water gushed out and poured into Li Mo's mouth and nose. Li Mo, who was a wealthy princeling, was of course incapable of suffering such an affront. His blood boiled and his whole body shuddered. He wanted to scream, but doing so only caused even more water to flow down his throat and into his stomach. The poor princely had not even had his fill of food, yet he already had had his fill of toilet water. Bean cackled menacingly as he unzipped his trousers and brought his thing near Li Mo's head, ready to relieve himself. Sadly, a good moment passed yet nothing came out. Crap, I think I'm having stage fright, Bean said dejectedly. Let me do it. I'll help. I've already been holding it in for a long time myself. Relentless streams of piss flowed forth, and Li Mo could feel warmth spread from his scalp down. A strong ammonia smell filled his nostrils before he realized what was happening. He was so upset that he began crying, wailing like a pig being slaughtered. Hey, tag me in. Bean let forth his strongest flow, so much so that Li Mo nearly passed out from the fumes. Li Mo's howling and wails had attracted the attention of the restaurant staff, and seeing how bad news always spread the fastest, it did not take long for the restroom to be filled with people standing outside. Even Xia Fei curiously made his way over to find out what was going on. All he saw was Li Mo tortured to a state of abject misery, sprawled on the ground in a daze as he looked at the floor, not even making a sound. Son, just what is going on here? Li Guan came rushing over in his shock as he went to hold his son in his arms. Someone pushed me. Someone pushed me, Li Mo mumbled repeatedly. This rascal tried to beat up my brother, and that's his outcome, loudly declared the big idiot hammer for all to hear. Li Guan stood up with an overcast expression, looking as if he was about to teach this bunch of young masters a lesson personally. That was when someone stepped up beside Li Guan and whispered something to his ear. So you're the grandson of the Adjudicator Union's elder Mudo. Hammer nodded arrogantly. So, Limo's eyes scanned Bean and his pack. Even in his worst dreams, he would not have guessed that these teenagers were all the sons and grandsons of the Adjudicator Union's upper echelon. He did some quick maths in his heart before stealing his expression. He picked his son up, beaten and humiliated to the point he had lost all senses, and actually walked away without turning back once. He casually glanced at Xia Fei right before he left, but he did not do anything else. That man must die, Xia Fei growled to himself, a slight tremble in his voice. Why? Phantom curiously asked. Because he's someone who can endure. Any man whose son has been shamed to such a degree in front of everyone will have exploded in a fit of rage. Yet he himself held back from doing so. Such a man is very dangerous. Indeed, what Li Guan did isn't something any average human can accomplish. The flames of rage withheld inside him must be extremely intense, and I have no doubt that he isn't someone to be underestimated once it erupts. Throwing a glance at the retreating figure of Li Guan and Li Mo, Xia Fei said, "He reminds me of a breed of dog back on Earth called the Tosa. They originated from Japan and won't bark or make any sound from birth. They'll slowly and quietly get near their enemies and bite them outrightly. Their jaws won't let go, unless they're killed." Returning to his room, Xia Fei could no longer hold himself back as he took out that meteor ball he had exchanged for today and played with it. The craftsmanship of the box was worthy of mention, and holding it in his hands, he could feel its weight and sturdiness. There were several buttons on its back, used respectively to start, stop, and adjust both its area and mode. There were two modes. First was a game, and second was professional. What Xia Fei had first tried today was the game mode. Xia Fei gave it some thought and pushed the button lightly with his finger, changing the mode to professional before starting the meteor ball. The professional mode did not seem to be more difficult. Xia Fei only used just a handful of minutes to catch all 12 meteors in hand. Why did it seem like it's become easier? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Just as he said this, the meteors in his hand suddenly flew up in the air once more, and it was faster in terms of its flight speed or its intelligent capacity to avoid capture than before. So the professional mode is a stage-by-stage increment, going from easy to difficult. Phantom excitedly stated. Xia Fei nodded. That does seem to be the case. I wonder what's the fastest these meteors can go. Whoosh. Exerting strength, Xia Fei used his dexterous body to pit himself against these balls. This time, it took him about 20 minutes to capture all the meteors completely. That was when the third stage of this professional mode activated. Xia Fei saw as the meteors flying in the air shrank in half their size, and their speed increased from before. Xia Fei still had to capture these meteors, but it was much harder to catch something smaller. This time, Xia Fei did not have an easy go, only capturing all 12 meteors after a long and hard struggle for 100 minutes. Though maintaining such high speeds over a long period left Xia Fei very tired, the new discovery of the meteor ball excited him so much that he went ahead and attempted the even harder stage 4. This time, the color of the meteors all turned black, shrinking in size by half again and doubling in speed. The difficulty of stage 4 was at least 4 times more than stage 3. I can't believe you're right. The meteor ball is indeed useful for training your physical agility. Unfortunately, while these meteors are extremely wily, there are just too few of them. If there were 30 of such constantly interfering with your vision at least, then that'd be called real training. Plus, this room is too small for you to train this way. Phantom's commentary reminded Xia Fei of that. He turned the meteor ball off and made his way to the beach by himself. This is big enough, right? Yup. Try and increase the area to 500 meters and give it a whirl. Whoosh. Once the area expanded, the difficulty of the meteor ball increased. Xia Fei had only trained inside his room earlier, so it was hard for the meteor ball to unleash its fullest potential. Now, these meteors were like wild horses that had become unbridled, madly galloping around Xia Fei. Great. Now that's better. Xia Fei's eyes lit up as he leaped high in the air, chasing after a green meteor. Night turned into dawn, and Xia Fei kept playing with the meteor ball to train his agility. When the sun started to appear over the horizon, Xia Fei had finally managed to catch the last meteor ball in his hand. That was when a screen suddenly appeared out from the box, with words appearing across it. Warm-up mode completed. Automatically activating primary mode. Ping. The 12's meteors suddenly split, and their numbers increased by several times. Xia Fei patiently counted them all. A total of 144 meteors. Phantom was thrilled. That's great. Since there are 144 meteor balls, the efficiency of your training will definitely increase. Plus, this is simply the primary mode. There's no telling what the advanced mode will be like. That monkey teenager has eyes but failed to see Taishan. This was clearly a great physical agility training system, yet he used it like a toy. If he knew the value of these meteors, how would I even be able to obtain it? Xia Fei chuckled. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna go grab a bite. We can later try how different it'll be to chase after over 100 of these meteors. Returning to his hotel, he happened to bump into Bean and his gang. They were looking for Xia Fei to play, but he found an excuse to reject their invitation politely. After having his fill of sustenance, Xia Fei took a shower and left his room. There were quite a number of people out on the beach during the day, so Xia Fei went south to a hill off the beaten track, ready to begin his training there. Xia Fei, I realized that your agility had improved quite a lot after last night's training with the meteor ball. First, give your crafty approach a go, Phantom suggested. Okay. Xia Fei calmly executed the assassin sect's ultimate martial arts technique, crafty approach. Xia Fei discovered from just taking the first step that his footwork had become a lot more lithe and adroit than before. His body had also become way more flexible. Due to crafty approach requiring a high level of physical flexibility, Xia Fei originally needed to endure extreme pain whenever he used it. This was because all the inexplicable motions that the martial arts technique made him move were all highly irregular. Today, Xia Fei instead felt that there was this unprecedented sense of ease, and when he attempted all the hardest motions, not only did his movement range increase, the pain he used to feel was no longer that intense as before. Phantom witnessed this clearly from the sidelines, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he blurted out, Xia Fei, your technique has improved. Who would have thought that the meteor ball would be able to improve the flexibility of your body greatly? Oh heavens! This is practically an enhanced crafty approach. The dark room did not even have a trace of light. Liamo was seated in a chair, facing a blank wall. His eyes were lifeless, like an idiot who had succumbed to hysteria. To be frank, the young lord isn't experiencing any physical defects. His bodily functions are all working as per normal. It's only that he suffered from quite a mental trauma. I've tested his brain, and though he's sitting still, not moving an inch, with dull eyes, his brain is fluctuating wildly. What's strange is that these nerve commands are hidden deep into the recesses of his mind, unable to be vented. They're like floods, which won't be stopped merely from blocking them out. There needs to create a means to discharge them, for all his bottled-up anger to be directed outward. A bespectacled doctor explained with a grim expression from behind a transparent glass door. Li Guan was shocked. Dr. Liu, why would such a thing happen to young Mo? I recall that humans will often have the ability to regulate themselves. Shouldn't he have found some other ways to vent out whatever anger he's bottling up inside him? Dr. Liu shook his head. That is usually the case, similar to how a man who gets scolded by his boss will end up venting his frustration on his wife. It's also considered as a means to vent. However, such a method is hardly adequate, and there's no way to exhaust all the inner rage cleanly. Instead, it will only gradually accumulate over time. This is precisely the case for your noble son. With how he has no way of venting the emotions he's been feeling recently, and given his cowardly personality, that's how he ended up withdrawing into his mental prison, completely shutting himself off from the world due to his dissatisfaction with himself. Li Guan nodded. As a father, he knew very well what his son's personality was like, and his cowardly nature was as if he had no figurative backbone to speak of. Meanwhile, Liamo had been feeling so stressed lately was all due to Xia Fei's existence, be it the Golden Finger Cup, Avril, or even last night's humiliation. Li Guan was convinced that Liamo turning into an idiot now should all be credited into Xia Fei's account. Gritting his teeth, he cursed Xia Fei's name several times in his heart. Dr. Liu, you're the chief psychiatrist of the Alliance's psychiatry department. You must surely have a way to save my son's life, Li Guan pleaded. Dr. Liu furrowed his brows and sighed. I do have a way, except Except what? Except it might completely change your son's personality. I have a drug, which has been banned for use in the Alliance, called demonic madness powder. After administering it, it can completely break down a human's inherent mental defenses, turning them into a primitive. As long as they experience any emotion, they'll need to vent it immediately, completely foregoing repression. As such, all the repressed anger that your noble son is feeling will be directed outward, though that can also cause him to have a change in personality, going crazy. He'll laugh whenever something happy happens to him, but retaliates many times over if wronged. He'll gain a completely stubborn personality that refuses to admit defeat no matter what. It'd be fine if this were any other commoner, but because your family is one of the top financiers in the Alliance, the young lord would be completely unsuitable to take up the family business if he were to attain such a personality or participate in anything close to negotiations. After all, there will be no way for him to hide what he's feeling. He'll be completely incapable of intrigue in any sense of the word. Worse will be the fact that the demonic madness powder has a high possibility of driving the user mad. A desperate sort of madness, even turning into a murderous fiend when the murderous intent inside them surges to its worst, which was how the drug got its name. Li Guan was hesitant. He paced back and forth in the corridor for quite a few rounds, his eyes laying on his now idiot son for a very long time. Li Guan slapped his thigh heavily. "Dr. Liu, please give the demonic madness powder to my son. I, Li Guan, will shoulder any and all responsibility for whatever else that may happen." Dr. Liu was stunned. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Though Li Mo is a bit of a shut-in and somewhat of a coward, he's still a very obedient son. If he takes the demonic madness powder, you may very well lose your filial son and have a savage one who is completely insane and gives in to his madness. Li Guan stubbornly nodded, his eyes radiating an emotionless coldness. "I'd rather have that for a son. The Li family has never had a coward in our bloodline, now and forevermore." Xia Fei faced 144 meteors, and their speed and intelligence had all been boosted from before. The difficulty of capturing all these utterly wily meteors was extremely difficult. Another sunrise approached, and Xia Fei was leaning against the hill, exhausted. He was chewing on a piece of grass in his mouth. While the training difficulty of this meteor ball's primary mode is very high, it's very beneficial to your physical agility. In just this day and night, I've personally witnessed you slowly improve. Crafty approach is also called the technique that pushes the limits of human flexibility. But over the last 2 days of training with the meteor ball, you've managed to push your crafty approach to greater heights. If you persist with this for long periods of time, I'm certain that you'll be able to achieve peerless agility, Phantom said in all seriousness. Xia Fei nodded. "I'll definitely keep pushing myself. While speed is great, having flexibility is important as well." Returning to the hotel, he spotted Bean and his group already dressed in suits, looking fairly striking and appearing very excited. "Brother Xia Fei, you're back. We brothers have been searching for you the whole morning, but we're unable to find you at all," said the simple and honest Hammer as he approached him. Xia Fei smiled. "I went out for a walk. Where are all of you off to?" "To head to the fair, of course. All of us here are definitely looking forward to picking out some good stuff from there. Today's the official opening of the carnival, so you'd better quickly get changed. We can all go together and have a look around," explained the little person Bean very excitedly. Xia Fei knitted his brows. "Heading off to the fair? Aren't we standing here in the fair venue right now?" It was the bespectacled mosquito who shook his head earnestly. "Oh no, not at all. This is the trade carnival, while the real fair we're talking about will only be held on the 13 Pearl Island. This is why the carnival is meant to be a place of celebration and gathering, whereas the trade fair is independent from the residential venue. It opens at a set time every day, where auctions, tag pricing, or private transactions will all be accomplished there." Without even waiting for him to finish, the crafty monkey slapped him at the back of his head. "Look at you speaking so gently, totally embarrassing your bros." Xia Fei was speechless, uncertain whether it was the bookish mosquito or the hooligan-like monkey who was the one losing face. "Brother Xia Fei, Planet Thousand Island has a total of 11 islands, and 13 of which form a circle, looking like a string of pearls. That's why it's called the 13 Pearl Islands. That's where the trade fair will be taking place." Xia Fei nodded. He had spent the last 2 days focusing only on training with the meteor ball that he had actually forgotten to inquire about the rules behind the fair carefully. Mosquito clutched the back of his head as he muttered to himself pitifully. Isn't that the same as what I just said? Xia Fei followed the 20-odd princelings of the adjudicator union as they swaggered boldly out of the hotel. They hired a high-speed yacht by the pier and sped across the azure blue sea, going straight toward the 13 Pearl Islands. Along the way, plenty of rapid passenger planes flew overhead, going in the direction of the trade fair. Many luxury liners were still on the sea, and their numbers were clearly more than what there was 2 days ago. The jet-powered yachts were extremely fast, able to reach a speed of 800 km an hour, so they arrived at the 13 Pearl Islands in under 20 minutes. Looking from afar, these islands were even more majestic than the Sparrow Island, where Xia Fei was residing on. The terrain was also fairly even, with a single island having no problem accommodating over 100,000 people at any given time. Meanwhile, there were also more buildings here on these islands, so using them as the venue for the trade was far more suitable than those smaller, tourist islands. Alighting from the yacht, Xia Fei followed the crowd and got ready to pass through inspection. After Xia Fei verified his identity and safely made it past, he found an excuse to separate from Bean and the others. These hooligans were clearly here to check out the chicks, and it was more important for them to join in the revelry and the trade than to search for treasures that they might need. Mixing around with them would surely invite plenty of trouble, which was why Xia Fei had decided to go off on his own. The road was lined with stalls on both sides, and the identity of these merchants was all apparent from the badge they wore. It was just that none of the goods they were hawking caught Xia Fei's eye. He already had weapons of such quality like Celestial Moon and the Butterfly Serpent, so he was hardly interested in most that were on display. There was a tower a distance away. He referred to the map, which informed what sort of items were being sold there. He saw that there was an exhibition hall, set up by a company called Extreme Force, dedicated to showcasing weapons and equipment made by it, at the tower. There ought to be some pretty decent items in such a large exhibition hall, right? Xia Fei muttered to himself as he made his way over. 5 minutes later, Xia Fei found himself walking away in disappointment. It turned out that most of what was sold inside were thermal weapons, and they were the portable type. These were hardly a threat to a high-rank ability user like Xia Fei, unless they were weapons of mass destruction, and were much better suited to defenseless and frail commoners looking to defend themselves. He took a look around several more exhibition halls, and all Xia Fei felt was further dissatisfaction. Though the trade fair was huge in size, and the crowds were plenty, the items available were all fairly routine and normal. Could there be some trick to this? Xia Fei could not make sense of it, so he decided to check out the other islands that were exclusively set aside for this fair. Perhaps what was on offer in these other locations would be more suited for his needs. Choosing a path off the beaten track, Xia Fei scanned through the items displayed on the stalls as he continued toward the pier. Xia Fei realized that these stalls were not exactly completely stocked with useless trinkets, but rather featured a mixed variety of goods. It was actually more interesting than the exhibition halls, since there would at least be novel items to be found. Phantom was explaining to Xia Fei along the way, for he had a far more discerning eye than Xia Fei, able to play the role as an evaluator and advisor to what they came across. A strong gust of wind from the shore came blowing landward, toppling a golden vase that a stall had on display, causing it to roll right over to Xia Fei's feet. The old man, tending to the stall, quickly hurried over to retrieve it. Xia Fei used his foot to stop it in motion, causing a transparent bracelet to fall out from inside due to inertia. Xia Fei's eyes lit up. What's this? Xia Fei huffed. The old man quickly scurried over to pick up his golden vase, as well as that transparent bracelet, while thanking Xia Fei profusely. Old man, do you mind letting me take a look at that bracelet? Xia Fei asked. Have a look over here. I still have to tend to my stall. Xia Fei nodded, following him to where his stall was set up. The old man handed the bracelet to Xia Fei and sat back down on his seat, wiping the sweat on his brow. Do you recognize this thing? Phantom curiously wondered. Xia Fei pointed at the bracelet's symbol and answered, No, I don't recognize the bracelet, but I do recognize this symbol. If I'm not mistaken, this ought to belong to a fairly decent equipment company from the ancient civilization, which specializes in the production of stealth products. Do you mean to tell me that this is a stealth bracelet made by the ancient civilization? Phantom gasped. Xia Fei examined the bracelet carefully, but he could not find any activation switch. It appeared to be a very normal accessory. Old man, how much for this bracelet? Xia Fei asked. The old man lifted his face, glanced at the bracelet Xia Fei was holding, and smiled. Young man, I won't lie to you. I don't really know anything about what you got there. That bracelet and vase are both what my father left for me. Now that I'm about to retire, and since I have no child of my own, I plan to sell everything here and, afterward, find some place with a pristine scenery for me to live out my twilight years in peace. If you're fond of the bracelet, you can have it with this vase for a price of 8 million star coins. 8 million? That's very cheap, Phantom exclaimed. If that's truly a relic of the ancient civilization, it'll at least be worth 2 to 300 million star coins. We should buy it. Xia Fei smiled with a shake of his head and handed it back to the old man. You can keep it, old man. What? Is it too expensive? Asked the old man curiously, surprised by his answer. Phantom was also chattering away, repeatedly mentioning how it was a worthwhile find and hoped that Xia Fei would immediately buy it. However, Xia Fei merely said, No, it's not about the price, but I simply don't want it. Leave such tricks to the amateurs. The old man laughed. You have a good eye, young man. Take it easy. Phantom was perplexed. How were you able to tell that the bracelet is fake? Xia Fei nonchalantly replied. I wasn't. What did you say? Phantom's eyes were wide. Xia Fei chuckled. The old man's pupils suddenly contracted when he's telling his tale, and that's a trait of someone lying. Plus, while there's nothing wrong with the bracelet in question, the vase itself is suspicious. I've scrutinized it closely, and it appears to have been made with a metal similar to bronze, weighing at least 18 kilograms. Logically speaking, there's no way a gust of wind could knock such a heavy vase over, which coincidentally holds a bracelet with a symbol of the ancient civilization engraved. That's why I tried probing him a bit, and you yourself saw his response after. Xia Fei shrugged with ease. Phantom was speechless. It turned out that Xia Fei had only suspected it was a trick, and the old man ended up exposing himself. Looks like this emporium fair isn't as simple as I first thought. Even I nearly got fooled, Phantom mumbled to himself. Turning a corner down the road, they saw a young man, who was hardly even in his 20s, behind a stall. He had short hair and was dressed very simply. A very unfamiliar badge was pinned on his chest. He seemed to be very shy, having his stall set up next to a bush beside the road. His head was lowered, and when Xia Fei laid his eyes on the young man, the latter actively averted his gaze. Most people hawking their goods would hope to have more patrons, yet this young man appeared to be very afraid of interacting with people, and it was evident that he was just a thin-skinned newbie. Xia Fei glanced over to see what items he had for sale, and saw that they were mostly food, such as white dew and other miraculous fruits, to replenish energy. Xia Fei would often consume fruits like snake-eye berries and white dew, all of which helped replenish his physical strength and detoxify his body. He had recently used plenty of them, so Xia Fei made his way over and was prepared to refill his stock. That was when he noticed that the white dews that this young man had on display were crystal clear in color and even a size larger than the usual he had. His snake-eye berries were also plump to the point of ridiculousness. These are wild white dews and snake-eye berries, Phantom exclaimed. Ever since the technology to plant these miracle fruits artificially was discovered, it's become rare to find wild white dews, and given how fresh these fruits all look, I do believe that they were produced on a planet filled with universal energy and are of much better quality than the artificially planted variants. I wonder where he got these. Xia Fei nodded and asked the young man, How much for these? The young man turned to face Xia Fei and simply stated, They are priced at 300,000 star coins apiece. Same price for all? Yes, same for all. Xia Fei secretly giggled. If these were fruits that had been artificially cultivated, 300,000 star coins would be extremely expensive, but if they were natural and grown in the wild, that would be a different thing altogether, and the key here being that wild fruits might be unable to be bought even if someone had the money. How many do you have? Xia Fei very readily asked. I'll buy them all. This was the first day of the fair, and this young man had his stall set up in a secluded corner, which was why hardly anyone had visited it. If anyone who had an eye for such things were to see these fruits, it would most certainly set off a bidding war. That was why Xia Fei had decisively stepped up and bought out all his stocks. You want them all? The young man was elated, believing he had come across a wealthy buyer. Xia Fei nodded. Yes, everything you got. The young man stood up as if he had just been assigned a task of utmost importance. A thin-skinned man like him was not suited to set up a stall by the roadside and hawk goods. No matter how upscale this road might be, he clearly considered selling his goods to be a very embarrassing situation. So now that Xia Fei was planning to buy all his goods in one go, he was beside himself with joy. I have 100 white dews and 100 snake-eye berries, with 20 purple silver figs included. I originally wanted to sell them over a few days, so I only brought out half my stock today. The rest are still back in the hotel. Xia Fei laughed. No worries. I'll follow you and retrieve them all. Sure, the young man nodded, and he quickly packed up his stall and headed to the pier with Xia Fei. What association are you part of? This is the first time I've seen someone with a badge like yours, Xia Fei casually asked. His badge had a stubborn dog-tail grass growing under 2 giant trees, and it looked very peculiar. I'm from the Nanming Association. We are a medicinal research association which focuses on medicine gathering and not some warrior organization. I heard my dad telling me that the ancestors of our Nanming were once from the Brotherhood, which is why though our association is small, we are still able to join the Brotherhood in all sorts of activities. Xia Fei mused. So I see. I wonder where you've gathered all these fruits of yours. The quality is top-notch, or else I wouldn't have agreed to buy them all with the high price. Phantom pouted. Xia Fei always enjoyed doing this. These fruits were clearly being sold for cheap, yet Xia Fei was still heaping praises, all to make the other party feel as if they had benefited greatly. I can't tell you that, but I can guarantee you that these fruits are all from legitimate sources, so you can rest at ease. Xia Fei got to know the young man on their trip, learning that his name was Sun Jian. An association specializing in medicine gathering interested Xia Fei greatly. His speed ability had been stagnating at the Star River rank, and what Xia Fei needed was precisely such high-grade ingredients to rank up. Besides, even if there were no high-grade ingredients, being able to provide wild white dews and such fruits over a long time was helpful to Xia Fei as well. Is it possible for me to order the medicinal ingredients that I need for the long term? As long as the quality is good and the price is fair, of course, Xia Fei said. Sun Jian shook his head, somewhat embarrassed. I'm afraid that's not possible. I won't lie, but we of the Nanming Association have always only gathered medicinal ingredients and brewed medicines. Few of us bother to practice martial arts, but my ability is a flame type called Blaze. It's a combat ability, and I can't accept not practicing martial arts with it. That is why I stole my father's pass and came here to join the Brotherhood's carnival. These medicinal ingredients that I have now are just what I accumulated daily. Much higher-grade ingredients will have to go through the association's storage. This time, I'm just cashing out what I have in hand to buy some equipment that I sorely need. I'm also using this opportunity when many major organizations have gathered to find one who'll be willing to take me in and teach me some combat skills. I plan to become a warrior in the future, not a pharmacologist. Even if you offer me all the money you have, I won't be willing to return and help gather what you need. My father's going to break my legs if he ever learns what I'm about to do. Xia Fei nodded. So that's how it is. While it's true that there's plenty of equipment out here in the Emporium, I don't think it will be that simple for you to find some major organization to join. Many of these large warrior organizations won't simply recruit anyone off the streets. One will have to go through selections and tests before they can get accepted. Sun Jian was helpless. Even a small organization will do. It's fine as long as I can learn martial arts. The two continued to chat, and soon reached the hotel Sun Jian was staying in. He opened the door and invited Xia Fei in. Take a seat. I'll retrieve the fruits right now. They're stored in a crisper to keep fresh. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and looked around the room. Sun Jian had quite a lot of luggage, and it seemed that he did not have anything like a spatial ring to store his things, so he would have to carry everything he needed on his back. That was when Phantom croaked. Oh, my heavens. That's a zephyr, a real one. What? Xia Fei curiously asked. Phantom pointed to a dirty pair of boots and said, Look at the boots' streamlined design and the carefully arranged function keys on their side. I dare guarantee that this pair of boots you see is the rumored Zephyr combat boots. the super weapon of any speed ability user. Super weapon? Xia Fei was startled. He set his gaze upon that completely muddy pair of boots and noticed that it was strangely shaped. They were shaped like slender dolphins and of decent craftsmanship. Even the buttons were well crafted, with each one placed in the most suitable position, allowing both easy access and them not to get in the way when running at high speed. The combat boots were covered in mud and had been very casually tossed behind the door. What's so good about these Zephyr combat boots? What has gotten you making such a fuss over it? Xia Fei asked. Phantom explained. They're not just good, they're practically great. If you must know, this model of combat boots has been specifically produced for speed ability users, made with the already extinct twin claws soaring dragon leather. Today, be it the original materials used to craft the Zephyr combat boots or the fact that the skills to do so have already been lost to time, every pair of Zephyr combat boots is universally recognized as a rarity in the vast space. Wearing it, your speed will increase by 10%. Phantom's two eyes sparkled as he spoke seriously. Speed was the best defense as well as the best offense, but speed was also the hardest to raise out of all the abilities, especially now that Xia Fei had reached the intermediate Star River rank. Raising it any further would be exceptionally difficult. For a pair of unseemingly combat boots to raise the wearer's speed by 10%, such an effect was simply unbelievable. Xia Fei maintained his composure, his eyes resting on the Zephyr combat boots for but a moment before flicking away, pretending to think nothing of them. He even started a tuneless hum. All the fruits I have are here. I originally wanted to save some for myself, but since Brother Xia Fei is such a straightforward person, I'll just let you have them all, Sun Jian very courteously said. He pulled out a square crisper, which was specifically used to store fruits in from his heavy backpack, and handed it over to Xia Fei. Then, I'm truly thankful for your generosity. Xia Fei smiled as he took the box and opened it. He rummaged inside the crisper briefly and noted that there were a total of 738 fruits inside. They were mostly white dews and snake-eye berries, with even a small potion of 100-year grapes, agarwood juniper berries, and other such fruits. All of these fruits were wild-grown, each one glistening with freshness and of varying price, but the true market value of each was most definitely above 300,000 star coins. There was nobody out there who would complain even if these perfectly stored fruits were twice their present price. Closing its lid, Xia Fei pulled out a spontaneous transfer reader from his spatial ring. This clever device was no bigger than a box of cigarettes, and there were 2 slots on it. It enabled users to transfer funds across bank cards at any time without requiring any complicated login to e-banking services or requiring people to head down to a branch office to complete transactions. There are 738 fruits, each at 300,000 star coins, for a total of 221,400,000 star coins. I'll transfer the amount to you right now. Okay. Sun Jian nodded, barely containing his excitement as he handed his bank card to Xia Fei. The 2 cards were slotted in, and the amount was transferred. Later, with the 2-factor authentication of retina and fingerprint scan, the over 200 million star coins were instantly transferred into Sun Jian's account. The young man stared at the new balance displayed on his bank card and flushed red with glee. Now that the funds have been transferred, it should be enough for you to purchase the weapon and equipment you need from the fair. Do take note of a few things before you buy, though. Xia Fei very kindly informed him of the essentials when it came to making equipment purchases. Phantom was incessantly reminding Xia Fei to buy that pair of Zephyr combat boots quickly, but Xia Fei had his plans, so he ignored him. The very detailed information and analysis Xia Fei gave Sun Jian benefited the young man greatly. After all, he was but a fresh warrior, hardly well-versed when it came to weapons or equipment. Though he had learned quite a lot of information from the interplanetary internet, they were still mostly superficial morsels, which were nothing compared to the wise words of veteran warrior, who had plenty of experience, would be able to impart. It's getting late, so that's more or less it for now. If you have any other questions, feel free to give me a ring or send an email to me. If I know the answer, I will not hesitate to give it to you, Xia Fei said. Sun Jian had a face of gratitude, thanking Xia Fei profusely from the bottom of his heart. Xia Fei stood up and made his way out to the door when he suddenly heard a crack. The sole of the canvas sneakers Xia Fei was wearing had fallen off. Xia Fei sat down in a chair and frowned. He examined his exposed soles and sighed. Ah, I originally thought I would merely be strolling about, so I merely wore some simple shoes. Who would have thought that they would be so shoddy and get spoiled after a bit of walking? Sun Jian laughed. Brother Xia Fei, wait here for a bit. I'll head out and buy you a sturdier pair, though I have no idea what your size is. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. He looked around the room casually, and his eyes stopped at the muddy Zephyr combat boots. No need to go through all that trouble. That pair you've got there seems tough enough, so I'll just wear it back instead. Sun Jian was slightly taken aback, but he soon chuckled. Sure. Though they look dirty, they're actually brand new. I'll just give them a quick wipe down first. Brand new. Xia Fei found it hard to believe. Then, why did they get so muddy? Sun quickly, awkwardly answered. I was afraid that my father would pursue me when I made my escape, so I wore one on my foot and had another on my arm, making 2 different sets of tracks in the mud. I was rushing to Thousand Island immediately after, so I didn't have any time to give them a good clean. Xia Fei now understood the reason why the boots were muddy. It was all because Sun Jian had used it to tamper with the scene. Not long after, Sun Jian came with the Zephyr combat boots, all cleaned up. Sure enough, the boots were essentially brand new, and the twin claws soaring dragon leather used to make this pair of boots hardly even had a single crease on it. Oh, not bad. These boots are really lightweight. They're also pretty sturdy. Xia Fei changed out his shoes to the boots and did a few test jumps. All he felt was a sense of lightness on his feet. That's a pair my father gifted me. He said that I can use it when I grow up to gather herbs and the like at Cloud Valley. But now that I've decided to become a proper warrior, I naturally have no need for these boots, Sun Jian said somewhat wistfully. Xia Fei replied, You're not wrong. As a fire-type ability user, it's only natural for you to wear some combat boots that are more heat-resistant. But these boots suit me very well, so how much for them? I'll transfer the amount to you. Sun Jian hurriedly rejected this. Brother Xia Fei, you've already helped so much. How could I accept more money from you? Just take it as me gifting this pair of combat boots to you. Besides, my father's warehouse still has plenty of the same boots, so I doubt it's worth much. Xia Fei and Phantom were stunned when they heard that. The Zephyr combat boots were eternal-grade equipment, and it had the extraordinary effect of raising the wearer's speed. Xia Fei was already ecstatic that he found a single pair in this world, yet Sun Jian said that his father had plenty more in storage. Just what sort of organization was this Nanming Association? Xia Fei pondered over this new information in his mind. Sun Jian and this Nanming Association was quite the mystery. Perhaps it could be of help to him in the future. Sun Jian was most definitely not someone he should just randomly walk away from. He ought to use him to dig out the Nanming Association, which was hidden deep within the mountains and old forests. With such a thought in mind, Xia Fei chuckled. Brother, I thank you for your kind intentions. I won't deny it. I don't really have anything I can give you. So why don't we do it this way? We've still got some daylight left today. So I'll accompany you to the fair and help you pick out the equipment you need. Then tonight, you can accompany me back to where I'm staying, and I'll introduce you to some friends of mine. Who knows? You may even be able to join and train in the Adjudicator Union. Adjudicator Union? Sun Jian could hardly hide the excitement in his voice. There was no one in the alliance that did not know just how powerful the Adjudicator Union was. Anyone who wished to join it would have an extremely tough time. But now that Xia Fei had offered to help introduce him, this was practically a gift from heaven. Sun Jian got the concierge to send his luggage to Sparrow Island, having decided to stay in the same hotel as Xia Fei this night. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was thrilled. An association that was able to produce a large amount of superb wild herbs and medicinal ingredients, as well as a warehouse that had several pairs of Zephyr combat boots in storage, was most definitely anything but simple, which was why he had decided to keep Sun Jian around. It was evening, and Xia Fei returned to Sparrow Island with the newly decked-out Sun Jian. At Xia Fei's behest, Sun Jian purchased for himself a Seraph 2 combat suit dedicated to fire-type ability users and a set of short and long weapons. A dagger called the Fire Bee Stinger, shaped like a wasp's stinger, which could be hidden under his sleeve, and a long sword called Heaven's Burning Blade, which looked fairly nondescript but was of good quality and most suitable for beginner warriors like himself. Aside from these, he also got himself a set of commonly used tools, with the total coming up to be around 160 million star coins. The remaining 80 million star coins Sun Jian had to his name would be enough for his daily and other such expenses. Sun Jian stood tall as he followed behind Xia Fei, looking absolutely dashing and proud. He could not bear to toss out his old clothes, however, and had them all in a small bundle, which he slung on his back. It was late evening. Bean and his gang had just returned to Sparrow Island, each of them happily displaying the new toys that they had bought for themselves from the trip. These men were truly not the typical martial arts practitioner, for what they bought was hardly proper equipment used by warriors, but rather sinister and diabolical hidden weaponry of sorts. Mosquito had bought himself a secret manual about how to concoct antidotes, and that was considered the most useful out of the lot. Came night time, the lot gathered in the restaurant for a big meal. Xia Fei introduced Sun Jian to these lads. While they all had quite eccentric and willful personalities, these young teens all valued brotherhood greatly, welcoming Sun Jian with open arms. As the topic changed, Xia Fei sighed and began telling Sun Jian's story. Brothers, I'm not sure if you're aware, but little brother Sun Jian is in quite the pickle. The honest and simple Hammer furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Sun Jian is born from a family that refines drugs and medicines, but he has his heart set on practicing martial arts. This time, he ran away from home and joined the Brotherhood Carnival. Due to his family's strong opposition toward practicing martial arts, I'm afraid that he will be severely punished by his family if he doesn't return with some results to show for. Xia Fei had exaggerated Sun Jian's circumstances greatly, describing Sun Jian's father as an old traditionalist who despised the warrior profession, while making Sun Jian out to be a progressive young man who had his heart set on becoming a warrior. These hooligans were all the most famous warriors in the Adjudicator Union, so they of course highly respected the profession of a warrior. They detested people who spoke poorly of warriors, which was why Sun Jian's actions brought up rousing support from these gangsters. Brother Sun Jian, what plans do you have for your future? Hammer asked. Sun Jian sighed. I'll have to take things one step at a time. Ultimately, I came here without any kin or relation to speak of, so of course there's no way for these large organizations to take me in. All I can hope for is some small organization taking me in. I don't really care as long as I can become a warrior. That's no good. Bean waved his hand, pretending to be some knowledgeable veteran. Small warrior organizations don't have money or power to speak of. You'd only be crippling your future if you were to join them. Everyone sounded off in agreement, only to have Sun Jian asking, pale-faced, but I don't know anyone here. How could it be so easy for me to join a large organization? Everyone turned to Monkey, who was in the middle of polishing off a chicken wing. Monkey was abruptly shocked, but he soon sighed. You guys are so scary. Fine, I'll go give my old man a call. Monkey's father served as the department head of training of the Adjudicator Union, specifically in charge of picking out young talents. Unable to reject Monkey's smiling face, Sun Jian was instantly given the qualifications to join the Capital Ring's Adjudicator Union's training camp. Sun Jian was of course greatly indebted and felt even more grateful to Xia Fei for helping him make the introductions in the first place. The feast was over, and Sun Jian followed Xia Fei back to retire for the night. Along the way, Sun Jian quietly slipped something into Xia Fei's hands, thanking him loudly before leaving without turning his head back. What have you got there? Phantom crooked his head curiously and asked. Xia Fei took the thing in his hand out and closely examined it. He saw that it was a rare white fruit, its body filled with rugged lines like brushstrokes on a landscape painting. It looked like a porcelain craft, giving a very unreal feeling to anyone who laid eyes on it. The Emperor Camel Dragon Fruit. Phantom gasped. This is a priceless Emperor Camel Dragon Fruit. Emperor Camel Dragon Fruit, you say? Is it worth a lot? Phantom was speechless. You already have a net worth in the hundreds of millions, so why do you still keep defaulting toward money? This is a treasured exotic fruit that has long gone extinct. Eating it will have the effect of reviving the dead, so how can it be bought with money? It's truly unthinkable that Sun Jian will have something so precious. Xia Fei thought about it for some time. Don't you think it's strange? What do you mean? Sun Jian and his Naming Association is just some nameless organization that no one has ever heard of. Yet he has so many rare and precious items like the Zephyr Combat Boots or the Emperor Camel Dragon Fruit. What's even more baffling is the fact that these items have all disappeared from the known world for many years and are considered peerless masterpieces. Something strange must be afoot if things are abnormal. There must surely be some secret amidst all this that we don't know of. Phantom nodded in agreement. You're right. Zephyr combat boots are made from the leather of the twin claws soaring dragon, while an emperor camel dragon fruit only grows on the emperor camel dragon tree, which has disappeared from tens of thousands of years, blossoming every 1,000 years while bearing fruit every 10,000 years. It's beyond precious, so there's no way it can remain in such a pristine condition to this day. This is far too strange. No, you must make sense of everything behind this. Xia Fei shook his head. There's no rush. Shun Zhan must surely have his reasons for intentionally keeping the matter of the Nanming Association a secret. If we just go and ask him about it now, I'm afraid that we will just come under suspicion. Besides, he's already part of the Adjudicator Union. Why don't I first get to know him better before prying the truth from him, bit by bit? You're really patient. Phantom shrugged. Xia Fei laughed. An anxious heart will never be able to eat hot tofu. This is an unchanging truth. The next few days of the carnival were relatively peaceful. Xia Fei had managed to obtain plenty of decent items, but they were still far from what he hoped to obtain. Xia Fei learned from asking around that the real climax of the carnival would be the final 7 days. There was a series of auctions occurring in those 7 days, which would have the really good stuff that was hard to put a price tag on, and that was why such goods would be auctioned to be won by the highest bidder. This had always been the rule of the carnival. The first 7 days would be the run-of-the-mill items, while the final 7 would witness a bloody monetary massacre, a fierce competition over rare treasures, with the last day reserved for the climax of the climax. The organizers of this carnival would select the most valuable, precious, and luxurious item among all the lots put for auction on the 15th day, while also picking out the king bidder for this carnival. Though Xia Fei was not normally the sort to be extravagant and wasteful, he was more than willing to compete at all cost if he came across equipment which could be very useful to him. Furball had been sleeping in Xia Fei's bosom this whole time. After learning from his lesson the last time, Xia Fei had decided to reduce its intake of the purple heart of spirit, letting it absorb the clone energy ball he made every few days or so. He had no wish of letting Furball become some cunning and treacherous exotic beast. If that was the case, what use would the beast be even if it was high grade? Every day, Xia Fei would spend his morning taking a trip around the 13 Pearl Islands, hoping to find what he needed, making his way back to his hotel when afternoon arrived and training until dawn. Of course, he still called Avril every day, chatting and emotionally connecting with her. The new house had already been completely decorated, and Avril was very confident with her taste, promising Xia Fei that he would definitely be satisfied. Xia Fei said, "With you by my side, I'd be satisfied even if we were to live in a shack. I'd suffer from insomnia even if I were staying in the most luxurious castle without you." Avril blushed red, lowering her head, not saying a word. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day of the carnival, and it was getting closer and closer to the auction. After dinner, Xia Fei went out by himself to train. The location for his meteor ball training had already changed from the mountainside to the forest. With countless trees serving as natural barriers, Xia Fei's training got even harder. In 5 days, Xia Fei completed the first stage of the meteor ball primary training mode, with the size of the meteors reducing some more, making them even harder to catch. Limbering up his body, Xia Fei prepared to first carry out a round of crafty approach before he started on his meteor ball. He then cultivated his Beast Spirit Codex, completing the round from the beginning to the closing action at one go. Phantom could not help but cheer heartily. Training with the meteor balls is truly wonderful. I'm afraid that no one in the assassin sect will have the physical agility that you possess now. Xia Fei nodded. Speaking of the assassin sect, there's yet to be anything from them. They have me as their envoy, yet they haven't assigned me any work. Is that normal? Phantom responded. There's nothing strange about that. Besides, Grand Elder Shadowless only wanted you to take up the position in name. What? Are you hoping to do some work for them? Xia Fei hurriedly shook his head. That's not what I mean. I'm only worried that by the time someone from the sect remembers to have me do something, I won't have time for it. Before Xia Fei could even finish his speech in thought, a flash of red neon light from far in the sea appeared, the brilliance of which seemed quite a distance from the Sparrow Island Xia Fei was currently on. What was that? Xia Fei curiously wondered out loud. All of a sudden, the neon light burst in every direction, changing into a silvery squall, dancing madly as it shot forth to the clouds from the calm sea surface. That's the demonic squall. Phantom yelped. That's the sign of an ancient civilization ruin being opened. Demonic squall. Xia Fei exclaimed. He had already read about it from books. The ancient civilization had energy protection in place to protect their cities from harsh climate and enemy attacks. If an ancient city remained undisturbed and had not been swallowed by the robot army, the protection system in place could preserve it all the time. But even the best machinery produced by the ancient civilization could not remain in operation forever, and after many years of natural weather, these energy protection systems slowly deteriorated, enough for a powerful external force exerted on the protection systems to make them blow up. This was why people had named the explosion of this energy protection system as demonic squall. It meant completely intact ancient ruins had been unveiled. To think the Thousand Islands would have completely intact ancient ruins, Xia Fei simply could not believe his eyes. The only thing he was uncertain about, though, was whether the ancient ruins this time had resurfaced due to years of neglect or had been discovered by someone who proceeded to blow the whole thing up. If it was the latter, then perhaps someone had already taken the lead. Quick, we need to get there fast. According to the Alliance's Protection Act on Ancient Civilization Ruins, the first people to enter can take for themselves their find. So if we manage to get our hands on some precious relics, we'll be rich. Phantom yelled, his ears red. Yeah. Xia Fei nodded as he sped off to the pier. It was nighttime, and the staff around had already knocked off from work. There were dozens of empty high-speed jet yachts with no one at the helm by the docks. Xia Fei decisively used his celestial moon and cut the ropes holding one such yacht, leaping aboard. A quick brush of his finger on his spatial ring, and Xia Fei pulled out his personal toolkit. It hardly took him much time or effort to bypass the boat's lock function. Zoom. The high-speed jet yacht let out a loud roar as he sped out of the pier, going at a speed well over 1,500 kilometers an hour as he steered it in the direction of the demonic squall. Whoosh! A rapid passenger plane flew overhead, its tail end flashing high-altitude indicators, seemingly heading for where the supposed ancient ruins were sighted. The rapid passenger plane was faster than his jet yacht, so Xia Fei spat. FCK. Someone's going to be a step ahead of us. Just as he said this, he saw two similar yachts coming from his left and right. It looked like quite a lot of people had witnessed the phenomenon moments ago. There was bound to be a little competition over this. Xia Fei swiftly took out his bloodthirsty ice god armor from his spatial ring and wore it with the Zephyr combat boots, his celestial moon gleaming coldly on his right arm. I'm not going to let some intact ancient ruins slip my hands. Since a fight's what they want, I'm not about to go easy on them. Xia Fei promised himself. Half an hour later, a pitch-black island appeared in front of Xia Fei. This place differed from the other islands as it was uninhabited, and no light illuminating the place, looking completely desolate at first glance. The size of the island was not huge, approximately 20 square kilometers or so. There were no other islands around, and it was all alone in this part of the sea. About 5 or 6 other jet yachts were already docked near the shore. The people aboard them ought to have all gone ashore. There are still more who have reached the island before us. Phantom huffed. Xia Fei quickly anchored the ship near the shore and dashed right out before it even completely came to a stop. With great speed, Xia Fei went along the circular path as he rapidly searched the island once. There were quite a lot of weird stones on the island, which looked particularly peculiar, as if each held a silhouette flickering under the moonlight. All of a sudden, a black figure came flashing from the strange rocks, immediately making a beeline for Xia Fei without a word, waving a silver saber in hand. All right, for the sake of the ancient ruins, these men are also ignoring the rule of using weapons. Since they are acting flagrant, don't blame me for responding in kind. Xia Fei thought to himself. He was originally approaching at a slow cruising speed, not at all exerting his speed ability to the fullest. It was why the person had assumed that Xia Fei was low rank and decided to take care of a potential adversary in secret. Only, this person did not know that Xia Fei's speed was much faster than what he saw, and Xia Fei even had crafty approach. Shing. As that saber came close, Xia Fei's body suddenly did an unbelievable turn sideways and shunted to the right of the saber tip. At the same time, Xia Fei used one hand to grab hold of the man's shoulder, and with just a bit of strength, he borrowed the impetus from the person's attack to twist the latter's arm, causing it to head for the man's own throat. Stab! The tip of the saber went right through this attacker's neck to reappear at the back of his throat. Not even 0.1 second passed before he died. What was even more depressing was he had ended up killing himself with his hands and saber. Whoosh! Xia Fei increased his speed as his eyes glowed fiercely. Anyone who gets in my way shall die. Along the way, Xia Fei discovered 2 corpses. The blood on their bodies had not dried yet, and they were still warm, signs that it had not been long since they were killed, and the reason for their death was none other than this fight over the ancient civilization's ruins. After all, this was a rare opportunity that many would not come across in thousands of years. Anyone would see a complete change in their fate if they came upon such ruins or if they managed to obtain a large number of relics which held extraordinary value. Of course, this was not something everyone could succeed in doing, and those few men who had died before were just the sacrifice for this ruthless struggle. Anxiety was quietly building in Xia Fei's heart, for as time passed, more and more people gathered here on this unnamed island. More and more rapid transport ships landed, and the sea became filled with the roaring sounds of jet yachts. He reckoned that the people here on this island at the moment had already broken to 1,000. What made him even more annoyed was how this island was originally deserted. Xia Fei found no traces of the ancient civilization's ruins when he did his cursory search of the place. Could he have arrived at the wrong location? There was a bluff several hundred meters ahead, and he saw nearly over 100 warriors all gathered there. They had split into several factions according to their organizations, and the one with the most was of course the Adjudicator Union, with more than 30 men together. Second was the monastic order, numbering in the 20s. All the other smaller organizations, meanwhile, varied in numbers, with the most just above a dozen. They were all standing opposite, keeping a safe distance from the other factions. Xia Fei found a large boulder for him to hide himself behind as he pricked his ears to eavesdrop on what they were discussing. We of the Adjudicator Union were the first to find this place. Best for those people unaffiliated with us to leave immediately. You must be kidding. None of you can prove that you're the first discoverers of the place. We of the monastic order were the ones who first got here. It sounded as if they were arguing over the rights to the ancient ruins, which Xia Fei found hilarious. None of them had even found where the ruins were located, yet they were already arguing over being the beneficiaries. Pondering over this for a moment, Xia Fei decided to continue searching for traces of the ruins by himself, since staying to hear them bicker would simply just be a waste of time. All of a sudden, the demonic squall erupted once more. This time, it was a lot nearer, and Xia Fei could finally see the huge and snaking beams of light diffusing from deep within the sea. He saw them intermingled, the resulting glow shooting forth into the clouds, making it somewhat hard for anyone to see. So the ruins are underwater. Xia Fei was shocked. It was too late. Over 1,000 of these warriors still on the island went splashing into the water, swimming swiftly in the direction where the demonic squall had appeared. There were some, those poor swimmers or timid warriors, who scrambled to their jet-powered yachts, but they would most definitely waste quite some time this way. The place where the lights had appeared were about 30 away to the west of the island. Xia Fei did not think too much, and just like the other warriors, he leaped into the sea and swam. His 2 arms moved rapidly. Given that he was a speed ability user, though he was in water, his speed was still faster than what any normal humans could demonstrate. Very soon, he was ahead with plenty of other water-type, speed, and strength ability users, ahead of the majority. There was an ice-type ability user some 500 meters in front of Xia Fei. Ice would form every time the tip of his feet touched the surface of the water, and he would step on this to rapidly advance across the ice. What made Xia Fei curious was not how outstanding his ability was, but rather the professional scuba gear from Cimarron Company strapped on his back. The gear was shaped like a tortoise shell, which was secured snugly on his back. It had 2 water jet engines to provide the user with propulsion and 4 pressurized oxygen tanks, enough for the user to remain underwater for 6 to 9 hours, allowing for extended periods of diving. An idea came to Xia Fei. The ruins were very clearly underwater, and there was no telling how deep they were located. There was a very good chance that the oxygen tank his combat suit had would not be enough to reach the said ruins, so the professional scuba gear in front was perfect for his need. With this quick thought came quick action. His fingers swiped across his spatial ring, and Xia Fei retrieved that ancient weapon butterfly serpent. A light tap of the activation switch on its tail, and the metal snake went chasing without a sound, wrapped and bound in the space of a breath. That man, who was tied up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye, abruptly lost his balance, falling into the water. Xia Fei held his breath and dove right up to that man like a nimble loach. Celestial moon very lightly brushed past his neck, ending that painful process of drowning. Phantom looked at the badge on his chest and wrinkled his forehead. Xia Fei, this person's from the Adjudicator Union, just like you. Xia Fei was unfazed. Who cares which organization he's from? I'm only interested in the ancient ruins and can't be bothered about anyone else. Strapping on that professional scuba gear over his combat suit, he did not surface from the water anymore, but went diving deeper for the seabed. Putting on his mask, he waited for the infrared vision to adjust itself. It was deep into the night now, and the sea was pitch black. There was no trace of light to speak of, which meant the infrared goggles were indispensable pieces of equipment. Splash! Dozens of warriors on the sea surface went diving one after another, but they very quickly surfaced again, for none of them had professional diving gear. It was very evident that the small canister of air they had was enough for deep-sea diving. Several water-type ability users went ahead and seized the opportunity due to their ability being compatible with diving. Even as a tragic battle unfolded on the water surface, a massacre unfolding due to the limited diving gear around. Xia Fei ignored this chaos entirely. In his eyes, only people capable of diving could be considered his real opponent, while there was nothing to fear from those still on the surface. Though most of the warriors are unable to get underwater due to the lack of diving equipment, there are still quite a handful of competitors around you. What are we going to do? Phantom asked, feeling a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Anyone who or anything that gets in my way shall die, gods and Buddha alike. Xia Fei could finally make out the outline of the seabed, and it looked like there was a slope ahead, about 3,000 meters below sea level. Sand and rocks filled the seabed, with plenty of unknown fishes swimming about. Xia Fei held on to butterfly serpent, relying on the cover from the seaweeds and coral to close in on a water-type ability user. He created a huge air bubble in the water and controlled this bubble as he rapidly made his way forward. Just like before, he first released Butterfly Serpent and trapped the target before using Celestial Moon to finish him off without a hint of hesitation. Faced against the temptation of the ancient ruins, Xia Fei finally began killing indiscriminately, no longer having any reservations. Very soon, the sea was enveloped in thick blood. Many bloodthirsty sharks came swimming over from afar, baring their rows of razor-sharp teeth as they came surging toward the people in a frenzy. Swoosh! A large spotted shark, like a small bulldozer that was going at great speed and force, came charging at Xia Fei from the side. Celestial Moon swiped past as it left a trail of air bubbles, accurately slicing the shark's brain, rendering it into two pieces from the middle. A lot of blood spurted forth as the surface of the sea turned into a bloody slaughter. It was impossible to differentiate the blood that came from humans and sharks. Xia Fei was mad from the killing. As long as there was anyone or anything within the range of attack, man or shark, they would all be unable to escape his hands. Men and sharks alike were being slain left and right. After the short frenzy passed, the warriors who were still on the surface also managed to get their hands on plenty of diving gear. All of them dove down and followed right behind Xia Fei's trail. Unfortunately, the vast amount of blood spilled had attracted even more sharks, and as the humans around were also ready to kill one another, the area of the massacre slowly expanded, even as the color of the sea water gradually turned redder. There were bits of flesh and body parts floating about, looking like purgatory in the mortal realm. By the time the butchering behind him got busy, Xia Fei had already managed to kill his way down to a deep-sea trench. This deep-sea trench cut across the continental shelf. It was dozens of kilometers wide, while its depth and length trench was impossible to measure. Phantom poked his head out and took a glimpse at that trench which he could not make the bottom of and spat. Oh my God! Just how deep does this go? Xia Fei shook his head, a solemn expression etched on his face. Such a seemingly bottomless trench meant that it would be extremely difficult for him to dive and explore it on his own. Besides, there was no way he was certain that the ancient ruins would be in that trench. Bloodthirsty Ice God armor was a decent combat suit, able to help Xia Fei withstand the underwater pressure, but the pressure resistance it provided had limits, too. He would not have any problem if this deep-sea trench had depths of 10,000 meters, but what if it was 100,000 or even 1,000,000? Xia Fei could vaguely make out a feeble light coming from deep within the trench, looking to be a searchlight from a set of diving gear. It seemed that there were people who had ventured into the depths a step ahead of Xia Fei. There's no time to waste contemplating this further. Let's just go down, Xia Fei said with a determined look. Before Xia Fei could even finish his thought, a strong beam of light suddenly shot forth from deep within the trench. The demonic squall is really from inside that deep-sea trench, Phantom excitedly declared. That burst of light was accompanied by a huge current. It was as if a high-pressure faucet had blasted from the depths of the earth, rushing right to the surface. Xia Fei buried both his feet deep into the muddy sand on the seabed to prevent himself from being carried off by the strong current. A glaring light even brighter than a midday sun shone, as the huge current tore the rocks all around Xia Fei. He crossed both his arms in front of him, doing his best to endure the deluge. After a moment, when the light faded slightly, Xia Fei tried to look down at the trench before all the light dissipated, and what he laid his eyes on frightened him to the core. Deep in that seemingly bottomless trench were monsters which had been growing for who knew how long. They had a soft body like water snakes and teeth even sharper than sharks. They populated the two walls of that deep-sea trench, where they had dug themselves round caves and made this part of the sea their home. Swoosh! The warrior who had dived ahead of Xia Fei got eaten alive by such monsters, fresh blood instantly diffusing out and about. These monsters, which had swallowed the warrior, immediately shrank back into their cave after the meal, leaving just their heads poking out, their pairs of golden eyes gleaming viciously. Perhaps one such monster would not be considered much of a threat, but in fact, there was one such monster every few meters on both sides of this abyss, so many that they were innumerable. Every few meters was one such monster on both sides of this abyss-like trench, so many that their numbers were uncountable. With still an army of men behind him, more and more warriors managed to kill their way out of the shark's encirclement and hurried to where Xia Fei was at. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei directed himself down toward the trench. He was floating downward, and it was due to the heavy, bloodthirsty ice god that Xia Fei could sink down the trench faster. Xia Fei, this could be a mutant variant of eels. Look at the yellow diamond patterns on their bodies. Even their fins resemble that of the eels. It's just that their heads are really too big, probably over 20 meters long. The underwater environment is their territory. What do you plan to do? Phantom asked. Xia Fei remarked. What else can I do? Charge at them, of course. With that, Xia Fei exercised breath control as he made his approach. The technique was able to suppress his presence on land, and in doing so, beasts and humans alike would be unable to detect him, though he was quite uncertain if it would still work while underwater. When he was about to reach the edge of this school of eels, Xia Fei sped up, with Celestial Moon gripped tightly in his right hand, ready to attack if the situation called for it. These extra-large eels did not seem to react to Xia Fei's appearance. Their heads were tucked in their respective caves, ready to shoot out and chomp on their prey. All they sensed from Xia Fei was a flowing water current, which was not at all tempting to these eels, so not one of them glanced over at him even once as he slipped right past them. Xia Fei could not help but feel his heart beat in trepidation. After all, willingly entering this nest of eels, which numbered in the tens of thousands, was hardly a laughing matter. The agility and speed that these eels demonstrated deep underwater was by no means something Xia Fei could beat, even if he completely unleashed his speed ability. There really was no telling that he would be able to escape if they gave pursuit. The warriors who were closing in behind Xia Fei were not as fortunate. The moment they entered the abyss-like trench, they were turned into eel food. It would often be a single man who was torn apart by over 100 of these eels in the blink of an eye, leaving not even his bones behind. Several of the powerful warriors did their best to put up a fight, managing to kill hundreds of the eels, but that was still far from enough, for there did not seem to be an end to the large eels which were all around them. It was as if they had all formed into large schools which tore away at their prey with great fervor. Phantom could feel his heart shuddering as he watched the sea water above them slowly be dyed in red. It's a good thing that breath control could shield your aura and presence from them. Otherwise, you might very well end up just like them. Xia Fei nodded, speeding up his descent to the bottom of this water abyss. Over time, the warriors, who had gathered above the trench, realized just how terrifying the school of eels was, and those who were a bit bolder buoyed by the trench as they discussed potential solutions to get past the monsters, while the more timid ones slowly backed up to the surface of the sea. Time was money. Xia Fei began to use his quickest speed possible the moment he got away from the densest concentration of eels, fanning out his celestial moon to create a protective cordon around him. Though it took plenty of effort just to control celestial moon underwater, Xia Fei still went ahead and maintained the formation as a safeguard, so the occasional eels which accidentally wandered to his path would be easily dispatched as required. We're about to reach the bottom of this abyssal trench. Xia Fei, can you still hold on? Phantom asked, feeling excited. Xia Fei nodded. The immense water pressure had made breathing difficult, but it was a good thing that Xia Fei had spent time daily training, so he did not lack the physical fitness to last throughout this excursion. Silently, Xia Fei's 2 feet touched the sandy seabed. A strange sea worm came burrowing out between his legs, looking quite similar to a centipede. According to the direction where that last demonic squall appeared, it should be just up ahead, Phantom said. Xia Fei started up the water jet propulsion system, and 2 bursts of water streamed out, propelling him rapidly forward. After about a few miles, he could see that the trench ahead seemed to abruptly sink lower, much like a crater, and it was in the center of this depression that an underwater city could be found. The ancient structures he could see were very obviously surrounded by an energy shield, so seawater could not get through. The streets, houses, and everything inside were still protected since it was clear that the energy system in this city remained operational. Unfortunately, this would not last for much longer. There were already very visible flashes of electric light from this energy shield surrounding the city. The energy was leaking fast, constantly creating an ear-splitting crackle in reaction to the seawater. Oh my God, I've actually gotten to see a completely intact and operational ancient civilization city with my very 2 eyes. This is something that any scholar will be over the moon to witness. Phantom cackled in glee. Xia Fei squatted and started to examine everything around them carefully. An earthquake happened here not too long ago, which was why this originally deeply buried city under the ocean got unearthed. Look over there. There are clear signs of cracks with those rocks, and they've only happened recently. We need to hurry up. The earth crust isn't stable, so there may very well be another quake soon. The ancient city was sealed behind the energy shield, and getting in would prove to be quite a problem. All of a sudden, Xia Fei realized that there was a crack over by the right wall, which led straight to the city. Furthermore, it seemed that someone had already ventured in via this path, for there were obvious traces of footprints left behind on the sandy ground. There are 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, Xia Fei said after a quick inspection of the footprints. He made his way in through the crack and arrived at the central plaza of this ancient city. Xia Fei squatted and continued to find traces of these for suspicious people. It was only prudent for him to be on his guard against people who could very well become his enemies in such a place. The water that kept seeping out beneath his feet reminded Xia Fei that the city was already losing air pressure. Once the energy shield weakened some more, a bracing amount of seawater would surely come pouring through that crack the earthquake created and into the ancient city. From the footprints, Xia Fei could tell that these 4 people were not together as a team. They had split off into 2 pairs and headed in separate directions. Xia Fei gave it some thought and decided to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. He planned to investigate this ancient city first before deciding whether to take care of the 4 interlopers who had come before him or not. From the outside looking in, these ancient ruins should be a once functional city, where the buildings sought practicality over extravagance. The residential area had plenty of apartment buildings. It was very likely that this used to be a mining colony in ancient times, and the people living here were deep-sea miners. Xia Fei opened a door to one such building, and though there was no one living there, the automated cleaning system had kept the place tidy. In fact, not even a speck of dust could be seen on the metal floor as if it had just been mopped. That's a video communication system of the ancient civilization. Phantom pointed to a milky white square box on the front desk. Xia Fei hurried over and stored the box into his spatial ring. The video communication system had plenty of functions in the ancient era. The entire apartment's electronics, including the household robots and their communication device, could be voice-controlled through this small square box. Though it doesn't have any practical value, it can be sold for quite a bit out there, Phantom happily said. There were treasures everywhere in ancient ruins. It did not take long for Xia Fei to fill up his spatial ring with all sorts of ancient relics, ranging from an automatic water purifier to a simple household drone with a massage function. These are all ancient remnants that money can't buy, Xia Fei ecstatically remarked. All of a sudden, a loud noise could be heard coming from above. Xia Fei hastily exited the room he was in and looked out. It turned out that the warriors, who had been racking their brains on how to deal with the school of eels from before, called for a large warship, which was now bombarding the eels in their caves. What a mess. This ancient city is already in a precarious state. What they're doing will only hasten the collapse of its energy shield. Phantom flustered. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. There's no time to waste complaining. Let's just quickly collect the most valuable items as quickly as we can while the energy shield's holding up. He looked around these abandoned buildings, and a very normal-looking square building caught Xia Fei's attention. Technically, the grade of these ancient ruins were not particularly high. Most of the houses here were very rudimental, but the intuition Xia Fei was so proud of was pegging that particular building as special because of its unique geographical location. With four of the broadest streets in this city all intersecting in this one building, not only was it convenient for traffic, its style was evidently also very unpretentious, making it appear outrageously inconspicuous. Sometimes, it was not the most extravagantly designed buildings that drew people's attention. Rather, it was those overly nondescript structures that would conversely stand out. Constructing an inconspicuous structure here in such a central location, Xia Fei could not help but feel that there must be something more than met the eye about it. Zoom. Xia Fei dashed toward it, and almost instantaneously appeared in front of the building. The square building looked like a brick which was laid right by the street. It was unremarkable and sturdy. There was a door on each of the four sides, with a large northern entrance and smaller doors on the other three sides. That door has just been activated by someone. Xia Fei took note of the gap in one of the doors. Could it be that someone arrived here before us? That's most likely the case. What's strange is how it seems that they intentionally came running here. There are plenty of perfectly intact buildings, which have remained damaged along the way, but only this building was secretly activated by them. Plus, it seems that they wanted to cover their tracks. If not for the fact that I've got plenty of knowledge regarding the anti-intrusion metal doors of the ancient civilization, I'd most likely be fooled by them as well. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's get inside and see what's up, Phantom said. Xia Fei pulled out a toolkit from his spatial ring and tried to open this door. The person who had broken in through this door previously was extremely clumsy, breaking in by directly destroying the sensors, which inadvertently increased the difficulty of Xia Fei's attempt. It was a good thing that Xia Fei had studied a lot about ancient civilization facilities, so this bit of complication was not enough to stump him. In a minute's time, Xia Fei softly whispered, "Open." A crisp sound could be heard as that thick metal door slid open automatically. Meanwhile, the battle over the abyss-like trench was still ongoing, and though there were plenty of eels, they were not able to bite through the titanium alloy hull of a battleship. Furthermore, this reckless warship was firing away at the eels, causing the large rock walls on both sides of the abyss-like trench to fall, dropping right down onto the city's already fragile energy shield. Xia Fei darted into the building, and just as the metal door shut, a boulder weighing over 100 tons came crashing down on the energy shield. A loud crash rang out. Then the energy shield finally gave way and exploded. This one explosion triggered a series of chain reactions in the abyss-like trench as innumerable rocks fell from either side, burying the yet-to-be-discovered ancient ruins under the rubble. Everything shook violently as countless numbers of rocks, along with seawater, came pouring in, instantly submerging this newly unearthed city. Xia Fei held the wall with one hand for support as he stared at the now sealed door, which would determine his fate. Though the seawater alone was not enough to make Xia Fei yield, Xia Fei would be helpless against the deluge of sands and rocks which would come pouring in if it gave way. Fortunately, the metal door, made by the ancient civilization, was very sturdy. This inconspicuous square building was as sturdy as an actual fortress. It merely shook along with the waves of sea water that had rushed in after the energy shield gave way, but the building soon returned to tranquility. That was close. Phantom heaved a sigh as he clutched his heart. A minute later, and we would have been buried here deep underwater. Xia Fei was uneasy. Though we've managed to keep our lives for now, all our potential exits have also been sealed after what just happened. Right now, we have but two choices. Either we find our own way out of this predicament, or we wait for someone to come and rescue us. Phantom was speechless. It was easy to say rescue on paper, but faced against the 100-ton of sediments and rocks that they were now buried under, it would hardly be anything but easy even if the Adjudicator Union mobilized the most advanced underwater engineering ship. As for searching for a way out by themselves, that would all depend on luck. Lifting his head, Xia Fei took in his surroundings. While it was true that they would have to consider how best they could get out, they must not forget that there were also others who had entered this building they were now in. He still had no idea what rank these people were, or whether they were even friends or foes. There were plenty of rooms, and the corridors were all long and narrow. Xia Fei exercised his breath control technique and began walking forward. From the layout of the room, it seemed that they were in a common office for processing administrative work. Xia Fei did not forget to collect the office materials from the ancient civilization even as he searched the place. If he truly managed to find a way out, the haul he got today would surely be worth exchanging plenty of good things. There were plenty of rich people who would be proud to collect or use these trinkets of the ancient civilization. Only a fool would sell these items, since the greatest value of these priceless relics would be to exchange for equally precious objects, which Xia Fei would find more useful. Once things like weapons and equipment reach a certain grade, they would no longer be within the scope of money, and it was much better to exchange for other items. Blood. Xia Fei's heart momentarily stopped beating as he squatted to inspect it. He examined the drop of blood on that metal floor, and from the drip pattern, it looked as if this injured person was doing all he could to escape, which was why the oval drop of blood very clearly showed the direction this person was running toward. He touched the trace of blood lightly with his finger and noted that it was slightly warm. It seemed that this had only happened not too long. That was when a cleaning robot about forearm height appeared in the distance, diligently cleaning its way. It did not appear to be afraid of Xia Fei when it spotted him. It slowly rotated its two rubber wheels as it gingerly approached Xia Fei, cleaning up the blood on the ground. A robot. Why isn't it attacking you? Phantom wondered. Legend told of the robots betraying humans, taking the extermination of the human race as its responsibility. Yet this little robot here did not have even an inch of ill intent toward him. Xia Fei picked it up with one hand and fiddled with its back for a bit. A half-AI model, able to execute orders from humans, but lacking the components to give it sapience and sentience. Phantom nodded. The robots, which were said to have betrayed humans, were advanced models that had attained sapiency, and this was apparently valid. After all, this cleaning robot lacked any hint of ill intent. It was like an intricate robotic toy, except that it was still working even after so many years, going about its assigned duty. Xia Fei could not help but marvel at the technological development of the ancient civilization. Xia Fei turned off its power source and threw it together with the other items he collected. The impaler doesn't have anyone keeping the place clean and tidy. We can keep this little guy around as a cleaner, Xia Fei thought to himself. Cleaning had always been a nightmare for men, and it was the same for Xia Fei. This was especially the case given how messy his ship's interior had become after all the retrofitting, with plenty of nooks and crannies that made it difficult for a human to reach, which made this robot perfect for the job. A robot that would work 24/7, keeping the ship pristine, made for quite a pleasant living, and Xia Fei could not help but smile to himself thinking about this. This cleaning robot must have been mopping the trail of blood. All we have to do is follow the path it has taken, and we will find the person who left this trail, Phantom said somberly. Xia Fei nodded. All of a sudden, he remembered something that he had missed. The little robot. Little Furball. Furball is still in my bosom. Given how long I've been diving, I wonder if it drowned. Xia Fei was so flustered that he broke into cold sweats. He hurriedly took the little creature out from his pocket, the thing no bigger than a chicken egg, with its body as soft as cotton. It was tucked in his chest and weighed close to nothing, which was why he had completely forgotten that he still had this small life on him. All he saw was Furball snoring away in deep sleep, as if the seawater had not affected it one bit. Furball tossed to one side and burped a bit of seawater. Its little eyes flicked a glance at Xia Fei for a brief moment before it went back to sleep. Xia Fei was speechless. It turned out that his pet was not even the least bit afraid of high pressure or the seawater. Even Xia Fei could hear his bones strain and creak under the immense water pressure. Yet Furball was apparently unaffected by any of those things. He truly had no idea where it had learned its ability. Placing Furball back into his bosom, Xia Fei carefully followed along the corridor as he made his way forward, using his surroundings to hide himself. A series of screams and cries could be heard some distance away in front of him, as if there were people in the middle of a fight. What? Could there have been more than 4 intruders? Xia Fei quickly took 2 steps forward and leaned in, taking a peek of the next room from behind a door. Shock. Extreme shock. Xia Fei could not have imagined that he would actually come across robots that had betrayed humanity. From their appearance, these robots that surrounded the humans were all AI security warbits. Their 2 arms were sharpened like scalpels. Perhaps not even the sturdiest combat suit would be strong enough to stop these sharp weapons from penetrating through if he were to be struck by these weapons. The 4 humans who were attacked by these warbits were trapped in a corner, their backs against one another. There was even a familiar face among the 4, Clean Knife. He was clutching onto that silver butterfly knife of his in a reverse grip, while holding onto an alloy steel plate, which was in the shape of a shield, in the other. There were many cut marks on that steel plate, which were probably the result of blocking the attacks from the enemy robots. The other 3 people trapped with him were a pretty lady in her 30s, as well as 2 strong men with bronze-colored skin. One of the 2 suffered an injury in his left arm from being struck by the warbit's weapon and had it bandaged for the moment, though it was still oozing blood. The 4 were all using their special abilities, doing their best to fight off the dozens of warbits around them. Since they were all warbits, all of them had impressive defense, normal attacks, therefore, hardly posed a threat to them. Conversely, their attacks on the 4 humans were extremely effective, and their simple cold weapons, coupled with the advanced hydraulics transmission system, made every strike of theirs have devastating momentum. One of the muscular men got his chest pierced through by a warbit's hand blade, as the impetus of that thrust pushed him back dozens of meters before crashing into a metal cabinet and creating that loud bang dash, deeply denting the cabinet as a result. With a low grunt, the man's 2 eyes rolled up and he died. The bones in his body most had probably shattered upon impact. Clean Knife gritted his teeth as he shouted to the woman, "Sanyang, cover me." The woman nodded and pulled out a directional blasting grenade and tossed it out in front of her. The grenade would explode in the direction thrown, so the user would not be injured from the blast, and it was considered as standard equipment for military special operations. Boom! A blaze was instantly created. The powerful explosion forced about 7 or 8 of those warbits dozens of meters back. Clean Knife used this opportunity to unleash his butterfly 10 steps, dragging in the remaining warbits into his spatial plane. About half of the 17 to 18 warbits present were taken away by Clean Knife, relieving the pressure on the woman and man quite a lot. They gathered their senses and put up a strong fight against the enemy's left. The 2 humans managed to damage 2 of the warbits heavily after launching 2 sneak attacks, causing them to lose their combat functions. "What do we do?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei flashed him a devious smirk. "We'll of course be waiting for them to be done massacring one another, then clean up the mess after." Phantom chuckled darkly. The oriole that lies in wait as the cicada hunts the mantis. No matter what they've found so far, everything will ultimately end up in your pockets. How diabolical. Truly diabolical. It was a good plan, but things did not go according to what Xia Fei planned. This was not the only path that led to this room, and a robot happened to have appeared from the door right across Xia Fei's. This robot was even smaller than the cleaning robot from before, appearing to be in the shape of a teardrop. It utilized magnetic levitation as a means of movement. Its head drooped, looking to be upset with the scene in front of it. The fight between the humans and the robots had attracted its attention. It paused for a moment before charging into the fray. Humans are in danger. Pod must protect the humans. Stop. Robots can't harm humans. Even the pair who was fighting against the Warbits were dumbfounded, wondering to themselves, didn't the robots rebel and betray the humans already? Crash. The weak, little robot was obviously no match for the powerful Warbits. One of them merely raised a single hand against the little robot and smacked it to the side, and a dent instantly formed over its pretty and white outer shell. The little robot Pod quickly climbed back up. Baddies, you're all bad robots. Pod definitely won't let you harm these humans. The poor and weak, little robot did not have any combat capability to speak of, so all it could do was lower its head and try to headbutt the enemy with all its might. Crash. This one collision had quite a bit of strength behind it, and the warbot that it collided against staggered, losing its stability as it fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Pod was now sitting down on the ground, all groggy, stars appearing in its eyes to signify visually its dazed state. The warbot got angry and glared at Pod as it thrust its handblade at it. Its blade pierced through Pod's chest and reappeared from its back. Shing! The warbot retracted its blade as sparks erupted from the wound on Pod's chest, its green eyes slowly dimming. It used its two hands to grab onto that warbit's leg, even as its robotic voice called in a slowly decreasing volume. Robots need to obey humans' orders. Robots must protect humans from danger. Smack! The warbot gave it a harsh slap, which sent Pod back down onto the ground. It rolled several times before effortfully getting up again. It said in an adamant tone, "Humans are in danger. Pod must protect the humans at all cost." Xia Fei was stunned. He did not know what he should say to express the complex feelings in his heart. Was this a human or a mere robot? Crash. Pod had made another charge and got thrown to the ground by the warbot. Seeing how this robot demonstrated an unbending spirit and tenacity never to give up, Xia Fei could not help but think of the explosive vitality that humans would feel when they were on the cusp of death. Protect humans. Robots must protect humans. Pod's voice was becoming weaker and weaker as its power slowly leaked away. The chest wound it sustained had damaged half of its power source. Because the ones being hunted were humans, this little robot had staked its own life to protect them at all cost. Was it worth it? Crash. Pod was sent sprawling down onto the ground by a warbot again. It struggled for a good while before climbing back up. It no longer had enough power to sustain its magnetic levitation, so it used its two arms to drag its body, still speaking in that weak voice. Protect humans from danger. Pod must protect the humans. Protect. Protect. Phantom turned to Xia Fei, and it was clear from his eyes that he could no longer bear to continue watching this. Xia Fei felt the same. All of a sudden, Clean Knife's spatial plane got shattered, and several warbot remains appeared lying on the ground. It looked as if he had managed to kill them all, though Clean Knife himself was also heavily injured. Blood was all over his face, and his cuff kept slipping off. Xia Fei was unconcerned with him, but was instead staring anxiously at the crawling Pod, muttering to himself, "Fool, don't crawl your way over anymore." Pod's persistence was heart palpitating, however. It kept repeating that line about protecting humans as it continued moving its two robotic arms forward to join in the battle. FCKIT. I'm gonna kill them all. Xia Fei's anger had finally exploded into rage. Gripping his celestial moon, Xia Fei charged in with great fury. I can't stand this. Either, quickly kill them. Kill them all. Phantom was equally enraged as he yelled hoarsely. Soon, all that remained in that room were 3 humans and a single small robot. Xia Fei set Pod down on the ground and pulled out his toolkit from his spatial ring, ready to do some emergency repairs on the little robot. A short distance away, the woman who was called Sanyang and Clean Knife were supporting each other. They had both been heavily injured and had already lost any ability to fight. Clean Knife was not a threat, and Xia Fei still had plenty to ask him, so he let him live for now. But right at this moment, he was urgently hoping to repair the little robot Pod as soon as possible. Sanyang thought about it for a while before walking over to Xia Fei's side. Young man, thank you for saving us. As she said that, a sudden flash of silver passed, slicing right across her throat. Fresh scarlet blood as red as a blooming flower against a setting sun spurted out freely. You won't have to thank me anymore, Xia Fei coldly remarked. Clean Knife was shocked. He was somewhat upset over Sanyang's death, but when he saw Xia Fei's stony eyes, he gave up on the thought he had. That was the look of a killer. As a killer himself, Clean Knife was more than certain what that look meant. He was also curious. It had barely been over 2 months, so how had Xia Fei become even more cold and ruthless? Stay there, Xia Fei said, and he could not be even clearer. If Clean Knife did not obediently do as he said, his life was as good as forfeit. Clean Knife did not enjoy being threatened by anyone, but the wound which was becoming more and more painful over time meant that he had no choice but to listen to Xia Fei. He nodded lightly, pulling out some medicinal drugs from his spatial ring to treat himself. At the same time, he stored his silver butterfly knife away, indicating that he had no intention of putting up a fight. Xia Fei quickly opened the robot pod's outer shell, his 2 hands moving swiftly. All sorts of tools were being used as he rapidly repaired its damaged body structure. Is it serious? Phantom asked out of concern. Quite, especially its power source. Xia Fei pulled out a power source control valve from a nearby mutilated warbot, preparing to use it temporarily in place of Pod's damaged components. However, who would have thought that the warbot was actually still alive? It grabbed Xia Fei's leg with one hand as it repeated ceaselessly, "Robots must protect humans, which is why robots must kill humans. Robots must protect humans, which is why robots must kill humans." It repeated this line over and over again as Phantom glared at it viciously. That's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard. How could killing the human race be considered protecting it? I think the AI systems of these robots aren't all that great, not even able to process this most basic logic. Xia Fei did not make any comments of his own. He freed himself from the robot's grip and quickly returned to Pod's side, continuing with his repairs. Time passed, and the robot pod slowly recovered its motor functions and was even repeating nonsense. "Master, what are your orders? Master, do you need Pod to make you a cup of coffee? Master, do you need Pod to tuck you in?" Phantom could not help but laugh. Seems that these are the words it will often say. You know, this little robot is actually quite cute, with a voice that sounds just like a child. It'd be great if I were still alive. I really wonder what a cup of coffee made by a robot tastes like. I can describe it to you after I try one myself. Xia Fei smiled. He connected the final connection tube to the appropriate valve with his finger, and the robot pod sat itself up on the ground. The years of knowledge Xia Fei had accumulated with regards to robots had finally been put to good use. He had managed to repair this little robot through the spare parts that he found in the last minute here. "Master, you're finally back to pick up Pod." The robot hugged Xia Fei's neck like a child. Though there were no tears, its voice gave the sense that it had really been crying. Xia Fei was speechless. "I'm not your master. Master, you can't abandon Pod." Unexpectedly, its crying noise only became louder. "Forget it. Perhaps its systems are messed up. Just agree to the robot," Phantom advised. Xia Fei nodded and tried to give a command. "Pod, can you tell me where we are?" Pod immediately nodded. "Master, this is Codename Mining Center 15421, tasked with the production of high-grade energy crystals, with the maximum daily output at 1.75 cubic meters." "What is this energy crystal?" Xia Fei asked. Pod dashed out of the room as it reiterated, "Energy crystal. Master needs energy crystals. Pod will now go and retrieve it." Xia Fei and Phantom were laughing. The little robot was really precocious, so attentive toward orders from humans, even more professional than a first-rate human servant. At the very least, its loyalty was not in doubt, given how hard it tried to protect humans before. If a human had been in its shoes then, would they have been able to protect someone at all cost? Xia Fei turned to look at Clean Knife. He noticed that all that remained where he had been seated was just a pool of blood, while having no idea where the person had gone. Xia Fei frowned, but did not say a word. Phantom was a little annoyed as he huffed. "If we knew it, it would be better to have just killed him. Just what exactly did you want to ask him that you ended up letting him escape again?" Xia Fei answered, I want to know how he knew that I had been to Heritage Planet, and what he knows about that place. Don't you find this strange as well? How is it that he's able to know what I've been through, yet I know next to nothing about him? Phantom nodded. That's indeed very strange. Could he really have some special ability, able to tell if someone has been to Heritage Planet or otherwise? If that is true, he will really be rather useful. You can rely on his ability to uncover those who have visited Heritage Planet and kill them, obtaining the pass you require to visit the planet yet again. Though Heritage Planet is a place that is extremely dangerous, it has plenty of benefit to your cultivation. It is just that this clean knife person is even more crafty than a fox, so you need to treat him seriously. Xia Fei clenched his two fists. Don't worry. This won't ever happen again. After some time, Pod returned to Xia Fei's side with a purple rock in hand, showing it to him. Xia Fei took it in hand and could not help but be shocked. It's a purple heart of spirit. This place is actually a place where they mined purple hearts of spirit. The ore in his hand was heart-shaped, bigger and clearer in color than the previous purple heart of spirit Xia Fei had in his possession. That is an energy crystal. Does Master still want more? Pod asked. There are more. Yes, a lot more in the warehouse. Pod nodded. Bring me there, quick. Xia Fei, you're rich. You're insanely rich. I reckon even all the purple spirits of heart in the entire alliance aren't as many as what's in this warehouse. Phantom gushed in excitement. Hundreds of metal storage boxes were all filled with these purple crystals, and the huge quantity could be counted in the metric tons. Purple hearts of spirit were hardly stored in the alliance, and most were smuggled in from insectoid territory. Xia Fei was unclear as to the value of so many purple hearts of spirit, but he was certain that it would be an astronomical sum. There were also plenty of mining robots in the corner of the warehouse, and all of them looked well built, though it was evident that these robots had not been in use for a very long time. All of them were just sitting quietly in a corner, like statues. Master, in the time when you're not around, the mining center continued operation until all the veins were mined. There are now a total of 473 storage boxes of energy crystals, and each and every box contains minerals which weigh a full ton. Xia Fei was ecstatic. He opened every box and examined their content, and sure enough, there were plenty of these ores, but there was a big problem. How was he going to transport them out? If only there's a super large spatial ring, Xia Fei muttered to himself. The spatial ring he owned had already been filled to the brim with all the items from the ancient civilization, without even a bit of space left. Your spatial ring has 20 cubic meters of space. All these ores will require at least over 10,000 cubic meters of space. I've never once heard of such a large spatial tool existing, Phantom said. Xia Fei shrugged. Since we have yet to find a way to escape, why don't we do a thorough investigation of this place first? Going back the same way they came, Pod was like a passionate guide, constantly explaining to Xia Fei the structure of this deep-sea mining facility. From what he was told, Xia Fei learned that this kind of energy crystals were also very precious raw materials to the ancient civilization, and this mining base was under joint military management. The energy shield, which acted as protection for this place, not only shielded the existence of this site, but also protected it from external search signals, which was why it had not been discovered until now. Though Clean Knife managed to escape, the corpses of his 3 companions remained. Xia Fei rifled through their belongings and found some military equipment and 3 spatial rings of varying sizes. The largest was 5 cubic meters, while the smallest was not even a single cubic meter. They mostly contained supplies, with hardly anything of value. Xia Fei had set his eyes on more valuable things now, so he hardly cared about some of the more common items they had found. Could Clean Knife be hiding himself in some corner, waiting for an opportunity to ambush you? Every exit from this place has gotten sealed off, so there's no way he can escape, logically speaking, Phantom said somewhat worriedly. Xia Fei shook his head. He's severely injured right now, so no matter how bold he is, I strongly doubt he'll come and bother me. Unfortunately for me, I can't catch him, either. People capable of using spatial planes sure are troublesome. After he stored away what he found, he noticed that the woman was missing her pinky. From the wound, it looks like someone severed it off completely. It doesn't appear to be the work of the warbits since their weapons were much bulkier and wouldn't be able to leave such a fine scar. Phantom concluded after examining it. It's Clean Knife's handiwork again, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Perhaps you didn't notice this, but I remember clearly that the woman's pinky was still intact before we left for the warehouse. Clean Knife probably removed it while we were gone. You remember this so clearly? Phantom was curious. There was always a limit to a person's memory and vision, so he did not understand how Xia Fei was able to remember such a minute detail. The woman wore a very special ring, which was set with a golden hydra on it, and it caught my eye several times. Could it have been a spatial ring? Perhaps. Clean Knife must really not want us to get the ring, which is why he took the risk of revealing himself just to retrieve it. Just what secret does that ring hold? Phantom was perplexed, wondering to himself. Xia Fei gathered all the valuable items in the warehouse, and very soon, that huge warehouse was piled high with plenty of things from the ancient civilization. There were items used in an office, while others were for mining. All the equipment present was different, though they all shared one commonality. They were all very valuable. Phantom looked at the warehouse now filled with their haul in great satisfaction. You can give this automatic ice cream machine to Avril. With 1,300 flavors, I'm sure it will last her for quite a while. There's also this gourmet preparation machine. As a lady from a rich family, I'm sure that she doesn't know how to cook. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. There were plenty of things here, yet he still felt that it was lacking something. Pod, since this is a joint military base, there ought to be some weapons around, right? Of course. They're those bad robots that you destroyed. They're the security here. Aside from them, that's all. Though there's a very mysterious room that Pod has never been in before, so I have no idea what's behind it. Xia Fei was surprised to learn this. Where's this room? Let me there. They made their way down a cramped and long corridor, with the robot Pod bringing Xia Fei all the way through what appeared to be a mine shaft. This was originally an abandoned mine. In the civilized age of 529,364, the people from the Heritage Department suddenly approached us, the mining sector, to help fabricate a few rooms down this disused mining shaft, where they later stationed a small division for a very long time. They lived together with the miners, though no one was ever allowed to step into their office. Even the people in charge of cleaning were barred. The Heritage Department was a purely technical department in the ancient civilization dedicated to reproduction and technological continuity. So why would they suddenly appear here in this deep-sea mining base? Speaking of which, it was common for classified agencies to establish offices in some hidden locations to maintain their secrecy or avoid suspicion. It was like how the investigation department would often work among the civilians, for the location of their base might be too sensitive and for fear of being monitored by interested parties. Certainly, the Heritage Department would not establish an office here last minute for no rhyme or reason. This place must definitely be hiding some huge secret. The men from the Heritage Department worked here for about half a year before Advent Day arrived, Pod said quietly. Xia Fei continued what Pod said. The robots all suddenly betrayed humans after Advent Day and killed everyone living here in this base, right? Pod's electronic eyes were filled with rage. They're all bad robots. Robots and humans are friends. Robots need to serve man, not harm them. They went against the very belief that they were implanted with from birth. So why didn't you betray humans? Xia Fei asked. Pod got the order to eradicate all humans on Advent Day, but Pod's analytical program concluded that this message was erroneous, which was why I rejected executing the said order. Actually, not all robots accepted this order. There were many other fellow robots like Pod that rejected the order, and there were others that ultimately suffered system failure due to their inability to draw a conclusion from the overly complex analyses. Unfortunately, there were a lot more robots that accepted this order than those that rejected it, which was why the bad robots had the advantage, Pod very helplessly answered. Xia Fei nodded. So who sent you this order to eradicate all humans? Pod answered, it's the Sentinel Goddess. The Sentinel Goddess? She's not a human, but the mainframe of all the robots back then. With the capability to do exceptionally complex calculations that surpassed all, it's her responsibility to monitor the operational status of all the robots and issue them orders accordingly. Xia Fei found the mystery behind the demise of the ancient civilization utterly incomprehensible. Because humanity created the ultimate AI computer, which had eventually given the order to eradicate all human beings, it could be understood that the one who betrayed humanity was just the Sentinel Goddess, while the other robots were merely faithfully executing her orders. This was akin to a queen giving orders to her guards. Perhaps the biggest mistake that the ancient humans had made was letting robots supervise themselves. Why didn't the cleaning robots or mining robots betray humans? Xia Fei asked. Because they're only half-intelligent models, unable to connect to the Sentinel goddess directly, which was why her orders didn't affect any of them. It looked like in order to unravel the mystery behind the ancient civilization's demise fully, he must make sense why the Sentinel goddess had betrayed mankind first. In addition, it was unknown if this mainframe, with super-computational capabilities, still existed. Xia Fei only had a superficial understanding of what had happened years back when humanity was practically annihilated. He did not ask too specifically, since it was something that had happened a very long time ago, and the human civilization of today was very different from that of yesteryear. Humans no longer relied on robots, and the robot army, which was powerful enough to eradicate everything during the ancient era, had also gone missing ever since. The truth of this history was left for some historians to research, and Xia Fei was more concerned with his present predicament. He continued down the mine shaft for dozens of minutes before a heavily encrypted metal alloy door blocked his advancement. This is the Heritage Department's office, Pod said. You'll need a secret passcode to get past this door. Xia Fei nodded and took out his tools to crack open the outer casing of the keypad. This was not the first Xia Fei had to crack a multi-encryption lock of the ancient civilization, so he was well-versed at getting past the layers upon layers of protections. Clank. The metal door slowly opened as dozens of fluorescent lights from inside the room came on. Xia Fei made his way inside and saw that the room was filled with design blueprints of varying sizes, almost as if they were in the process of studying all these plans. Xia Fei curiously stared at the blueprint pinned on the wall. An energy acceleration system? This is a curve speed analysis chart. Hold on. These blueprints look like structural components, but I wonder what can they all combine with? Xia Fei was muttering to himself as he screwed his eyebrows together. There was an even smaller room inside. Xia Fei opened the door and stepped in, only to find that the office tools inside were of an even higher grade, almost as if this was where the project's supervisor used to work. The only structural blueprint pinned on the wall answered Xia Fei's question. After examining its outer appearance and reading the description underneath, Xia Fei subconsciously sucked in a cold breath. Just what blueprint is this? Phantom asked, curious. Do you still remember that gargantuan ship we saw in the Death Tri-region, the Titan-class superwarship? Of course I do. I even see that superwarship in my dreams from time to time. Laying my eyes on it has undoubtedly given me the greatest shock, Phantom said, a hint of exhilaration in his voice. The fact was that it would be impossible for anyone to forget that gargantuan warship if they were to have laid eyes on it. All because it was an existence that was well beyond the limits of human imagination. This is a giant pulse laser cannon. It's the main weapon of the Titan. Xia Fei revealed with gravitas. Phantom was stunned. Is this really the blueprint for the Titan's main gun? I am positive that it is. Phantom was silent for a good while before saying, You've obtained Titan's radar system in the Death Tri-region. Qin Meng gave you the blueprints for the Titan's structural hull, and if we include this blueprint for the main weapon, you're now a step closer to gathering all the blueprints necessary. Common items. 426 mining robots, 51 cleaning robots, 25 semi-intelligent service robots, 12 mineral survey robots, 107 multifunctional integrated communication hubs, 2 omni-flavor automated ice cream machines, 1 gourmet food processor unit, 9 semi-intelligent office integration hubs, 1 human multi-resonance scanner, 3 low-capacity spatial rings, 1 routine supply drop, for weapons of the Star River rank or below, 3,105 miscellaneous items used in the daily life of the ancient civilization. High-value or rare items. 1 small artificial AI robot, 1 Titan-class super pulse laser cannon blueprint, 473 tons of purple hearts of spirit. These were the whole of Xia Fei's loot. Their total value was naturally uncountable. If Xia Fei wanted, he could trade these for a large number of items which would be useful to him. But the main problem Xia Fei was facing was how to leave with this giant warehouse's worth of goods. It clearly was not plausible to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Putting aside how long it would take for the reinforcements to get here, these rather valuable items, if discovered, would undoubtedly draw the desire of others. Xia Fei understood the principle that the rich did not flaunt their wealth. The only other option was to find a path leading to the outside world and then sneak out when no one was watching, pretending that he had never been here before. Pod helped Xia Fei obtain an architectural floor plan for the mining control center, and Xia Fei quickly looked it over. "How is it? Did you find a way out?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "This control center has a few tunnels linking it to the city, but these are all dead ends now. After all, this place is a semi-militarized closed-off base. None of the passages can directly lead outside. What do we do then? Guard this mountain of gold, but unable to move it away? Can we only just worry helplessly?" Phantom asked in frustration. Xia Fei glanced at those orderly ranks of mining robots and suddenly had an idea. "Pod, can we still use these mining robots?" "Yes. Because there's no work to do, they've automatically shut off their power systems. As long as their power systems are reactivated, they can be brought back online." Phantom understood. "You plan to reactivate these robots and have them dig a tunnel to the outside world?" Xia Fei nodded. "From here, we can gain access to a mine shaft where they used to mine purple hearts of spirit a long time ago. These robots excel at mining, and with several hundreds of them working together, they should be able to very quickly open a new path. Plus, with their help, we won't need to worry about moving these purple hearts of spirit." The several hundred mining robots swiftly began moving. Just like humans, they took up various tools and began digging upward along a former mine shaft. In order to avoid being found out, Xia Fei moved the end of the tunnel to 500 kilometers away. This would allow him to get away with these treasures without being discovered. Though the Alliance had a law that the first to discover and enter ruins could obtain a portion of the items found, Xia Fei did not think that this was enough. Since he was going to take some, he would rather take them all. There was no reason to give what he had found to others. Moreover, Xia Fei had no desire to let the entire world know that he had a large amount of purple hearts of spirit. This would only make people envious and attract trouble. He did not need the tunnel to be very wide, so the mining robots worked very quickly. Xia Fei went into the tunnel to supervise the work of the mining robots. In truth, this was unnecessary. These robots were top-class miners built by the ancient civilization, and the quality of their tunnels was much better than what humans could create. Every inch of the tunnel was supported by an alloy framework, so stable that not even a magnitude 10 earthquake would be able to do anything to it. The survey robots inspected where the crust was the sturdiest, where the excavation would not be too difficult. All of this to the benefit of the mining robots. Xia Fei was very satisfied with their performance. In the future, once he obtained that ore-rich territory in the Death Tri region, he could use them as miners that would excavate the crust for precious ore. Of course, these high-level robots did not need to be used as solely miners. If they were made safety instructors or technical instructors in a mining company, they would be able to exhibit their advantages to an even greater extent. Several work robots of various types were several hundred of the most responsible foremen, engineers, and safety specialists. Without spending a cent, Xia Fei had essentially hired the cream of the crop of the mining industry. With such extravagant staff, it was completely possible to set up a large mining company. After all, the robots had the right experience, attitude, and technology. It was not even possible to hire such high-level specialists. These robots are truly efficient. It's truly a great loss that the Alliance has placed a complete ban on robot technology. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei nodded. Implanting the experience and technology humanity has accumulated over numerous years into the robots with their metallic shells and ability to work without rest is naturally better than having a human learn everything anew. The Alliance's decisions aren't something we can influence. They're worried that the robots will rebel again, but I'm not frightened. Unfortunately, once the people of the Alliance discover these robots, they'll definitely take them for dismantling, Phantom dejectedly said. Pod almost broke into tears upon hearing this. Pod isn't a bad robot. Pod protects humans, loves humans. Don't dismantle Pod. Xia Fei smiled. Relax. I'm here. No one can even think about harming a hair on your head. After 36 hours, a tunnel from the underwater mining base to the outside was finally completed. How much farther until the seabed? Xia Fei asked. Around 15 meters, a survey robot answered. Once the tunnel was opened, large amounts of sea water would pour in, so Xia Fei had to get ready beforehand. The power system maintaining the base was still operational. Xia Fei found several military grenades and planted them at critical parts of the power system, and then he installed a remote operation device. The mining robots dug another tunnel diagonally, making a large room beneath the water. Once Xia Fei had moved all the items into this room, he began his cicada shedding its carapace plan. Sea water rushed inside. Xia Fei had specialized scuba gear, so he did not need to worry about suffocating. Once the water pressure had equalized, Xia Fei rushed out of the tunnel and arrived on the sea surface more than 700 kilometers from the ancient ruins. As it had been necessary to avoid fragile parts of the crust while digging out the tunnel, he emerged from the water more than 200 kilometers from where he initially planned. But the farther from the ruins he was, the less likely he was to be found out, and the safer it was. This could not be considered a bad thing. The robots and the items did not come with Xia Fei. They hid in that underground room, which had been excavated, to await Xia Fei's return with the impaler. After all, boldly emerging out onto shore with a large number of robots was not a wise decision. The detonation of the energy shield system set off a chain of tectonic shifts after. Even from several hundred kilometers away, Xia Fei could still feel the vibrations. The signs of activity in the ruins had been wiped out, including the fact that he had secretly made a tunnel which he had used to escape. Xia Fei had furtively delved into the ancient civilization ruins and absconded with its precious treasures unseen. Swallow Island. Xia Fei found a deserted area to come ashore. After changing into normal training clothes, he boldly returned to the hotel. It was dusk, and Bean, Hammer, and his pack of brothers were avidly chatting with one another. The moment they saw Xia Fei, they rushed over to his side. "Big bro Xia Fei, where have you been these last few days?" "Something big happened on Thousand Island Planet," Bean said in a sensationalized tone. Xia Fei smiled and feigned surprise. "I suddenly had an inspiration, so I went to the mountains to cultivate." "What happened?" "Some ancient ruins were found on Thousand Island Planet," Hammer said, trying to keep his voice down. "The adjudicators, monastics, and other organizations have gotten into a huge brawl over the ruins. I heard that they had all attacked one another, and the casualties exceeded 100. Apparently, there was a school of massive eels in the deep-sea trench leading to the ruins. Some wretch got the rotten idea of bringing over 2 cruisers to fire upon the eels, but all this did was cause the sides of the trench to collapse, burying the ruins." "Something like that actually happened? Is there any good news?" Xia Fei asked, feigning concern. The glasses-wearing mosquito calmly said, "Excavating ancient ruins is no small task, and caution is required. At present, the various large organizations have reached a temporary agreement to use the most advanced underwater equipment to excavate the ruins. It won't be long until the newly discovered ruins see the light of day once more." The crafty monkey slapped Mosquito on his nape. "Utter nonsense. Big bro Xia Fei, let me tell you the most recent news. While those ruins might be buried, the energy reactor was still working, but around 2 hours ago, the reactor exploded, blowing the already damaged ruins to bits. There's little worth in excavating ruins like that. After all, the deeper the ruins, the more money has to be put into excavating them. If one finds nothing, they'll probably go bankrupt, and if they do find something good, they must surrender some of it to the alliance government. Thus, the large organizations have all lost hearts and withdrawn from the excavation work, leaving the ruins to the alliance government." Xia Fei very dejectedly shook his head. Such good ruins were done for just like that? What a pity, everyone agreed, cursing at that fellow who had impulsively used weapons and caused the destruction of the ruins. Xia Fei was secretly delighted. This is great. Nobody knows that everything good in the ruins has already become mine. While listening to these brothers speculate on the ruins and after having 3 rounds of drinks, Xia Fei changed the topic, asking, "I recall that today was the first day of the super auction. I wonder if there's anything good." There was no wrong answer. "I recall that today was the first day of the super auction. I wonder if there's anything good," Xia Fei asked. Mosquito was just about to answer when he suddenly glanced warily at Monkey, worried that he might get another slap. In this group of young princelings, the pitiful Mosquito, who was the only one among them to have actually read a few books, and was always been this group's punching bag. He did not dare to resist. "Big bro Xia Fei, You'll just need to see yesterday's catalog of sold items to know. After all, it's only the first day of the auction, and the truly worthwhile items have yet to appear, Mosquito cautiously said. Nonsense. Monkey slapped Mosquito on the head. Big bro Xia Fei can look for himself if he wants. He doesn't need any of your advice. Everyone laughed, but Xia Fei was somewhat displeased. The way this group of rich good-for-nothings worked truly made one unhappy. Monkey, Mosquito is right. Why did you hit him? Monkey casually shrugged. Do I need a reason to hit Mosquito? I just hit him whenever he starts buzzing around. Mosquito had a good temper and was not angered by these random slaps, constantly saying that he was fine. Xia Fei intentionally coughed. If this were an enemy, I wouldn't say anything. You have to beat those people to the ground and keep on punching, but Mosquito is a fellow brother. In that fight against the people from the monastic order the other day, Mosquito charged right in. Would anyone else do something like that? We're warriors, and in battle, only when our brothers have our backs can we be at ease. At those truly critical moments of life and death, the hypocritical people always putting on acts won't be reliable. You can only rely on your brothers to fight together with you. There's no telling how many enemies you'll make in a lifetime, but you'll only have a few brothers. It's best not to discourage them. Xia Fei spoke very earnestly, and everyone was rather moved by his words. Monkey nodded and extended a hand. Brother Mosquito, I won't hit you in the future. Xia Fei did not know if Monkey would continue to bully Mosquito for his amusement in the future, but it was fine as long as he did not bully the youth in front of him. These young princelings, who grew up like this, had long ago made a habit out of it. Not long after he returned to his room, he heard a knocking at his door. Mosquito stood awkwardly at the door. Big bro Xia Fei, didn't you want to know about the auction? I brought over today's information. Xia Fei invited Mosquito inside to sit. I was just about to ask a concierge for this. The information on the trade carnival can't be found on the interplanetary internet, which is rather inconvenient. The trade carnival is a secret gathering, so how could the info be put on the public interplanetary internet? I happen to have a list of items being put up for auction and trading here, already sorted and organized. Big bro Xia Fei, take it, Mosquito replied. Xia Fei took a thick file, and upon flipping through a few pages, he discovered that Mosquito had already made detailed notes. All the higher-grade auction items marked with their source, rarity, and even their past auction price to make it easier to determine their true value. Did you do all this by yourself? Xia Fei asked in surprise. How long did it take for you to make such a detailed catalog? Mosquito went red in the face. It didn't really take that long, and I didn't really have anything to do. I just sorted it out in my free time. Xia Fei laughed and embraced Mosquito. Brother, you've been a big help to me this time. It would have taken me ages to organize this information by myself, and besides, I've never really liked clerical work. Suddenly, Xia Fei felt that something was off. Mosquito's body became extremely hot, his face turning as red as a ripe apple. He lowered his head and shivered uncomfortably. All Xia Fei knew about Mosquito was that he always wore a baseball hat and unsophisticated sportswear. Because he was young, his body was rather small and scrawny, and he had a very timid personality, resulting in his nickname of Mosquito. Xia Fei took off Mosquito's glasses and placed a hand on his forehead. Are you running a fever? It's somewhat hot. Why did your body temperature suddenly increase? Glancing at Mosquito's face, he discovered that, behind those big black glasses, Mosquito actually had a rather delicate face, a small nose and mouth, and fair and tender skin. Mosquito let out a strange yelp and stammered. Fine. I'm fine. It's late. I should get back. Xia Fei stood up straight and smiled at him. Drink some water once you get back. I also have some understanding of medicine, so if you get a fever, come and find me. Mosquito nodded at Xia Fei, then hastily opened the door and ran out, his face still red. How strange. Why did his temperature suddenly rise? Does he have some unique illness? Xia Fei muttered to himself as he watched Mosquito leave. Idiot. Phantom inexplicably muttered from behind Xia Fei. Xia Fei was furious. Who are you calling an idiot? You, of course. You're so much smarter than everyone normally, but in the end, you're still an idiot, Phantom harshly said. Regardless, Mosquito's information was a huge help to Xia Fei. In this world where information networks were highly developed, Xia Fei was not familiar with this sort of trade fair, where everything was done traditionally. After all, modern people could no longer get away from the internet and were used to searching the interplanetary internet for everything. Xia Fei got up early in the morning and went to the auction consignment center on 13 Pearl Island. This was where participants could hand over items to be auctioned. If someone wanted to put up a possession for auction, they simply needed to present their pass and the item to be auctioned. Of course, for an auction of this level, one needed to present items of a proper level. The trade fair organizers would not accept everyday objects. Several young women stood in front of the counter, while some people, who were taking part in the auction, sat on the large sofas in the lobby. Each object needed to be appraised by a specialist, so there were also 3 appraisal rooms next door. Everyone had to take a number and wait here while the staff made the appraisal and auction arrangements. "Good day, sir. May I ask how I can help you?" A young woman with her hair tied in a ponytail went up to welcome Xia Fei, the words of greeting not having changed in thousands of years. Xia Fei flashed the pass that Yuchi Dao had given him from his spatial ring. "I have a few items I want to put up for auction in the trade fair." The woman took the pass with both hands and glanced at it, and then she carefully handed it back. "Sir is an honored guest of the Brotherhood. Please come with me." Though Yuchi Dao was a very unreliable person, he was still a man of some fame and status within the Brotherhood. With his admission pass, Xia Fei naturally received the appropriate treatment. He did not know what this black metal plate meant, but he accepted this special treatment sans a qualm. However, those people waiting to hand over their auction items softly sighed. Someone who had become an honored guest of the Brotherhood at such a young age inevitably drew the envy and admiration of others. The woman led Xia Fei down a corridor to a secluded and simple decorated room. She brought Xia Fei a cup of tea and a freshly printed catalog. "Please wait here a moment. Our head appraiser, Mr. Su, is currently seeing other guests. He will arrive soon." Xia Fei was not annoyed. He casually flipped through the catalog. New items for auction would appear in the auction every day, so the catalog also needed to be updated frequently. It was not long until an old man entered the room. He saw the young Xia Fei sitting there and froze, after which he unpleasantly asked, "Did you make a mistake?" "He's an honored guest." "Undoubtedly. A black 3-star admission pass." The ponytailed woman nodded and answered. Though the question and answer were spoken softly, Xia Fei heard everything clearly. He mentally lamented in vexation. "Why is it that I always run into people who judge others by looks?" The old man had the woman close the door, and with a pocket-sized detector in hand, he sat across Xia Fei. "What items does this sir wish to auction?" "All items put up for auction at the Brotherhood's event must be of a certain grade in order not to degrade the organization's reputation." Without batting an eye, Xia Fei took out an integrated video system that he had found in the ancient ruins from his spatial ring and placed it on the table. "Oh, this is a multifunctional information control unit produced in ancient times. This item can be placed on the auction catalog," the old man very breezily said. "You don't need to appraise it?" "No need. Trust in my professional judgment," the old man confidently replied. Xia Fei once more reached into his ring. Xia Fei placed a fist-sized purple heart of spirit on the table. The old man was struck dumb. He hastily took out a glove and solemnly picked up this piece of, or so that he could examine it closely. A purple heart of spirit. A purple heart of spirit of this size and purity. There's no doubt that it's a high-grade item. "No doubt," the old man cried in a slightly hoarse voice. Things did not end here, though. Xia Fei took out a second purple heart of spirit. This was more than half as large as the first, and its luster even purer. The old man was so astonished that his mouth dropped. Purple hearts of spirit were incredibly valuable, and the larger they were, the harder they were to find. For Xia Fei to take out 2 purple hearts of spirit so liberally left the old man shocked, and he began to regret looking down on Xia Fei. When the 3rd purple heart of spirit was placed on the table, the old man almost went insane. This was because this, or was almost the size of a soccer ball and devoid of the slightest impurity. It was so pure that it could be used as transparent glass. The old man swallowed, and then said in excitement, "Heavens! A top-quality purple heart of spirit. I've been in the appraisal business for more than 100 years, but this is the first time I've seen one of this weight and quality." In the face of these 3 top-quality purple hearts of spirit, the appraiser Su appeared very worked up. In truth, Xia Fei had randomly picked these 3 out of the 473 tons of ore he obtained from the ancient ruins, and they were far from being true best quality goods. However, given that the alliance was always short of such ore, these goods were sufficiently shocking. Mr. Xia, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the largest purple heart of spirit should be featured on the last day of the auction. It is worthy to be ranked with the other top-class items in this trade fair, the old man excitedly said. Xia Fei nodded. There's no problem with that, but these 2 smaller ones and that ancient integrated communication system should be auctioned ahead of time. There are some items I want to get, so I want these auctioned off earlier for me to have some capital to work with. The old man shook his head. While this video system from the ancient civilization is rare, it's still not enough to place it with the higher-grade items in the trade fair. So there's no problem with auctioning it off earlier, but these 3 purple hearts of spirit should only be auctioned off on the last 3 days. After some thought, Xia Fei understood the reason and smiled. I get it. It will be much better to sell 1 piece a day rather than selling all 3 together. This way, you can excite the auction participants. The first day, you'll auction the smallest to cause a stir in the market. Then the next day, you'll sell an even larger piece, drawing in even more eyes. And on the last day, you'll unleash the true trump card. The old man nodded. Mr. Xia truly has a penetrating insight. That's exactly what I meant. Xia Fei was somewhat hesitant. Although Quantum Holdings had already gotten the first payment of 200 billion star coins, the money was needed for the company's everyday operations. Moreover, if he really encountered some incredible piece of equipment, 200 billion star coins might not even be enough. After all, such peerless top-class equipment could not be obtained with just money. One would have to pay an enormous price if one wanted to defeat countless opponents in one fell swoop. Most of the capital Xia Fei could mobilize rested in the credit from the banks, guaranteed by Quantum Holdings' future performance. With the prestige of being an A-list military supplier, Xia Fei naturally could take large loans from the banks, but this was money that had to be returned. To Xia Fei, several purple hearts of spirit were not anything, and the earlier he could auction them off, the earlier he would be able to put that money to work. The appraiser Su added, "There's no need to be concerned about capital. I can open a line of credit for you, and once these items are all auctioned off, we can settle accounts." Xia Fei found this proposal very reasonable, so he agreed. "How much credit are you willing to offer?" Xia Fei asked. 100 billion. 100 billion star coins. Xia Fei exclaimed in shock. Quantum Holdings only made 4 duns in revenue each year, and these 3 purple hearts of spirit alone could be sold for 1% of a dun. If Xia Fei sold off his entire reserves, he could not even calculate how much he would make. Of course, if Xia Fei sold off so many purple hearts of spirit at once, it would definitely devalue the ore. Xia Fei was not that much of a fool. He planned to sell off his stock slowly. Recently, several organizations have been buying high-grade purple hearts of spirit at a high price. While these 3 pieces of ore may not fetch 100 billion, I'm confident that since this sir is someone who can casually take out 3 purple hearts of spirit of such high quality, you have some strength. The disdain he had shown for Xia Fei was long gone, replaced by a kind of respect. Xia Fei's extravagance already told him that this was no ordinary client. Deal, Xia Fei smiled and said. With a credit line of 100 billion star coins and his company's free capital of around 160 billion star coins, Xia Fei felt that he had enough capital to fight a little on the auction floor. If it really was not enough, he could take a loan from the banks. With Quantum Holdings' enormous capacity to generate profits and an enormous stockpile of purple hearts of spirit, Xia Fei was not worried about repaying the loans. Xia Fei had already looked at today's auction catalog, and there had not been anything he considered worth his time. Thus, he left the auction center and went to the high-class trade area. As the trade carnival approached its climax, more and more decent items would emerge onto the stage. After all, auctions were settled with cash, and to many of these rich and overbearing people, money had never been a problem, so they were more willing to trade their possessions for more useful things. Thus, the high-class trade center was opened to great fanfare. At the stalls lining the road to the center, one could still find quite a few people without much plain money trading somewhat cheaper items for the items that they needed. Xia Fei had no interest in such things. Only eternal rank or immortal rank weapons had any hope of moving him. The high-class trade center was a large and resplendent building, completely in line with the wealth and status that the Adjudicator Union was revered. From a distance, it appeared like a pearl that had been magnified by 100,000 times, splendidly glowing in the sunlight. Xia Fei, hearing the delighted voice of a woman, Xia Fei turned and saw Nicole of Gaia Industries standing nearby and looking at him with a pleased expression. She was wearing a snow-white suit. Unlike the pink-loving Avril, Nicole preferred neutral colors, her clothes of a much colder hue. "Miss Nicole, why are you here?" Xia Fei smiled as he called to her. "What? Are business people like me not allowed to the Brotherhood's carnival?" Xia Fei hastily said, "I didn't mean that. Miss Nicole, please don't misunderstand." Xia Fei's polite greeting was very normal. Of course, he knew to maintain some distance with a woman he was not that familiar with. However, Nicole was somewhat unhappy to be addressed as Miss. In truth, Xia Fei liked women, but he was not a person to get antsy as soon as he saw a woman. No woman liked being lunged at by men just because she looked beautiful. Actually, Xia Fei's intentional distancing earned him more attention from women. Nicole took out a gold admission pass from her white purse. Even if you're not a member of the Brotherhood, you can still use money to buy a special guest pass card, though it's just not as high level as the cards internally issued, so taking them out will just earn you scorn. After all, the one actually running the trade carnival this time is the Adjudicator Union, and I naturally can't let an opportunity to make money pass by. Xia Fei laughed and nodded. That's very in line with the Union's style. If the monastic order had been in charge, things would have been much quieter. I know, right? I have to say that your Adjudicator Union is the fighter organization that loves crooked paths the most, willing to do anything to make money. As Nicole spoke, Xia Fei sensed several unfriendly gazes. The Adjudicator Union was of such large scale that their spies could be anywhere. Xia Fei grabbed Nicole's hand and instantly took her several hundred meters away. Once he saw that there was no one around, he said, "Since you're at an event organized by the Adjudicator Union, you probably shouldn't badmouth them. The walls have ears." Sometimes, people would hear more than what had actually been applied. Nicole felt that Xia Fei was looking out for her, and given that he had even grabbed her hand, her face was a bit flushed. In all honesty, Xia Fei had not meant anything by that action, but the thoughts of someone like Nicole were not something a crude man like Xia Fei could understand. "Let's get back on topic. I was actually planning to look for you," Xia Fei said. "You're looking for me?" Nicole's heart wildly thumped. "Did you need something from me?" "Something very important. I've recently been thinking of establishing a high-quality fleet, and I need to buy some ships from your company." "Anything else?" Nicole probed, somewhat disappointed. Xia Fei awkwardly smiled. "I'd also like to make a presumptuous request of you." Nicole lowered her head, her heart madly thumping with excitement as she wondered what Xia Fei would say next. "I hope that you can give me a discount," Xia Fei cautiously said. "This is your presumptuous request." Nicole trembled. She had never imagined that Xia Fei would ask her for a discount. "You should have received the video I sent you, right? The Impaler was single-handedly able to take on an Armageddon-class battleship. This means that as long as it's outfitted correctly, a Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser isn't bad at all. We still have many fields in which we need to cooperate with each other, so since we're partners, asking for a discount isn't too much, is it?" Nicole's face paled as she turned around and went off in a huff. She loudly spat. "You want a discount? Hell no." Xia Fei had no idea how he had offended the woman. Frowning, he wondered to himself, is there any need to be so fierce about rejecting a discount? Before entering the high-class trade area, one needed to prove that they had sufficient trading capital. If anyone was let in, that would make the high-class items being traded seem of too little value. Moreover, this one building could not fit everyone inside it. Xia Fei magically took out 2 more purple hearts of spirit from his spatial ring, and the inspector at the door very quickly let him in. After all, even an idiot knew the value of these things. The building was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was where prices were clearly marked, and the displays had various top-class equipment within them. However, the owners were not present, and there were thin slips of paper indicating the items desired to be traded for. The people taking part in this trade fair mostly had special requirements. They wanted only what they needed and could not be bothered to negotiate a price. Thus, They had entrusted the trading entirely to the host of the trade fair. The advantage of this trade was it was a simple exchange of goods, but the flaw was a complete lack of space to negotiate. Unless one could provide the item required for the trade, it did not matter the value of the item one was trying to trade with. Xia Fei saw several equipment that he found tempting. Alas, he was unable to meet the demands asked by the other party, so he could only give up. After all, what Xia Fei had available for trading were the things produced by the ancient civilization and purple hearts of spirit, but he was not discouraged. He noted down all the items being asked for. If he ran into something that he could use purple hearts of spirit to trade for, he would come back later to finish the trade. While this was rather complicated, it could be considered a roundabout way of reaching his goal. After all, what can he do but comply if these people only wanted to trade what they had for strange and bizarre items? Suddenly, a snow-white dagger appeared in his vision. The thin blade was so transparent that it seemed to have truly been forged from ice, and it exuded a cold energy that could be felt even through the display window. Eternal Rank Dagger, Flying Snow. Xia Fei read out. Xia Fei had 3 blades: Celestial Moon, Bloodthirsty Screech, and the dagger that the Adjudicator Union would give to its special forces. Xia Fei could not be sure about the levels of Celestial Moon and Bloodthirsty Screech. From their abilities, he estimated both to be around the legendary rank. As for the dagger given by the Adjudicator Union, it had no level. Xia Fei normally used it to peel apples, for he used to have the even higher level Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger. However, Xia Fei had traded the Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger for the Meteor Ball, so he no longer had a dagger ready at hand. From this Flying Snow's crystalline appearance, he knew that it was no ordinary dagger. It was already at the eternal rank, making it a perfect substitute for his Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger. A warrior could not just make do with a single weapon. They required a complete set of offensive and defensive gear. In Xia Fei's current loadout, Celestial Moon was his primary weapon. It had many abilities and a power that could not be underestimated. Moreover, when Xia Fei used his psychokinesis, Celestial Moon's unique magnetic metal properties made it easier to control and the best candidate to be manipulated with psychokinesis. Bloodthirsty Screech was just as savage and violent as its name made it out to be. It was 1.5 meters long and weighed several hundred kilograms. This sort of giant weapon naturally could not be used frequently, only in special battles. For example, its use could be seen when one needed to crush an enemy utterly. On the defensive end, he had the legendary rank combat suit Bloodthirsty Ice God, and a pair of Zephyr combat boots specifically meant to be used by eternal rank speed ability users. These provided significant boosts to his defense or speed. Moreover, Xia Fei also had the immortal ranked concealed weapon that originated from the ancient civilization, the Butterfly Serpent. Be it in terms of level or abilities, Xia Fei's loadout was complete. If there was one shortcoming, it would be the need for a dagger. There was no questioning the quality of the daggers the Adjudicator Union provided to its special forces, but when it came to a warrior's equipment, good quality was not enough. Weapons also needed defining characteristics. As the saying went, an artisan needed the best tools to do a good job. Any warrior with a little savings would try to get the best equipment possible. The slightest disparity could be a fatal factor which could tip the scales. The dagger, Flying Snow, had been placed in its own display case by the trade fair organizers, and a pair of burly guards was even standing beside it, 2 obvious indicators of the rarity and uniqueness of this weapon. Several dozen fighters from various organizations had gathered around it, and all of them were sighing, with even some showing signs of drooling. Alas, this weapon had an extremely sky-high price that not everyone could afford. "So this is Flying Snow," exclaimed a goateed elder in surprise, his eyes glowing. He clearly loved the dagger. Legends have it that Flying Snow kills without leaving a mark, and that's because of its unique cold attribute, causing any wound created by the dagger to be sealed by the rime inherent to the weapon, freezing even the blood so that not even a drop would be spilled. That's right. I've also heard that someone once used this dagger to assassinate a tycoon, stabbing right in the kidney. Yet the person being killed didn't even feel any pain. It was only several hours later, after the assassin had disappeared, that the target died from kidney failure. That's because Flying Snow's coldness froze that person's nervous system, causing them to lose sensation. It's only when the cold disperses that the body will realize what's going on, the brain finally registering the damage. That's why flying snow is known as a silent eliminator. Hearing the crowd's enthusiastic conversation, Xia Fei grew tempted. Was a mythical effect like this not exactly what he needed? Xia Fei could use his crafty approach to stop external bleeding, but the one being stabbed would still feel it, and the bleeding would not be stymied for long. If he combined Flying Snow's silent elimination ability with his crafty approach, he would indubitably be able to accomplish great things in the field of assassination. After all, assassination was all about silently killing a target. A dagger that could strike an enemy without them feeling anything or even bleeding. Such a divine weapon seemed almost built for his crafty approach. He looked at the item requested for trade. One purple heart of spirit weighing fewer than 200 grams, with a pure and transparent luster. He stroked his spatial ring. He had enough purple hearts of spirit to trade for 100 flying snows. Xia Fei immediately felt the urge to trade for this eternal rank dagger. However, on second thought, Xia Fei found this rather strange. No matter how valuable purple hearts of spirit were, 200 grams should not have been enough to trade for an eternal rank dagger. Today was the second day that the high-class trade fair had been open, so why had no one taken this divine weapon yet? It had to be understood that trading 200 grams of purple heart of spirit for the eternal rank flying snow was not expensive at all. As expected, there were other people besides Xia Fei who were tempted. At this moment, a tall and thin man with sunglasses sighed. A pity, truly a pity. The others did not know what was going on and asked. The thin man shook his head and helplessly said, "While flying snow is good, it's also an infamous cursed blade, and there have been legends about it murdering its master. Those who use this weapon often end up dying in a foreign land. The assassin none other than this seemingly beautiful flying snow." Many people did not believe this thin man's words, yet he merely laughed bizarrely before walking away. If you don't believe me, just get on the interplanetary internet and look it up yourself. This is the internet era, and it's easy to get hold of all kinds of information. An eternal rank dagger worth only 200 grams of purple heart of spirit? If it were really this cheap, would you people have the opportunity to get your hands on it? Several dozen screens turned on as people skeptically began to search the interplanetary internet for information on flying snow. Once they were done reading, they shook their heads and reluctantly walked away. "It's really a cursed blade?" Phantom said in alarm. Xia Fei also found it a great pity. Such a divine weapon was actually a cursed blade with a reputation of killing its master. There were actually legends about cursed blades on Earth. It was said that all the members of Tokugawa Ieyasu's clan were ended by the katana Muramasa. Those who got off easy were injured, while those who got off badly died the most miserable deaths. Thus, Tokugawa Ieyasu called the Muramasa a cursed blade and banned its use. However, Xia Fei noticed that the tall and thin man had not left after saying his spiel about flying snow. Instead, he continued to stroll around the hall, his eyes occasionally glancing over as if he had some other intention. Xia Fei suddenly recalled a technique used by those of the underworld: poison tongue. Poison tongues were extremely eloquent people who, for various reasons, had fallen down to the level of the common people and made it their business to spread lies and slander. They specialized in attacking and slandering other people, and at times, when their employer tended to favor a certain item, and the item in question was very valuable and was certain to be hotly contested, a few poison tongues would be hired to spread unfavorable rumors and scare away potential buyers. Once everyone had lost interest in the item, their employer would swagger on a stage, then buy it at a low price and resell it at a high price, generating a large profit. Xia Fei was an orphan and grew up on the streets, so he naturally knew about a variety of crooked tricks. His unwillingness to trust in others was also founded on his experiences as a youth and the stubbornness in his bones. Without batting an eyelid, Xia Fei opened the interplanetary internet and searched for flying snow, cursed blade, legends, killing its master. He placed all kinds of key terms into an advanced AI search while filtering out rumors, only searching for reliable information. The power of the interplanetary internet was not solely in connectivity, allowing all people to enjoy the online world. It also had a variety of dazzling capabilities, and through his relationship with Avril, Xia Fei could use all the high-end functions of the interplanetary internet for free. It was naturally within his capabilities to order a customized search. The search combined with AI analyses and filtering took some time, during which Xia Fei remained around Flying Snow. Several dozen more fighters gathered around it, all of them praising the dagger, but soon after, a fatty came over and mentioned that Flying Snow was a cursed blade which killed its master, causing all of them to give up on the idea of purchasing it. 200 grams of purple heart of spirit were no plaything, and not everyone could risk so much money. After a moment's thought, Xia Fei took out the item catalog Mosquito gave him yesterday and turned to the set price trade section. Just yesterday, this Flying Snow had been priced at 300 grams of purple heart of spirit, but it was now down to 200. His suspicions deepened. Xia Fei slowly moved as if he wanted to take the item tag, at the same time checking how the thin man and fat man would react from his peripheral view. Just as he expected, the two froze in place, their faces tightening. His lips curved into a smile, and he plucked off the item tag without hesitation. Weighing it in his hand, he looked playfully at the paling faces of the two poisoned tongues with a smug smile. The item tag had a microchip that would create a signal as soon as it came into contact with his admission ticket, and the trade center would immediately know who had purchased the item. The employees would immediately remove said item from the display and put a new one on its place, thus completing the transaction. As for the fee, the account simply needed to be settled within 3 days. It was all very convenient. As expected, a small screen popped up next to the display case saying sold, and several employees quickly moved Flying Snow away and replaced it with a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. Flying Snow is a cursed blade. What if it really is unlucky? This isn't a problem of money. A cursed blade that kills its owner will truly bring suffering on its owner's head, Phantom grumbled. I know you don't believe in such things, but you should at least wait for your interplanetary internet search to finish first. Xia Fei smiled. No need. I think it's fine. He went up to the next floor as the thin and fat poisoned tongues dejectedly departed. At this time, his microcomputer vibrated to indicate that the interplanetary internet search was done. The second floor was the face-to-face trading area. Participants with their items could haggle over the price and make deals on the spot. Xia Fei was in no rush to look around. He went to the rest area and sat on the sofa, helping himself with a cup of tea as he looked through the search results. Phantom nervously watched from the side. After all, no one wanted a cursed blade that would kill its owner. It seems that this dagger shouldn't be called Flying Snow, but October Flying Snow. Xia Fei smiled as he looked through the information. Flying Snow, an eternal rank cold dagger forged by the master swordsmith Cleveland. The October Flying Snow was an eternal rank cold dagger forged by Cleveland's father, an ordinary swordsmith called Jakob. This was the sole difference between the two daggers. Whether it was craftsmanship or materials, they were exactly identical. Historical records stated that after Cleveland inherited the method for forging cold daggers from his father, he left his home and set up his own shop in the capital. With the unique cold attribute of Flying Snow and its excellent functions, he was able to win the title of Master Swordsmith. However, his father Jakob was not so lucky. Nobody knew about this swordsmith living in a remote region developing Flying Snow, and after a furious argument with his son, he suffered a heart attack and died. The common people only knew that Cleveland was a master swordsmith. Little was known of his obscure father, whom he had developed the Flying Snow dagger with. Only on the night of his death did Cleveland confess this secret of many years to the lawyer recording his will. The lawyer did not make this matter known, but wrote about it in his memoirs. The memoirs of a lawyer would never sell as well as fantasy novels, so this matter was gradually forgotten. The true developer of Flying Snow, Jakob, forged 10 daggers in all, and he named them each after a month in the year: January Flying Snow, February Flying Snow, and so on. In terms of quality, January to June were test products. It was only with July Flying Snow that the unique forging method finally began to mature, and with each subsequent dagger, there was a major breakthrough. Jakob had planned for 12 Flying Snow daggers in all. Alas, not long after October Flying Snow was done, Cleveland had a falling out with his father and set off to the capital on his own. Jakob fell ill after this argument, and several months later, he finally passed away from both mental and physical exhaustion. The greatest difference between Jakob's and Cleveland's flying snow daggers could be seen in the hilt. Cleveland had carved his name onto each hilt, while Jakob had simply used the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Xia Fei spotted a 10 on the hilt of this flying snow dagger and not Cleveland's name, meaning that this cold dagger was not flying snow, but rather Jakob's final work, which nobody knew about. October flying snow. Phantom exhaled. I had no idea that there would be such a twisting and turning story behind this. But why did Cleveland's dagger get the infamous reputation being a cursed blade? He used the same techniques and materials as his father, so the difference shouldn't be that great. Xia Fei shook his head. Although I don't understand swordsmithing, I've come to understand a certain principle from the medicinal techniques you've passed on to me. What principle? The smallest difference can lead to a difference as vast as that between heaven and earth. I clearly recall that the prescriptions have very rigorous requirements for the purity of medicinal fluids, and at the time of mixing, the angle and speed at which the fluids are added must be just right, and even the mixing has to be done at a certain speed. All of these requirements are very strict, and the slightest error or deviation will lead to failure, Xia Fei said. Phantom laughed. That's true. Brewing medicine and forging swords both involve taking raw materials and producing completely different products. Perhaps it's really as you said. Smithing swords is just as complicated as brewing medicine, and Cleveland didn't have a full grasp of the technique, resulting in his flying snows being known as cursed blades. Xia Fei said, that's only one possibility, but in any case, this October flying snow isn't one of Cleveland's cursed blades. Once he was done investigating the background of October flying snow, Xia Fei strolled around the trade center, looking for a suitable sheath for this dagger. After all, October flying snow was abnormally cold. Not only would carrying it make Xia Fei feel cold, the excessively low temperature would expose him while he was trying to hide. Placing it in the spatial ring would naturally prevent these problems, but Xia Fei was used to placing his dagger in his combat boots or in his sleeve while out on an operation. A sheath made from the hide of a gentle-natured thunder alligator was extremely flexible and soft to the touch, just like the fur of a mountain goat. The sheath was a perfect match for the dagger. Xia Fei traded for it using a small piece of purple heart of spirit, leaving that seller ecstatic. Xia Fei suddenly realized that purple hearts of spirit were even more useful than star coins. Regardless of what it was being traded for, success was very likely. Meanwhile, star coins were mostly irrelevant to the highest echelons of the alliance. After strolling around the second floor and finding no suitable items, Xia Fei prepared to head to the third floor. The third floor was the premium item area. Entering it required one to present an item that could be considered premium quality. Entering the high-class trading area was itself a bottleneck, and the vast majority of people were unable to get in. Only 1% of people had the ability to get in. As for the third floor and its premium items, only 1 in 10,000 was able to get in. The level of quality demanded was so high as to be absurd, but it did not have any requirements with regards to the level of admission ticket carried by the participants, which was exactly what Xia Fei wanted. A focus on rank appeared a little too inflexible. It was far better to present an actually worthwhile item. After all, people did not come here to see who had a higher rank, but to trade instead. There were clearly much fewer people on the third floor. On the contrary, there were numerous young ladies weaving through the guests, offering drinks and refreshments, making the place seem like an elegant reception party. To Xia Fei's surprise, the moment he walked in, he saw the silver-haired General Tai of the military sitting by the window, and by his side were the 2 other members of the military triumvirate, Layton and Williams. They're also taking part in the trade fair. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. At this time, Williams spotted Xia Fei and waved him over. Turning to Tai and Layton, he said, I saw him and suddenly had an idea. Tai frowned. Williams, you're not planning on bringing in Xia Fei, are you? He only became a military supplier a few days ago. Williams simply smiled. Xia Fei went over to the 3 generals and exchanged greetings, after which he prepared to take a look around. Williams asked, what's the hurry? Trades in the premium item area aren't that easy to make. In truth, at this level, trades are secondary. Its primary function was for people to converse with one another. Take a seat. It just so happens that I want to talk to you about Quantum Holdings' recent operations. Yes, sir. After all, It's not every day that one gets an opportunity to sit down with the highest military commanders of the alliance. Xia Fei smiled and said. The always strict Leighton did not like Xia Fei's flippant and insincere attitude, but Williams and Tai did not mind. Williams asked if Xia Fei wanted to drink anything, and Xia Fei asked for a cup of tea. Your company's first batch of products had already arrived and passed the military's quality checks. 100% of the batch met the quality standards, and I hope that all the other batches are like this. No matter what, the quality of the products used by the military must always be at a certain quality, Tai said. Xia Fei hastily replied, naturally. The military is Quantum Holdings' largest client, and we have our reputation as an A-list military supplier to uphold. It's only right that we do our best. Besides, how is offending the military any different from suicide? I'm certainly not that bold. I heard that you have a radar system that is capable of hyper-long-distance communications and can resist any sort of disruption? Tai asked. Xia Fei waved his hands and smiled. General Tai, I won't hide it from you. The blueprints for the radar have already been drafted, but it will take a long period of testing and modification until the designs can be turned into an actual product. At present, the research team has run into a roadblock in a practicality sense. The difficulty of production and the costs remain high, so mass production is still impossible in the short term. Moreover, the Black Bat radar is not as incredible as you make it out to be. I reckon that for hyper-long-distance transmissions, the majority of disruptions can be blocked, but definitely not something as exaggerated as all sources of disruption. That's already excellent, Williams excitedly said. Hyper-long-distance communication has always been a challenging problem for the military. The military primarily uses a dual communication method which relies on specialized military lines and the interplanetary internet. But ordinary signals are unstable, and once a fleet leaves a service area, communication between members of a fleet becomes abnormally difficult. This sort of backward communication system has greatly restricted the speed of the Alliance's fleets, and it's not as if we can just set up signal transmission arrays on demand, let alone the costs. The construction time is considerable, and this will greatly delay the Army's advance. Xia Fei shrugged his shoulders and helplessly said, I truly wish to resolve these problems for you gentlemen, but this new style of radar isn't something that can be finished in a day. Quantum Holdings does not have the ability to increase its research speed any more than this. Admiral Leighton was a very forthright person, and as soon as he heard this, he hurriedly said, What's so difficult about that? The military has tons of researchers just idling away. You can take out your designs and jointly research them with the military. I don't believe that the 113 first-class research labs and several thousand second-class research labs under the military can't set a single radar system straight. Xia Fei, Tai, and Williams all chuckled, but Xia Fei's chuckle was done very softly. He did not dare to be rash in front of the triumvirate. Leighton grew rather frustrated. What are you laughing about? You don't think that the military can do it? Williams shook his head. It is Xia Fei who personally developed the new radar system, and it's almost at the production stage. If the military were to step in at this time, who would the fruits of labor belong to? A company's research ability is the foundation of its survival. It'd be outrageous if one were to steal the research results of someone else. The Alliance has always promoted a private economy and free trade. While we are the military, we can't take advantage of our position to bully others. Leighton appeared rather vexed and angrily slapped his thigh. Xia Fei replied, Admiral Leighton, I know that you're only thinking about the military and have no selfish notions, and I appreciate your kind intentions. But this design is extremely complicated and involves the idea of a friend, making it extremely inconvenient to make public. I will do everything within my abilities to accelerate the pace of research. On this, you can be assured. Xia Fei was very polite, not contradicting Leighton while also avoiding the problem of making the design public. Williams furtively glanced at Tai. Tai frowned in thought for a few moments before reluctantly giving a nod. Upon getting Tai's support, Williams immediately changed the topic, sternly asking Xia Fei, Xia Fei, how much do you know about the Pan-Human Alliance's old neighbor, the insectoids? The insectoids? Xia Fei asked. I don't really know much about them. There's a big gap in the intelligence between members of this race. They're not like humans, though there are geniuses and idiots within the human race. a vast majority will have an intelligence quotient score of about 120, while more than 90% of the insectoid race is stuck at the most primitive and low-level biological stage. This also causes them to have absolute loyalty toward their leaders. Their warriors will sacrifice everything and attack wherever they are directed. This is in contrast with the Pan-Human Alliance, where everything needs to go through complex deliberations between the upper and lower chambers, and where law and ethics must comply with the rules before anything can be implemented. Meanwhile, due to the biological differences between the two races, a lone human will hardly be able to match against a lone insectoid. Compared to them, the only advantage we possess is our average intelligence. Every single human being is independent and holds their own worldview and values. In terms of a prosperous economy, the insectoids are no match to us humans. After all, most insectoids will only know how to eat or kill, but if we are to consider the aspect of warmongering only, we're definitely the one at a disadvantage. Xia Fei gave a very simple overview of his thoughts. He was still puzzled on why Williams would suddenly ask him about insectoids. Then, what are the chances of the Alliance coming out victorious with our current strength if we go to war with the insectoids? Williams asked jokingly. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback. He sensed that there was something peculiar with how this question was posed. Is the Pan-Human Alliance looking to have another war with the insectoid tribal coalition? Xia Fei carefully probed. Tai shook his head as he explained lightly. We, as soldiers, must be prepared to engage in war at all times, so this question is a common daily topic for us. There's no particular meaning behind it. Tell me your opinion. We're very interested in learning what the public opinion on this subject is like. Xia Fei mulled over the question before replying. If it's possible, we ought to avoid warring with the insectoids as best as we can. Trade between the two races has been closed for a long time, and it's really hard to determine just how much progress they've made, development-wise. The greatest taboo for the military is not understanding the enemy. Besides, insectoids are natural soldiers without needing training, while humans need to undergo extensive training before they can be combat effective. Perhaps we may hold the upper hand in the initial stage of the war thanks to the Alliance's consistent policy of grooming elite soldiers. But as time drags on, we will slowly find ourselves sinking into quicksand, unable to get ourselves out. The common human has the tendency to hold an anti-war sentiment, so the longer the war goes, the greater their aversion to it will be. In contrast, the warriors of the insectoid race are akin to machines, emotionless and bloodthirsty machines. Unless a problem arises in their internal hierarchy, the insectoids are more than capable of fighting a protracted war forever. Going by my line of thinking, if a war which can't be avoided does break out, we must do our utmost to avoid engaging with the enemies fully but, instead, send an elite squad deep behind enemy lines and into their territory, directly taking out their elite leadership regardless of losses. As long as we can take out the most intelligent insectoid in one move, we'll most definitely be victorious. Tai's eyes suddenly shone. To risk it all and directly strike the backline. That's a very interesting line of thought. Tell me your reason for it. Williams and Layton, who were next to them, listened with great interest. Xia Fei smiled. I'm no soldier, so I don't really know much about warfare, but I do know of a very simple logic. On my home planet, there's this saying. Soldiers fight fiercely because the leadership's bunkered up fiercely. Though it sounds quite crude, the logic is sound. The Pan-Human Alliance has plenty of professionals that received high-level training and education. So if, for example, the Alliance headquarters, the cabinet, and the politicians from both the upper and lower chambers were to disappear overnight, how long do you reckon the Alliance would take to make up for this loss? Williams did a rough calculation. If something as unfortunate as that happens, then we will have to transfer officials from the various departments to fill the vacancies. I do believe that it'd take about 2 days for those people to take over the reins and a week for everything to return to normal. Now, what if the same were to happen to the insectoids? The insectoids? If their elder council and their war chief were to all be eliminated, it would take at least 3 months for things to get back to normal. After all, they don't have a complete leadership system in place and are fully dependent on personal strength and ability to assert authority. Xia Fei chuckled. That's exactly what I mean. If the Pan-Human Alliance loses its president, we can just change to another. But if the war chief of the insectoids disappears, the various tribes will be caught in a long dispute over succession. Humans aren't as good at warmongering as the insectoids, but we have a very comprehensive hierarchical system. Even if the Alliance elites are wiped out 1,000 times, there will still be people who can take over and lead it forward. The same can't be said for the insectoids. They carry out the orders from their elite leaders in command. There are only so many insectoids with high intelligence, and once they are decimated, the common soldiers that remain will hardly remain to be a threat. Tai nodded slightly, seemingly liking Xia Fei's opinion. Even the ever-honest and frank Admiral Layton exclaimed, "Xia Fei, you should have joined military school, not the Adjudicator Union." Xia Fei laughed. "There's value in having elite warrior organizations, like the plan that I've just come up with. If you truly wish to put together the most suitable candidates to enact the plan, you'll need a large force of elite warriors to ensure its success, for the common soldiers will definitely be incapable of accomplishing such a tall task." Williams took a sip of his tea and then laughed. "Xia Fei, while this plan of yours is insane, it will hit the insectoids hard if it does succeed, but it isn't easy to take out their entire high IQ echelon. We may have to pay a heavy price by making such a move." Xia Fei said, "Everything has its price. If we only rely on the soldiers to confront the insectoids head-on, there will be even more deaths, and we may not even end up victorious after 1,000 years of war." Tai lightly drummed his fingers on the chair, wondering aloud. Get behind enemy lines and strike right at their heart in one go. This isn't easily accomplished. We'll first have to do plenty of preparatory work and develop our own informational network. Since humans and insectoids don't have the same origin, it may be quite difficult to infiltrate their territory. Xia Fei replied, "There's definitely some trouble there, but from what I understand of insectoids, they're hardly all the same, either. I once visited the Wild Star region where humans and insectoids coexist in relative peace. Plenty of the insectoids there are willing to work for humans in exchange for their individual benefits. It's from this that I discovered the truth. The dumber an insectoid is, the more foolish they will be. It'll be extremely hard to sway them, but the moment an insectoid develops greater intelligence, they'll also be influenced by avarice, enslaving the lesser species, having greater interest in wealth and beauty, and implementing a strict hierarchy. If the Alliance really does wish to infiltrate the insectoids' midst, it'll be a good choice to target the down-and-out nobles who have failed to climb up the ranks due to intrigue or struggle." The triumvirate nodded. Williams took this opportunity to lead the topic into the warship production of the Alliance, and Xia Fei's intuition told him that these three were probing him, though he had no idea just what exactly was the triumvirate's reason for doing so. Xia Fei was well-versed when it came to warships. After all, he had spent years personally learning from the machine god Porter's words and deeds, as well as accumulated plenty of battle experiences. He had a fairly unique view on the matter, believing strongly in extreme elitism, where warships should strive greatly to be all-rounders, yet should still develop their unique characteristic. Having a fleet that had plenty of different ways to engage in combat, just like those dedicated to drawing away fire or specializing in electronic interference and warfare, as well as rapid response forces, which would target enemy reinforcements. Without realizing it, their discussion went on for several hours, covering from warships and strategy to tactics, from martial arts technique to special abilities, from economy to human behavior. They covered plenty of topics, and the triumvirate got to understand Xia Fei deeper as a person. After having lunch together, Xia Fei excused himself, stating that he was off to participate in the auction. After he left, Layton said with a furrowed brow, "Xia Fei's really too much. Just as we were talking about laser weapons versus cold weapons, getting an addict like me hooked on the topic, he decided to leave." Williams laughed. "Xia Fei's a smart man. The reason he spent such a long time chatting with us is no doubt his status as the military's A-list supplier. At the end of the day, he is a new inclusion among the companies that the military collaborates with, so he'll work to demonstrate that he is qualified to be counted among this clique whenever he has the chance to, just so he can win our trust." Now that he has achieved his goal after a long discussion, what remains is to hold a measure of mysteriousness about himself. He's the kind of person who enjoys keeping things to himself, so I dare to say that he'd have definitely acted dumb or not spoken at length about such things if we were anyone else. Leighton seemed to understand what Williams meant. So young, yet he's already acting like those sly old foxes, keeping everything to himself. Wonder who he learned this from. I would also do the same in his shoes. You have to think, he's but some small character from Earth, only managing to leap into the highest circle in the Alliance, all thanks to luck and coincidence. Everyone around him are strangers, and it is unknown whether they are friends or foes. All it takes is a moment's slip up, and people will seize upon the opportunity and eat him up whole. Tai concurred. I agree with Williams. Xia Fei has a different upbringing compared to us. If he chooses not to keep certain things to himself, it'll be difficult for him to eat in this dog-eat-dog universe. Williams pulled out a silver case of maple candy from his pocket and tossed 2 into his mouth. So what are your thoughts, Tai? Tai rubbed his temples. Xia Fei isn't bad. I can't deny that he is both insightful and possesses a decent cultivation. Williams continued speaking. Plus, he is not the kind of person who is all talk. He's able to back his words with reasonable logic whenever he speaks up, and his ability to get things done when actions need to be taken isn't far off from his eloquence. Also, his identity is very suitable for the role. Tai then said, that's true. His position as the military's new A-list supplier makes him too suitable. Then, what are you hesitating for? Leighton asked. Tai very calmly looked at Leighton and Williams. Experience, qualifications, and trust. Williams shrugged helplessly. There's no perfect candidate that can fulfill all your criteria perfectly, so sometimes we just have to take a gamble. Seems like you two are in agreement with Xia Fei as the choice? Tai asked. I agree. I agree as well. Tai nodded. All right then. Xia Fei shall be the second candidate in the list. As for the person in charge, who is the next person we have to consider? Williams smiled. Nicole Sawyer, the current chairwoman of Gaia Industries. Not many joined the afternoon's open auction. Xia Fei knew that most would participate in the auction, and the carnival would hold 3 sessions of auctions each other, with the afternoon and night session having the better grade items for auction, thereby attracting even more people. Xia Fei took a look around and did not find anything he desperately needed, so he made his way back to Sparrow Island. He had nothing to do that night, and it was early the next morning when Mosquito knocked at Xia Fei's front door. Brother Xia Fei, this is the catalog for today's auction. I can only give you a simple annotation. Due to the limited time, I wasn't able to classify them all in time. Every day, the latest auction catalog had to be collected from the 13 Pearls Island, and from the sweat beating down Mosquito's forehead, it was obvious that he had delivered this straight to Xia Fei the moment he had gotten it from the auction, while the cramped annotation he made must have been written while he was making his trip back, his handwriting lacking the usual refinement. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. Brother Mosquito, there's no need for you to make a trip out to 13 Pearl Islands specially just to retrieve a catalog for me. I can just get one for myself when I get there. Mosquito chuckled as he took out dozens of other catalogs from his spatial ring. Since I have to pick some up for Bean, Monkey, and the others, I don't mind grabbing an extra copy for you. Xia Fei nodded, thinking to himself, sending Mosquito out before breakfast to retrieve the auction catalog. Those princelings sure put on quite the airs. Without even waiting for Xia Fei to thank him, Mosquito hurried off. Shrugging, Xia Fei closed his door and sat by the window and casually perused today's offerings. The auction list would change every day, and Mosquito had very carefully circled out the day's new edition in red, making it convenient for Xia Fei to read. He was quite disappointed because, be it precious medicinal ingredients or a spatial ring with plenty of storage space, none of the items Xia Fei currently lacked the most appeared on the list. Looks like I'll have to wait till the last day. Xia Fei tossed the catalog aside. Phantom said, that's probably how it's supposed to be. Any auction will leave the best items for the finale, and we've yet to even get our hands on the list for the final day. Who's to say that you won't get the fright of your life when it comes out? The Brotherhood had intentionally kept things under wraps and not revealed the auction list for the final day, only making it publicly known on the second last day of the carnival. Xia Fei was not the only one. Everybody's looking forward to that day. Even if they were unable to afford anything, it was still quite thrilling just to catch a glimpse of what was on offer, too. Presently, the only auction item that Xia Fei knew of was his extra-large purple heart of spirit. Aside from it, Xia Fei had absolutely no idea with regard to what would be sold on the last day or what the program would entail, and that went to show just how successful the Brotherhood was in keeping things secret on this end. Over the next few days, Xia Fei continued to look around the 13 Pearls Island. Even if there was nothing he needed, there was nothing wrong with expanding his horizons. Mosquito would deliver a copy of the day's newly updated catalog daily, and Xia Fei could not help but feel quite sorry for the lad. He was barely 12 or 13 years of age, yet he was always getting bullied to run errands for the others every day. It was really a tough life to lead. However, Mosquito did not seem to mind this one bit, more than happy to help everyone. None of the princelings had a better background than the other, and even a finger from any one of them would be thicker than the thighs of any commoner. There was no reason for them to be afraid of one another, so it was ultimately all because of Mosquito's introverted personality that he was being exploited thusly. There would most likely have been hell to pay had Xia Fei been in his shoes. The Lady Nicole seemed to still be mad at Xia Fei. Many times he had tried to get close to her, in hopes of discussing the matter of buying warships, only to be rebuffed by her each and every time. Xia Fei was unwilling to purchase them at the market price. Since they were all fellow A-list suppliers of the military, what was so hard about giving him a discount? The warships that each of the 4 major warship manufacturers all had their own characteristics. The Amar Company usually retrofitted their ships with thicker armor, plating, and powerful laser weapons, having devoted considerable research toward greater defensive capabilities as well as positional warfare. They were widely known as the #1 thick-hulled warship manufacturers in all of the Alliance. When a group of Amerian warships neatly positioned themselves in formation and slowly advanced toward their enemy, the force of deterrence and ensuing devastation they could create was unparalleled, for a barrage of laser beams would rain down like a meteor shower to decimate the enemy warships. As the best warships in the Alliance for positioning assault, the weakness of American warships was their lack of mobility, for their cumbersome hull plating greatly reduced their turning and forward propulsion. They were like a pack of fearless knights, taking enemy fire as they advanced, never stopping unless they were separately taken apart one by one. Caldari Company was famous for its unique missile weapons, manufacturing warships that were ideal for long-range engagements, able to provide safe, sustained fire in a frontal battle. Missiles needed to account for flight time. Imagine 100 Caldarian Raven-class battleships hiding in a dark corner, firing their missiles in unison at their enemy. By the time the latter realized what was happening, they would already have been surrounded by a wave of missiles, and it would be futile to make any attempt at escape from this ambush of high-speed tracking missiles that they fired. So unless they could make an immediate warp away from their position, all they could do was wait until this wave of missiles came crashing right into them. Caldarian warships were more reliant on their energy shields when it came to defense, and their weak resistance was their greatest weakness. Middle Company was the most junior out of the 4 companies. Its warships focused on speed, producing warships that were much quicker than all the other companies. This also meant that its ships were even more agile than the others, making them the experts at guerrilla warfare. The Middle Company focused its research on rapid-fire turrets. While it was weaker in terms of firepower, the company had the reputation of producing nightmare-inducing small warships. Those who relied on speed and agility to avoid enemy fire would hate to go up against a warship made by this company. In terms of defense, Middle warships were basically no match for the Caldari Company's battleships. Most of the time, they relied on speed and agility in active defensive maneuvers. As for Chairwoman Nicole Sawyer's Gaia Industries, her company's ships were widely known for being close combat killers. Thick hull plating and the Alliance's top firepower rapid neutron blasters, such warships were given the wide berth of others. As long as a Gaian warship got in close range, the outcome would most likely end in tragedy for the enemies. In terms of defense, Gaian warships were weaker than Amerian warships, but stronger than Caldari or Middle. Their weakness was in short range, making them more suited to small-scale squad battles or head-to-head battles. Boasting decent defense and the greatest firepower in the entire Panhuman Alliance, this was why Xia Fei wished to purchase several Gaian battleships. After all, Xia Fei, who was planning to raise a small fleet, was concerned with both their maneuverability and firepower. Besides, Xia Fei was a huge fan of the rapid neutron blasters, and the ideal small fleet in his eyes must have this key capability of pouncing on the enemy and dealing a devastating amount of damage at the drop of a hat. Xia Fei could not help but feel quite vexed now that Nicole was refusing to cooperate with him. He decided that he was not going to look for this lady with a weird temperament and talk about getting a discount anymore, planning to approach the other 3 companies after the carnival was over and making his decision afterward. On the second last day of the trade fair, Xia Fei made his trip out of 13 Pearls Island as per usual, but aside from his usual look around, he had another goal in mind, for the Chief of Staff Williams had suddenly rung him up, asking him out to discuss something. The sand on the beach was pristine and white. The soft glow from the sun and slight humidity in the air was pleasant. Naturally, Williams was seated on a beach chair enjoying the candy and drinks that the staff was serving him. "General Williams, why don't I see General Tai or Admiral Layton?" Xia Fei smiled as he approached the man. The two of them are uninterested in the auction and such things, and only thoughts pertaining to military affairs and war populate their mind, which is why they immediately returned to the office once their official business here was concluded. "I'm still waiting to participate in that final auction hosted on the last day, which is why I stayed behind." Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "I've already suspected that General Williams knows how to enjoy life, and it turns out I was right. But did you just say that General Tai and Admiral Layton came here on official business?" Williams nodded. "That's right. Talking to you that day was part of their work here." Xia Fei was slightly surprised, casually taking out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. He already found it a little strange that the military triumvirate had sought him for a discussion that day, seemingly intentionally getting him to share his views on many things. Was that actually the official business? This must not be anything of a simple matter if the triumvirate had to be dispatched together. "Do you still remember when we chatted about insectoids the other day?" William smiled. "Of course. Imagine you are the leader of the insectoids, and you've been unsatisfied with the pan-human alliance this entire time. When would you choose to let loose the hounds of war?" Xia Fei mulled over this and answered, "In 6 months' time." "Oh, why is that?" "The Death Tri-Region insurgency is about to begin, and a lot of the Alliance's elite fleets have already been sent over, meaning that it may be a year or 2 before they can be back. Given that the Alliance hasn't been in any war this whole time, and our conventional forces have been reduced time and again, I don't have any knowledge of the present count of the Alliance fleets, but I dare imagine that they shouldn't be a lot. After all, maintaining a standing army is very expensive in peacetime, and the politicians of the Pan-Human Alliance will most definitely not agree to it. Already with a lack of fleets, since the war in the Death Tri-Region has ended up drawing away a good portion of them. 2. I'm afraid that the defense of the Alliance borders will be at its weakest at present. Plus, the Alliance will be devoting plenty of its funds in rebuilding the Death Tri-Region from here on out. A war breaking out with the insectoids will cause the Pan-Human Alliance to face double the monetary pressure." Williams nodded his head. "That's a good analysis of the situation, but why did you set it to 6 months from now?" Xia Fei chuckled. "That's easy. The fighting in the Death Tri-Region will be at its peak in 6 months' time. That makes it the most suitable time frame if the plan is to invade us while we're unprepared to repel them." Williams sighed, staring at the rolling waves in the distant horizon without saying a word. His gaze was profound and his expression was melancholic. "You may have gotten it, but not everyone has managed to do what you've done." Xia Fei was stunned. He could already feel an unusual sense of foreboding creeping up on him from the words Williams just said. "What? Are the insectoids really going to war with us?" Williams did not give him an answer. "At present, all I can say is that there's a very high probability." Xia Fei did not continue asking about the matter. He was not someone from the military, so the fact that Williams could even reveal this to him was already unexpected. "The insectoids are very crafty. That time frame you gave, invading 6 months after, is already quite a vicious blow, but their plan is far more devious than what you've just supposed," Williams said gravely. Crunch. Williams bit down hard on a piece of maple candy. Xia Fei felt a bit faint. The war with the Death Tri-Region had not begun, while any trace of Eden had not appeared, yet the old neighbor of humans was looking to make their move already. Could this be the coming of a turbulent interstellar age? It was said that the ancients had a vision that the world would descend into an age of chaos, and perhaps it was an inevitable end after thousands of years of peace, for every sign around indicated that this age of chaos was about to arrive. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei took a deep drag. "General Williams, since you've called me here today, You must have something important to tell me. I'm not someone with loose lips. It's all quiet here now, so please speak freely. Indeed. William's two eyes shone. Originally, you'd only learn about this some time later, but I consider your circumstances to be rather unique. You're not too deeply entrenched in the alliance, so I made the decision to inform you ahead of time so that you'll be better prepared for it. A brief silence passed before Williams said, "Right now, the insectoid's emissary has already met with the president and the cabinet members." Xia Fei was shocked to learn this. When did this happen? What's the purpose of their visit? Williams smiled. They claim that it is to establish trade between the two races. Ever since the Thousand-Year War, humans and insectoids have been in a state of tense standoff with each other. Aside from the few smuggling cases in the Wildstar region, there's hardly been any commercial activity between the two. Now that the insectoids are suddenly suggesting that we re-establish trade, designating the Wildstar region as a free trade zone, what do you think is the most likely possibility? Xia Fei contemplated this information before responding. Once bilateral trade begins, they will be able to dispatch plenty of spies into the Alliance territory and gather intelligence on us, even directly carrying out military operations on the spot. If I'm guessing it right, this may very well be the prelude to war. Williams looked at Xia Fei with satisfaction. General Tai and I agree with your assessment as well. Do you think that the Alliance government will agree to it? Xia Fei replied, "That'll depend on the conditions offered. The Alliance values trade, and being able to do it with the insectoids is a great choice in the eyes of many businessmen. As long as the conditions set aren't too ridiculous, the Alliance will surely agree to enact a bilateral trade agreement, though that'll depend on the military's attitude toward this. If the military strongly refuses this, the upper echelon of the Alliance will have to consider the relevant stakes involved." "Will the military strongly refuse?" Williams asked again. Xia Fei chuckled. "Of course not. General Tai is a smart man. If the war with the insectoids is unavoidable, then this trade deal will hardly affect the conclusion, so why not use this trade relations opportunity and strike at the insectoids? Of course, the insectoids aren't about to refrain from capitalizing on the Alliance while it's in turmoil. In that sense, everyone will start from the same point, and whoever is more ruthless will be the one who holds the upper hand." Williams could not help but applaud. "Xia Fei, you're practically like a parasite in General Tai's stomach, able to guess everything he's planning." Xia Fei shrugged as he said nonchalantly, "I merely tried imagining what I'd do if I were in his shoes." "Yes, it's exactly as you said. Not only did the military not intervene with this proposal from the emissary, we actually actively endorsed it. Since the enemies have already bared their fangs, all that remains is for us to install our spies right into the belly of the beast," Williams said emotionlessly. Xia Fei hummed. "General, what you've just said ought to be the most top-secret military intelligence, so why did you tell me still? I'm merely a civilian." Williams shook his head. "Wrong. You are very much embroiled in this matter." "What do you mean?" Xia Fei was puzzled. Williams answered, "The details of the negotiation are as follows. First, the Wildstar region will be completely opened up, allowing all businessmen to enter freely. Second, a select portion of our top businessmen will be allowed into their territory and vice versa, going deep into the heart of their region to expand trade." Xia Fei responded, "In other words, the Wildstar region will be designated as a free trade zone, and some businessmen will be given access permits letting them begin developing trade in their territory. As such, the Wildstar region may soon turn into a war zone, where both parties will secretly fight over, making the delegation of businessmen that are first allowed into the insectoid territory the vanguards to the upcoming war. You and General Tai held a fairly long discussion with me yesterday. Could it be because you wish for me to join this first batch of trade delegates entering the insectoid territory?" Williams nodded. "Exactly." Xia Fei was helpless. "I'm afraid things won't be that simple. If this is a matter of spying, the military can just send professionals to do it. So why drag people dealing in business along?" Williams answered, "The highly intelligent insectoids aren't fools. They requested that the delegates entering their territory should be bosses of their companies, and that stumps us." Xia Fei was silent for quite some time. What a calculated and diabolical move. It'll be impossible for us to do anything risky easily if the big boss of a top-class company is in their territory, And there are surely a lot of the richest businessmen who will be unwilling to step into insectoid territory, much less get them to develop a spy network or such things secretly, not to mention launching a counterattack on the spot. Williams chuckled. Indeed, we can get our soldiers to act as their entourage when entering the heart of the insectoid territory, but we must first find such top-class businessmen who will be willing to undertake such risks for the military and the alliance. Xia Fei remarked. Can't you have men secretly infiltrate the delegation without letting the businessmen know? Williams shot the idea down. It's not that easy. These delegates will be responsible for trading. So if the insectoids only stay in a place for 3 days and finish with their work earlier, the spy work, which still needs 2 more days to finish, will have to be stopped by our intelligence officer no matter what in order to follow the insectoid delegates who are leaving. And whatever work that's done, even if it's close to completion, will have to be abandoned. That is why the human delegates will have to be completely aligned with the military, meaning that they must be willing to give up their interests in service of the military. Xia Fei said, such a request may be too harsh. Since the military has plans to go tit for tat against the insectoids, whoever is being sent deep into insectoid territory will be as good as dead, unless what? Unless the benefits are substantial, enough for these tycoons to be willing to risk their lives in helping pave way for the military. Otherwise, there won't be anyone who would be willing to take this risk. Of course, even the powerful military may be unable to match the conditions set by such top-class businessmen per se, Xia Fei said in a measured tone. Actually, Xia Fei knew very well why the military triumvirate had set their eyes on him. There was no doubt that Quantum Holdings could be considered as a top business in the alliance, given that his company was now an A-list supplier for the military, but the fact remained that they lacked strength. It had not been A-listed for long, which was why the triumvirate all believed that Xia Fei was among the businessmen who would be willing to help with their undertaking. Furthermore, he was in quite a special position. Aside from being a businessman, he was also a decent warrior, skilled in martial arts, met the criteria, and had strong insights. All these conditions lumped together were enough for the triumvirate to view him as a key person they would need in the delegation for this secret operation. I knew you're going to say that. From what I've gathered, you're a firm believer of what you give is what you get. As long as the risk and return are proportional, you'll be willing to do the work. Tell me, what are you expecting as remuneration? Williams asked. I wouldn't dare. I was just casually raising the question. Still, the insectoid emissaries sure are shrewd. They understand humans' weaknesses very well, and that the higher the position someone holds, the more they'll be afraid of dying. Meanwhile, the insectoids are the opposite. As practitioners of primitive feudal rule, they are more than willing to do whatever it takes, forcing their businessmen to spy for them. Xia Fei changed the subject. He was, of course, not going to discuss openly his conditions with the triumvirate, and all he could hope was for them to propose a starting price. Aside from the risk and return belief that Xia Fei subscribed to, there was another criterion, and that was the sincerity of the other party. If they lacked any sincerity, Xia Fei would not agree no matter how much they offered. After all, the starting price was one thing, while fulfilling it was another. Williams asked, don't try and change the subject. I heard that you're keen on obtaining a territory in the Death Tri region. Xia Fei was mildly surprised. You know about it, too, General Williams? Humph. What do you think we in the military do? You may be able to fool others with your small schemes, but you can't fool us. Still, while we are on this subject, you've got quite the keen judgment when it comes to timing. The cabinet shares your line of thinking, only wanting to return the Death Tri region back under the alliance, but unwilling to spend many resources and funds to develop that barren backwater region. As long as the military gives the approval, your wish can be easily fulfilled. Alternatively, you can forget about it. Xia Fei had no choice. Looks like you're not giving me a choice, huh? Who said that? I've already given you the choice. Do you want Terminus? We'll give you the entire star region once this is done. The entire star region? Xia Fei could not believe his ears. He originally only wanted a segment of Terminus, yet Williams had the power to give him the entire star region just by opening his mouth. That's right, but the Alliance won't give you any monetary aid. How the star region will be developed is entirely dependent on your strength. Of course, that also means whatever profit that star region makes will be yours for the taking. You're free to govern it as you wish. But if the people become unhappy with your rule and rebel, the alliance will quickly take back Terminus from you. Xia Fei asked grimly, "What do you need me to do?" There was no way Xia Fei would not be tempted by such a remuneration. He would begin the right to rule a star region when the time came, and no one would be in a position to disrupt him over what he did there in Terminus. Tai originally wanted you to just lead men and probe for information, but thanks to our discussion several days ago, Tai changed his plan. You're not only expected to cooperate with the entire military operation, you will also be in charge of implementing the destruction plan. Destruction plan? That's right. Once war breaks out, you will have to coordinate with the military, collapse their golden tent, and take out the leadership in one fell swoop from within. Xia Fei was speechless. This was really as good as shooting himself in the foot, for he was the one who had suggested the plan in the first place. I agree. Xia Fei nodded. Williams patted him on the shoulder. I knew that you wouldn't reject it. Right now, you still have a month to prepare. There's no need for me to remind you what you have to do, right? Williams walked away, but Xia Fei remained, sitting by the beach as he leisurely admired the view. I'm afraid the insectoid territory will be easy to get in, but hard to get out. Phantom sighed. This plan is too risky. You really ought to think this through. Xia Fei smiled. The risk is there, but it is also a rare opportunity. Obtaining the right to rule an entire star region, this is the first time I'm faced with such a huge temptation in my life. Don't forget, this is also the most dangerous thing you're about to attempt, Phantom said. You'll have to construct a fleet and, later, enter the insectoid territory with soldiers, conducting trade in name, but actually acting as a spy behind closed doors. I'm not worried about you, since I know very well what you're capable of, but what if someone from the military makes a mistake and you end up taking the blame? Who can guarantee that the soldiers with you are experts as well? That is why I've been given the authority to manage an entire fleet, to help prevent fools from exposing my role if they disregard orders. Phantom remarked, though Williams awarded you with the highest authority, there will still be someone overseeing the military who has the same level of authority as you do. What if neither of you could come to an agreement? What would you do if the military men disobeyed your orders? Xia Fei chuckled. I know you're worried, since the standards will be asked you once the numbers increase. You're afraid that I'll end up getting dragged down by the others. But since I already accepted the conditions that the military had set, I of course have my own countermeasures. Phantom was puzzled. What countermeasures? You can't just kill the person the military assigned to you, can you? Xia Fei was curious. How'd you know that? Phantom was flabbergasted. Xia Fei was truly too domineering, even planning to kill someone from the military. Tai would not have let Xia Fei off for even saying something like that. Xia Fei paused before continuing. For this operation, only what I say goes. I have no intention of losing my life due to other people's mistakes, so I must hold the ultimate control. Phantom snorted. A fleet will have a crew that numbers in the tens of thousands, and most of them will be from the military. If you don't see eye to eye with that commander from the military, I'm afraid you'll be the one who ends up dead. Xia Fei pulled out the nether bell from his spatial ring and dangled it. This was a device that could establish a direct connection with the assassin sect. Phantom was curious, but he had no idea what Xia Fei meant. I'll borrow a squad of death guards from the assassin sect to follow me into the insectoid territory. The moment the military men and I become conflicted in terms of our action plan, I'll get them to help me clear all obstacles, Xia Fei said nonchalantly. Phantom was slightly surprised. Is that a joke? You're just going to kill them if they don't listen to you. Xia Fei arched his eyebrows. Joke? Why would I joke about such things? I'm not afraid of a godly foe but a pig-like teammate. Instead, if the men going to be sent by the military are such fools, then I'll just send them on a one-way ticket to hell. In any case, though I already agreed to the operation, I want full control of my life. Phantom countered. Even if the quality of men the military is going to send is decent, and they won't cause you any undue trouble, the fact remains that you'll be venturing deep into the insectoid territory. The moment war breaks out, you'll be expected to lead the paltry handful of men you have and attempt to take them out from the inside. Have you not considered just how hard it will be for you to eliminate the insectoid war chief and tribal council in one fell swoop? Xia Fei responded. Of course I did. It isn't easy, but it isn't completely impossible. If we are able to stalk the insectoids on the sly, No one will be able to guess that we're doing such a surprising and direct way of removing the insectoid leadership. Our only chance lies in attacking while they are unprepared. Phantom asked, so what are you going to do after you drop the leadership in one move? Don't forget that you'll still have to escape from deep within the insectoid territory, a completely foreign space. There's no telling just what will happen there. Xia Fei understood Phantom's worries very well. First, they must not make any mistakes within the group. Second, the plan to take out the insectoid leadership had to be kept secret. Third, there was the immense difficulty in escaping with their lives intact. Most would have a migraine just thinking about these three big problems, and Xia Fei was no different. But he had already decided to give this a try, taking on such a huge risk to obtain an entire star region for himself. Actually, Xia Fei could also stay in the alliance and be a rich man who no longer had to worry about food or drink, kicking back and enjoying the rest of his life. But Xia Fei was not that kind of person. If he were, he would not have gotten to where he was today. Phantom had also calmed down a little, knowing that his complaints were not about to make Xia Fei change his mind. Best to seize what time we have now to make preparations. This trip to the insectoid territory is far from ordinary, and there are plenty of things we will need. Xia Fei got up and stored a bank card into his spatial ring. The military had given Xia Fei a sum of money in advance, for the same reason that Williams had informed Xia Fei before the news was made known to the public. It was also Xia Fei could make preparations in advance. After all, Quantum Holdings did not have a deeply rooted foundation in terms of warships, personnel, and goods. Each and everything that he would need to acquire required money. That was why Williams had very carefully gifted Xia Fei an astronomical amount of money and ample time to get everything in order. What pieces of equipment are the Death Guards using? What grade are we looking at? Xia Fei asked. Phantom scoffed. The assassin sect isn't some small organization. There's no need for you to worry about their equipment. If you do want to make preparations for them, just get some drugs and medicinal ingredients for emergency use. Xia Fei nodded. He happened to be at a top-tier auction in the Alliance, so this made it convenient for him to make such purchases. Xia Fei spent a whole day shopping, getting his hands on all the medicinal ingredients he would need for the long journey. He did not spend a lot on these, barely reaching 100 million star coins in total. The information booth had a long line in front of it, for in a few minutes' time, the carnival's auction catalog on this final day would be officially announced, and since it was the most important event of this trade fair, everyone was enthusiastically looking forward to its release. Soon, staff took the fresh catalogs out, and the crowd swarmed to get one. Xia Fei got one, too, and moved to read it as he made his way back to his hotel. It was a rare sight to see Bean, Monkey, and all the others equally quiet, conscientiously reading the catalog they had in hand. Xia Fei could not help but gasp as he casually flipped through some of the pages. The final day of the Brotherhood's triennial carnival was essentially an opportune congregation for everything, where all sorts of precious items and goods were put on display. On the second page, Xia Fei saw that there was a set of ancient civilization relic tools, and his eyes sparkled subconsciously. Phantom looked at the notes on the catalog and curiously wondered out loud. Ever change? Is that tool really amazing? Xia Fei nodded. It's not just amazing, it's the highest grade of tool that the ancient civilization ever invented. Phantom was confused. Highest grade? No matter how I look at it, it just looks like a brick. Better to just bash someone's head in. Xia Fei elaborated. The amazing thing about the tool isn't how it looks, but the myriad of forms it can change into. It can change forms? Phantom asked, astonished. That's right. Everchange was made of a magical molding metal. No matter what tool is needed, even something that the user hasn't seen before, Everchange is able to replicate it. Phantom mused. That means that, as long as you have this item on you, it'll be as good as a complete set of tools? That's not bad. If you end up coming across something that needs a specialized tool, Everchange will be able to replicate it at once. The starting bid for this tool was at 100 million star coins, and it was listed as one of the more lowly priced items in the auction. The cheapest valued item on the last day of the auction was priced at 100 million star coins, which was why Everchange was one of the first few items listed on the second page of the catalog. The further down the list, the higher the starting bid. With the starting bid set at 100 million star coins, it'll most likely be sold for 200 or 300 million star coins. Is spending so much money on a set of tools worth it? Phantom asked. Xia Fei laughed. You still haven't grasped the true value of the tool. Its greatest use will be against the machinery that the ancient civilization left behind. So while ordinary tools are able to activate them, any difficult contraption or anything that is very hard to repair will prove to be a big obstacle. With this ever-change, any machinery or device from the ancient civilization era will no longer be a problem. Phantom finally understood. So that's how it is. This ancient civilization tool is practically priceless, so it is well worth 200 or 300 million star coins. Xia Fei circled the ever-change and continued looking. The starting bid of 100 million star coins rapidly increased, and soon, they were at items that started at 1 billion star coins. It must be mentioned that such items would most likely end up being sold for several billion star coins, maybe even reaching over 10 billion star coins. On the 27th page of the catalog, Xia Fei finally spotted a second item that he needed. The 10,000-year-old spirit Cloud Mother. This Cloud Mother looked like a mushroom, entirely snowy white in color, sans a single spot or blemish. Its leaves had very obvious, overlapping cloud imprints, which looked extremely pretty. Cloud Mother, Phantom gasped. It's 10,000 years old to boot. Ingesting this will be very helpful to the promotion of your speed ability. Can it raise me by an entire rank? Xia Fei asked. From Intermediate Star River to Advanced Star River rank, for sure. If you're lucky, you may even cross right into Legendary rank. Xia Fei was stunned. Before reaching Legendary, be it Star River or Star Domain rank, all had the accompanying word Star, but from Legendary rank onward, it forewent this entirely, and the reason was simple. A warrior with a Legendary rank cultivation would already be recognized as a truly elite warrior who could even be called a battle god. It was supremely important to a warrior to make the crossing from Star River rank to Legendary rank. It was like a threshold where a whole wide world would open up upon getting past it. Everything that people looked forward to, prestige, status, and fortune, would quickly follow. To Xia Fei, what he was most drawn toward this promotion was the circle he would have access to. The moment he became a warrior of Legendary rank, he would qualify to be part of the elite warriors circle, allowing him to know even more top-rank combat experts, which would be a great help in expanding Xia Fei's learning or his future. The starting bid for this 10,000-year-old Cloud Mother was as high as 12 billion star coins, which most likely meant that Xia Fei would need tens of billion star coins for the final going price, maybe even cracking into the 100 billion. Xia Fei clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "This is really very expensive, but in order to cross into Legendary rank, I must have this 10,000-year-old Cloud Mother." Xia Fei had set his eyes on the two auction items of Everchange and the Cloud Mother after browsing the catalog. Furthermore, there would still be some special items that the auction planned to announce at the last minute. These things were shrouded in secrecy before the reveal, and there was no way of knowing just what they might be. Early in the morning, in the largest auction hall on the 13 Pearls Island, the level of excitement among the people present was the highest it had been since the opening of the Trade Carnival. Many famous and important people in the Alliance had also arrived. Just before he went through the doors, Xia Fei easily spotted Thurum looking around in the crowd, seemingly waiting for someone. "Uncle Thurum, I thought that you wouldn't be coming." Xia Fei chuckled. "Let's go. I've been waiting for you forever," Thurum grumbled. "I've been busy with work. Being able to find time to come and join this final auction is already not bad." Xia Fei whispered, "Is this because of the insectoids?" Thurum chuckled. "Your information sources are pretty good." "Huh, you rascal." "That's right. The insectoid emissaries are currently in the capital. They suggested organizing a series of martial arts exchanges with us. I really don't understand what's going on. Could the insectoids have had a change of heart? Are they planning to coexist in peace with the Panhuman Alliance now?" Xia Fei did not comment on this. The military and the Adjudicator Union were two different organizations, and there was no reason for him to share with Thurum the military's decision, or at least, not here out in public. Xia Fei had already spent 2 weeks on Thousand Island, and this was the first time he had set foot into the actual auction itself. This hall was at least able to accommodate several hundred thousands of people in one sitting, with August decorations all around. "What have you got your eyes on this time?" Thurum asked. Xia Fei answered, "A tool and the Cloud Mother." "What about you?" Thurum rumbled in a deep laugh. Nothing yet, but there's a piece of purple heart of spirit that's decent, so I'm considering trying my hand at bidding for it if the price is within reasonable margins. Xia Fei was momentarily silent. The one who had consigned that piece of purple heart of spirit was none other than himself. Yet Uncle Thurum was actually planning to buy it? Uncle, I've seen that piece of purple heart of spirit you're talking about, too, and the starting bid alone will be around 15 billion. Xia Fei intentionally probed. Who cares? It's not like I'm spending it out of my own pockets. It is the president of the Adjudicator Union who asked me to purchase it, so I'll be spending the union's money, Thurum replied. Xia Fei was secretly delighted upon hearing that. Since it would not be Thurum's money he would be earning, he was more than happy to see more people bid on it. Xia Fei and Thurum were both holders of the top-class Black Pass, so they were admitted to the VIP lounge on the second floor of the auction hall. Looking around, Xia Fei commented, I thought that the place would be packed with people, but it looks like I was mistaken. There's barely but a handful of people here. Are you kidding? 100 billion star coins entry deposit isn't something anyone can just pull out. Say, did you manage to earn so much money from the Alliance military? How are you talking like 100 billion star coins is hardly worth anything? Xia Fei scratched his head awkwardly. That's not it at all. While it's true that the military paid plenty in advance, it isn't that much. How could I compete with you old folks who may have up to hundreds and thousand duns to your name? Thurum was smug. There's no need to be so anxious. An A-list supplier of the military will easily be able to earn several duns of annual profit. Just give it another year or two when you've got enough assets. Then even the Jin family will not dare to despise you. Xia Fei nodded. He could not help but feel a bout of worry when Avril was mentioned. This sojourn to the insectoid territory might very well be the greatest risk he would undertake in his life. In terms of worry, it was his beloved lady whom he worried the most about. After some time passed, General Williams arrived at the hall and took a seat a short distance from Xia Fei. The latter gave a friendly smile to the former as a greeting, while the lady Nicole soon arrived and sat somewhere further from Xia Fei. More and more people filed in, most of which Xia Fei did not recognize. The noise levels in the hall gradually increased, though everyone was speaking in hushed voices, creating quite a tense atmosphere even before the auction began. A middle-aged man dressed in a pressed black suit walked up to the podium and announced the start of the auction. The first item up for bid was an Under Armour from Elistar region, made of thin and flexible material, which could be worn underneath clothes to safeguard from sneak attacks. The Under Armour started with a bid of 100 million star coins and was ultimately won for 230 million star coins. The successful bidder was a young man from the monastic order who had an obvious crescent scar right across his face. The monastics abhorred wealth, proud that they were above superficiality. Few would be tempted by wealth and money, though this one was clearly different. While he was dressed very simply, each and every article of clothing and accessory was exquisite. Xia Fei reckoned that these seemingly normal items were fairly valuable, and it was only the rules of the order that made them all appear fairly plain. The auction proceeded fairly quickly, and Xia Fei noticed a fairly miraculous phenomenon. These organizations that he thought did not see eye to eye and ought to be competing intensely with one another were actually being very courteous with one another. The several rounds of items that had 100 million star coins as their starting bid successfully passed, without anyone starting a bidding war. Xia Fei expressed his suspicions to Thurum, only for the old man to chuckle. This is but the warm-up. This won't happen once the really valuable items go up for bid. Xia Fei thought about it and saw the logic in this statement. Everyone was still fairly uptight, and it would take some time before all those present became familiar with the circumstances and unleashed their freneticism. Xia Fei successfully secured Everchange for 210 million star coins, cheaper than what he had expected. Only 2 or 3 other bidders joined in the bid, but once the price went over 200 million star coins, all of them immediately gave up on bidding. As the auction continued, the atmosphere became even more intense. By the time Xia Fei's second item, the 10,000-year-old Cloud Mother, appeared, it took him over 5 minutes of nervous bidding before he obtained it at a price of 96.5 billion star coins, almost 8 times its original starting bid. What Xia Fei found even more incredulous was the fact that his purple heart of spirit, which weighed more than 2 kilograms, ended up going for more than 100 billion star coins. reaching the astronomical price of 115 billion star coins. What a pity. The president instructed me to bid as long as the price was under 100 billion star coins, but who knew that there would be so many people competing with me over it? Thuram lamented, somewhat irate. Xia Fei did not say a word. Thuram had no idea that Xia Fei was the one who had consigned that piece of purple heart of spirit through the auction. He was of course elated, for he still had hundreds of tons of these stones in safekeeping, and each and every one of them was worth plenty. The auction continued with great ardor. Xia Fei wanted to bid quite a few times, but he ultimately controlled himself. It was as the saying went, steel is best used on the blade. Though he had just come into possession of many valuable hearts of spirit, he could not turn these ores into cold hard cash all at one go. It was better if he put the funds he had on hand to better use. The 3 energy stones that sold for a total of 120 billion star coins happened to cover the cost of Cloud Mother and Everchange, which he had purchased. Quantum Holdings needed an operation fund of about 160 billion star coins, so the military's advanced payment of a dun, as well as the credit line the banks had loaned him, which amounted to 2 duns, were the total funds Xia Fei had at present. In order to set off on this mission that would take him deep into the insectoid territory, Xia Fei would at least need to spend at least 0.5 dun on warships, equipment, and the like, and if he were to include the operation fees needed by Quantum Holdings, the fund Xia Fei could use was 2 duns at most. 2 duns might be an astronomical sum to most people, but in the endless expanse of space, it was hardly worth anything. Just take the development plan Xia Fei intended to enact on the Terminus Star region. He required several dozen duns in funds, maybe going up to the hundreds or even thousands. What will now follow are the secret auction items that everyone has been looking forward to. If I'm not mistaken, these few items will likely create a new record in the highest auction price ever made in the history of the carnival, for their existence is not only a miracle, but also practically unparalleled, the auctioneer excitedly declared. The atmosphere in the hall got even more tense, as their eyes were all trained upon the stage. Everyone had their guesses, wondering just what spectacle would the Brotherhood's triennial trade carnival provide. Let us all now take a look at the first out of the 3 items that will be sold in the secret auction. A lady wearing a traditional long dress slowly got up on stage while holding a golden tray. There was something on top of this tray, and due to the distance everyone was from the platform, as well as the golden cloth covering the item, no one could make out just what was underneath. The auctioneer took the cloth off and pointed to the tray. Everyone, please listen carefully. I'm sure few of you have seen one with your 2 eyes. This is the apex weapon for fire ability type users, the Flame Courier. Just as the auctioneer said his line, the intense stage lights turned on along with a captivating burst of music, illuminating everything in brilliant lights. Xia Fei could see a maroon-colored object on the tray, its body long and narrow like a piece of dead wood. What is that? Xia Fei asked. Thuram replied, that's the legendary weapon said to increase the prowess of a fire-type ability user by 20%, the Flame Courier. 20%. Xia Fei was astonished. The pair of Zephyr combat boots he had was already top-grade equipment for increasing his speed ability by 10%, yet the small maroon weapon was actually able to raise a special ability by 20%. It was simply hard to believe that such a thing existed. Actually, there were plenty of weapons that could boost the various abilities, but few would see such a substantial bonus. After all, for bonuses higher than 3%, the price for every percentage increase did not just double, but also went several dozen times. Too bad this isn't some equipment that will boost the speed ability. Otherwise, I'd surely fight for it, Xia Fei thought to himself. All the fire-type ability users present were going crazy for this priceless Flame Courier, the atmosphere in the hall escalating greatly. Everyone had their eyes on this treasure, be they people who were fire-type ability users themselves, or people who wanted to acquire it for the purpose of making the item their family heirloom. The starting bid shall be at 100 billion star coins. Is there anyone who would like to possess this unparalleled weapon, the Flame Courier, for 100 billion star coins? 100 billion, 120, 150, 150 billion star coins. This gentleman here has made a bid of 150 billion star coins. Is there anyone going higher? 200 billion star coins. Xia Fei was rubbing his chin just as someone among the frenzied crowd made that bid. wondering to himself, this is a rare opportunity to purchase a flame carillon. Should I bid for it or not? The greatest pirates in history. When the price broke the threshold of 1 dun, Xia Fei finally felt relief. Spending more than 1 dun on a weapon that he really did not need was not worth it. Even though this flame carillon had the ability to boost the fire element by 20%, it was still something meant for fire ability users. As a speed ability user, Xia Fei would not benefit in any way. Next is the final auction item for the Brotherhood's trade carnival. The middle-aged auctioneer deliberately paused, sweeping his eyes across the tens of thousands of people in the audience as if to send them some special information. The crowd became unimaginably quiet, so quiet that it became possible to hear one's own heartbeat. In past auctions, this would be the moment to shine the spotlight on the auctioneer and magnify his voice. This was common sense for a stage director. The light and sound would all be ready to maximize the desires of the audience within the shortest amount of time so that they would excitedly raise their placards and bid as high as they could, increasing the price immensely. This was true for all the auctions of the Alliance, not just those of the Brotherhood. After all, the auction house received 10% of the final price as a commission. The higher the value of the final bid, the greater the auction house's commission. Xia Fei roughly estimated that the commission from the auction alone would be enough to pay for the entirety of this 15-day event, perhaps even provide a little extra. To bring together all the various fighter organizations in the Alliance, generate sufficient prestige, and even make a massive profit, the minds running the Brotherhood were truly intelligent. When the last auction item was about to emerge, the place became abnormally silent. The numerous spotlights on the ceiling seemed to fall asleep, and the massive speakers ceased to clamor. It was as if this item did not require technological methods to raise the crowd's enthusiasm, for it already possessed an inestimable rallying power. Xia Fei frowned. This unusual atmosphere left him feeling both weirded out and expectant. After an entire 3 minutes, the middle-aged auctioneer used his magnetic voice to declare, "Please bring up our final auction item." 2 beautiful women wearing classic gowns pushed out a small hover cart. While all the other auction ladies wore festive attires, either dazzling red or flashing gold, these 2 women wore simple white gowns without any adornments, and their expressions were extremely grave and dignified. The auctioneer's actions left feeling Xia Fei baffled. He very solemnly tidied up his clothes. His excitement from presiding over the previous auctions had caused him to sweat, so he had earlier unbuttoned the topmost button of his shirt to get some air. At this moment, however, he very gravely buttoned it back, even using a handkerchief to wipe his shoes. Xia Fei did not get it. What sort of item deserved such solemnity? Rather than presiding over an auction, it seemed more like he was about to hold a ceremony for some hallowed existence. Xia Fei glanced at Serum, hoping to glean some information from him. Alas, Serum was just as confused. As the entire audience was in a state of confusion, the auctioneer slowly lifted the black cloth, revealing a dark black machine. This machine was about 1 meter tall and square. The outside was covered in a matte black shell, and nothing was exposed except tinsome golden connectors, so it was impossible to see its internal structure. "This is a cloaking device," said the auctioneer as he turned to the audience. Xia Fei was startled. "A cloaking device? Hold on. This can't be an ordinary cloaking device, or else it wouldn't be treated with such solemnity and be made the final item of the Brotherhood's trade carnival auction. That alone is enough to know that there's something special about it." There was little reaction from the crowd. Cloaking devices, while rare, were not that difficult to obtain for the upper echelon of the Alliance, so this item failed to cause much of a reaction. Moreover, it is the product from the ancient civilization, the auctioneer added. This time, several people gasped in surprise. Everyone knew that the technology level of ancient civilizations was far higher than it was now, so their cloaking devices would be much better than the products on the market. This cloaking device seemed to be new. Such a well-preserved ancient cloaking device was a truly rare and valuable item. It is the product of the ancients called guristas. Shock. Extreme shock. When the auctioneer divulged the origin of the cloaking device, the audience grew even quieter. It became possible to hear heavy breathing and the heavy thumping of hearts and chests. Xia Fei was also dumbfounded, for this was a Gurista's cloaking device. What did the name Guristas mean? which could make everyone so excited. Anyone who had heard of them knew that the Guristas were actually a pirate group, an infamous band of pirates who had lived in that ancient era. However, it was precisely this group of pirates, whom human governments wanted nothing more than to root out, that dared to stand up when the robot army rebelled, using their lives to preserve a tiny ember of humanity. It was something that had happened a very long time ago. The robot army had stirred up a massive wave, sweeping across the universe in just a few days and exterminating all life in their wake. The surviving humans advanced into the strange sea of stars in consternation and unease, hoping that they would be able to find new homes far away from the slaughter of the robots. However, to everyone's surprise, when all the government armies had been wiped out, the Guristas pirates living in the far regions of space gathered up their ships into one final fleet and set up humanity's final defensive line on the frontier, helping those humans who were fleeing from the chaos. Even well-equipped government armies had failed to do anything to the robots. So how could a group of pirates match up? An enormous robot fleet pursuing the fleeing ships arrived at the frontier, separated from the defending Guristas pirates by a single asteroid belt. Behind the Guristas was a fleet of fleeing civilian ships, a motley bunch of ships powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the government fleet, which had protected them, had long ago been wiped out by the robot army. The only possibility of escape was entering a chaotic wormhole. This wormhole did not have a fixed destination, and no one knew where it would send them. Perhaps it would be 1 light year away, or perhaps it would be 1,000,000 light years away. It could even send them right into a black hole. With their deaths imminent, humans had no other choice. There was only one path, and attempting to escape through any ordinary method would be a futile gesture that would never be able to throw off the pursuit of the robot army. So that the surviving humans could continue their flight, the Guristas pirates needed to delay the robot army for at least 2 hours, allowing as many humans to get through the wormhole as possible. Otherwise, humanity would vanish from the universe for the rest of time. Life was a big joke, and the survival of humanity rested on whether or not these contemptible pirates could delay the robot army. Suddenly, the Guristas pirates made a decision that no one expected. They sent all their ships charging into the robot army and then detonated their reactors, bringing the enemies down with them. This insane act bought humanity precious time to escape through the chaotic wormhole. Many years later, humans discovered that the robot army had vanished without a trace, allowing them to return to their homes and build the pan-human alliance upon the ruins. In the venal capital ring was a giant statue which depicted a female general furiously staring ahead as she led her fleet into battle. Her name was Estamel, and she was the leader of the Guristas. She was a rare talent, excelling in both science and command, known to be the greatest pirate in history. This was the only time in history that a statue of a pirate was erected in the capital. As expected, a cloaking system of the Guristas pirates appeared in this trade carnival. Serum excitedly said. Xia Fei nodded. The Guristas were pirates who brought research, production, and pillaging all under the same roof. Even the best research corporations of ancient humanity could not match them. It's such a pity that so many top-class scientists chose to be pirates. Serum chuckled. Indeed. I don't know what's going on with the ancient humans, but all 4 leaders of the Guristas pirates were top-class scientists, particularly Estamel. This young female scientist apparently had an unprecedented IQ of 1600, more than 10 times that of an ordinary human. As for why scientists became pirates, that's probably a mystery that will never be solved. Xia Fei asked, what price do you think the Guristas cloaking system will go for? Serum silently raised a single finger. 1 done. Around there. I recall that there are only 3 cloaking devices produced by the Guristas across the entire alliance. The last time one was auctioned, it sold for 700 billion. Even if this one doesn't hit a done, it shouldn't be much less. What? You want it? Xia Fei nodded. The territory of the insectoids was incredibly dangerous. If he had this cloaking device, he would be able to boost his chances of survival. Moreover, the Guristas had developed one of the best stealth systems in the history of mankind. Just when Xia Fei was considering this, the auctioneer spoke once more. Everyone perchance thinks that this is a Guristas cloaking device, but it is not. While the Guristas cloaking devices possess top-notch abilities, they still don't meet the grade to be the ultimate auction item for the Brotherhood's trade carnival. Everyone was astonished and began to speculate on how this cloaking device was different. To be more precise, this cloaking device is called an Estamel-type cloaking device. It was personally developed by Estamel, the leader of the Guristas, and it carries her name. Innumerable cloaking devices were built throughout human history, but this is undoubtedly the best. No other cloaking device can compare, not in the past, and perhaps not even in the future. Xia Fei finally understood why this cloaking device was saved for last. It was Estamel's personal cloaking device. Estamel was the greatest scientist of the ancient civilization and had designed many peerless and ingenious products. Any module with Estamel's name on it would command an impressive price in ancient times, let alone now, after the long passage of time. Normally, when a ship activated its cloaking device, its speed would plunge. At present, using a cloaking device required reducing a ship's speed by 90 to 95%. In other words, though the ship did cloak and vanish into the sea of stars, it also turned into a snail that could only crawl forward slowly. When a cloaking device of the Guristas was activated, it only reduced speed by 75%, far better than ordinary cloaking devices. As for the best cloaking device in history, the Estamel model cloaking device, the ship could maintain 70% of its original speed. If a ship had a cruising speed of 100 kilometers per second, then when an ordinary cloaking device was activated, it would turtle along with a speed of 5 kilometers per second. When activating a Gurista's cloaking device, the situation would be somewhat better, but the speed would still be only 25 kilometers per second. However, when activating an Estamel model cloaking device, a ship could maintain a speed of 70 kilometers per second, only a slight decrease in speed before the cloaking device activation. In a chaotic battle, the ability to move away at a high speed was very important. With an unknown number of enemies and an unknown number of salvos going out, the longer one stayed stationary on the battlefield, the lower one's chances of survival became. If one had Estamel's cloaking device, they could escape at the first moment. This was an incredible boost to a ship's survivability. Moreover, this device had one other almost absurd advantage. It allowed a ship to perform a warp jump while cloaked. Any warship outfitted with a cloaking device had to exit stealth before entering a wormhole. Only then could they establish the jump tunnel. This made it very easy to be discovered by the enemies and attacked from all sides. Estamel's cloaking device did not require this. Using special energy channels and harmonizers, it could permit jumping while cloaked. When the enemy was still blindly searching for their target, one could have already moved tens of thousands of light years away. This ability was unique to the Estamel model cloaking device. No other cloaking device in the universe could do it. Xia Fei did not know how Miss Estamel had managed to develop this sort of cloaking device, but he did know that this cloaking device far surpassed the understanding of current human science. The crowd was excited. They were stunned. The only Estamel cloaking device in the universe. This was a rare opportunity that no one wanted to relinquish. Xia Fei clenched his fists. It was clear that this device would have an inestimable impact on his trip to the insectoids. If he had the chance, he would go at any lengths to acquire this module. The only problem was that he lacked the capital. The people present were all well-known personages in the alliance. While Xia Fei could not be said to lack his powerful backing, it could not compare to these first-class tycoons. Uncle Thurum, Xia Fei sternly said. You need something? Thurum curiously asked. I want this, Xia Fei firmly said. Thurum glanced at Xia Fei a few times, the solemn expression on his face making Thurum laugh. I understand. Go in peace. I'll put up any money that you're lacking. Xia Fei nodded. Thank you, sir. This item is very important to me. The middle-aged auctioneer was intentionally unmoved, allowing the audience to grow restless. I presume that there's no need for me to introduce this Estamel cloaking device. I'm sure that everyone understands its value. Let us now begin the auction for this unique and peerless Estamel cloaking device, the auctioneer excitedly declared. The starting price for this item is 500 billion star coins. Any takers at 500 billion star coins for this top-class cloaking system? Anyone. Each person had an automatic bidding system in front of them. All they needed was to insert their admission pass to compete in the bidding. There was also a large screen, which indicated how large the current bid was. Xia Fei gripped the bidding device in his hand, but he did not immediately take action. After all, this was only the beginning. The majority of the bidders had to be eliminated first. The final bidding war was what mattered the most. The numbers rapidly soared, and the bids soon exceeded 1 dun. Once the bids reached the dun stage, many people were eliminated. 1.2 dun, a dark-skinned man excitedly shouted. The veins on his neck were bulging, and he was panting for breath. But his bid was quickly crushed in just a few rounds, the bid pushing at the astronomical sum of 2 duns. 2 duns were 2 trillion star coins, enough to buy the best supercarrier the Alliance could produce. It was clear that many people had already thrown aside everything else in pursuit of this STML cloaking device. Xia Fei was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He only had a total capital of 2.5 duns, and the price was about to break past his range, but the bidding was showing no signs of slowing. There were still some people crazily driving up the price. Finally, the scene Xia Fei was most unwilling to see took place. Someone called out a bid of 3 duns. 3.1 duns. Xia Fei's heart sank. To reach this price, he would have to borrow 1/6 of a dun from Serum. Was it really worth it for a unique cloaking system? 3.5 duns. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and shouted, raising the bid to a crazy level. An entire year of profits from Quantum Holdings was thrown away just like that. Serum patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. Something like this can't be compared to anything. Putting a value on it is actually a sort of disgrace. If you want it, bid as high as you want. I'll take responsibility for it all. Xia Fei firmly nodded. No longer hesitating, he made up his mind to get his hands on this cloaking system. 3.6 duns. A middle-aged woman wearing a pair of glasses raised her hand and casually said. She inadvertently glanced at Xia Fei, as if grumbling over how he had raised the price so much in one go. At this time, Nicole and Williams looked at Xia Fei. It did not take much thought for Xia Fei to understand why Williams was looking over, but Nicole's look left him baffled. 4 duns. Williams sternly said. This price is high enough. Does someone truly wish to challenge the military over this? The crowd was struck dumb. No one had expected that Williams, who had been a quiet bystander this entire time, would suddenly make a bid and even bring out the military's name. The military wants this cloaking system? Forget it. One of the military triumvirate, Williams, has already spoken. There's no point in quarreling with the military over something like this. True. Plus, 4 duns is no small sum. Spending so much money and offending the military at the same time? We're certainly not doing that. There was no need to explain the status of the Alliance military. While some people were willing to contend with the Adjudicator Union or monastic order in the shadows, few would dare to do so to the military. This was someone in charge of the entirety of the Alliance military. Even the president had to see what the military triumvirate had to say before taking action. The auction house suddenly fell silent. No one dared to outbid the military. The middle-aged auctioneer felt very sullen and helpless. The military had started swinging around its name, and no one here was a masochist. However, at this moment, Xia Fei raised his right hand and unhurriedly said, 4.1 duns. Is he crazy? How bold is this guy to try outbidding a member of the military triumvirate? He's Xia Fei, someone who's recently become a military supplier. That means he's basically half-owned by the military. It seems that we've got a good show coming up. I wonder how he's going to explain himself to the military triumvirate. The crowd quickly went from shock to amusement, unkind eyes turning to Xia Fei, but Xia Fei was unmoved, appearing not to notice a thing. Nicole paled, and she gave Xia Fei a slight shake of the head, trying to warn him to not make an enemy of the military. 4.2 duns. Williams angrily glared at Xia Fei. 4.3 duns. Xia Fei brusquely replied, maintaining his composure. 4.4 duns. 4.5 duns. Xia Fei was slowly growing nervous. The look Williams had given him said that he would support Xia Fei and help him get the STML cloaking system. But no one was bidding now, so why was Williams still driving up the price? It had to be understood that each time he raised his placard, another 100 billion star coins was going up in smoke. Finally, Williams stopped bidding. He looked at Xia Fei for what seemed like ages, and then a few cold words left his mouth. Good, Xia Fei. Very good. In Williams' room, Xia Fei took a cup of tea and sat smilingly on the sofa. As for Williams, he was drinking sweet grape juice. Are you perhaps very sullen today, grumbling over why I bid the price so high? Williams asked. Xia Fei hastily replied, Not at all. If not for your help, I would have never been able to get the cloaking system for just 4.5 duns. Though Xia Fei was smiling, he was extremely bitter deep down. Not only had he put down all his capital on this one purchase, he had also ended up having to borrow 2 duns from Serum. Considering that he already owed the banks 2 duns, Quantum Holdings was now in debt by 4 duns. Fortunately, if the company were to scrimp and save for a year, it should just barely be enough to repay the debts. The remaining 1 dun of capital available to him was prepayment from the military. Half of it was to be used for his trip 1 month later to the insectoids, and the other was to maintain the operation of the company. After going back and forth with the calculations, Xia Fei suddenly realized that he had nothing on his hands but debts. An ordinary person would have long ago filed for bankruptcy, but with those several hundred tons of purple hearts of spirit as support, Xia Fei was not worried about bankruptcy. His only concern was finding a merchant that had sufficient buying power and was tight-lipped enough for him to cash out. It was not a good thing for other people to find out that he had so many valuable ores, and Xia Fei had no other choice except to take this seriously. William smiled. I don't care what you think, for you'll understand once you hear what I have to say. In truth, the insectoids have spies in the Alliance, Williams sternly said. Xia Fei was stunned. Are you certain? Pine Williams replied, 100%. There are special kinds of insectoids that have appearances almost identical to humans, impossible to identify unless carefully examined. From what we understand, the insectoids had widely infiltrated the Pan-Human Alliance, far more than we initially predicted. Xia Fei said, You bringing this up makes me remember something. Several years ago, I blundered into the Wild Star region and discovered that an elite division of the insectoids, the Blood Raiders, was secretly smuggling corpses out of the Alliance. These corpses were all those of criminals who had committed serious crimes. Some of them had cultivated abilities to extremely high levels. When smuggling them out, the Blood Raiders seemed to be very concerned about these corpses, even regarding them as more important than their lives, though I still don't know why. Pine Williams deeply frowned. I've heard some rumors about this. Alas, the investigation produced nothing concrete. If the insectoids have already grasped the technology of borrowing human corpses that allows them to fraternize the Alliance, that's just too frightening. In truth, my open show of hostility with you today in front of so many people was actually for show. For show. Correct. I am sure that news of your quarrel with the military will soon be sent back to the insectoids. Once you enter the insectoid territory, this might be of some help to you. They might even pay a high price to hire you. Xia Fei helplessly shook his head. As expected, William's motives were not so simple. Everything was for the sake of the military, but thinking about it now, that was normal. As a member of the military triumvirate, Williams had no reason to help him out of the goodness of his heart. I've already talked it over with Tai. The military's data archives will be completely open to you, Williams said. Xia Fei was taken aback. The data archives? Open to me. What? Williams replied. You are currently researching the Black Bat radar system. This will be of great benefit to the Alliance military, and we hope that you can swiftly complete this generation-defining project. The military's data archives are extraordinary and contain a great deal of valuable information reaching back to ancient times. All of the military's secrets and technologies are contained within. Xia Fei replied, I need to discuss this matter with my research team. Pine Williams patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Drop the act. We already know that both the energy shield boosters and the Black Bat radar are your handiworks alone. No one else is involved. Xia Fei could not help but bitterly smile. As expected, the military's strength was not all talk. It was simply impossible to hide this fact from them. Did they even know about the wanted fugitive Harris? The profound smile on William's face made Xia Fei break out in a cold sweat. The details on trade relations with the insectoids will be announced in 2 days. Are you still lacking in anything? Williams asked. Money, people, warships, Xia Fei directly said. Pine Williams replied. You don't need to worry about these things. You'll be going as a trader but serving the military in secret during this foray into insectoid territory. Once the trade regulations come out, everything you need will be ready and waiting. When the time comes, I'll secretly send everything over. This matter must be kept secret. You can't tell this to anyone. Xia Fei nodded. This is the price, an insane price. Pine Williams smiled and comfortingly said, don't forget, once this is done, you will also receive an insane reward. The Brotherhood's 15-day trade carnival smoothly wrapped up. Xia Fei was in no rush to leave. He used the excuse of making adjustments to his ship to remain on Thousand Islands. Monkey, Bean, and that pack of brothers very reluctantly said their goodbyes, arranging to meet again in the capital ring. To Xia Fei, it was not a bad thing to become acquainted with these scions of the upper echelons of the Adjudicator Union. While these kids did not have much strength right now, in the future, they would undoubtedly form a faction that could not be underestimated. After all, their parents were prestigious and influential characters. No matter how incompetent they would be able to squeeze their way into the upper echelons of the Union and work in some illustrious post. Sun Jian also left with Bean's group, preparing to head to the capital ring and join the Adjudicator Union. After several days, Sun Jian had grown very friendly with Monkey and the others. Xia Fei told them to take care of this young brother of theirs, and Bean immediately agreed, thumping his chest and swearing that no one would bully Sun Jian around. Sun Jian was not useful to Xia Fei at the moment, but one had to look toward the future, not the present. Xia Fei was very interested in the mysterious Nanming Association, and as Sun Jian was the son of the Nanming Association's president, there was bound to be a point when Sun Jian would be needed. Among these youths, Mosquito was the strangest at departure, his mouth pursing as if he were unhappy to leave. Xia Fei casually said that he would go to the capital ring to seek him out in a few days, which made him overjoyed, his face turning red. After sending off Bean's group, Xia Fei welcomed Serum and Nicole. You really shouldn't have fought with General Williams over the STML cloaking device. If he says the military wants something, a normal person will give him some face. Getting on bad terms with them over a cloaking device isn't worth it. Nicole sighed. Serum added, that's true. Nicole is right. Williams rarely opens his mouth. You were too brash this time. They did not know about Xia Fei's private deal with the military, so they believed that Xia Fei was being rather unreasonable. However, Xia Fei simply smiled and said no more. His trip to the insectoid territory would be extremely dangerous. This cloaking device would increase his chances of survival, so even without Williams backing him, he would have still tried to get that cloaking device at any price. Right, you wanted me to give a discount. After some thought, I've decided that I can sell you some warships at cost, Nicole said. For some reason, this young lady had suddenly changed her mind and agreed to Xia Fei's request. Xia Fei repeatedly expressed his agreement. Someone who did not take this deal was a fool. Regardless of her reason, it still benefited him. The participants of the Brotherhood's trade carnival gradually departed, and Thousand Islands regained its usual peace and quiet. Xia Fei took the impaler to the point he had arranged in advance, secretly picking up the robot pod and the large batch of purple hearts of spirit. The capital ring, Xia Fei's new home. Avril, having already learned that Xia Fei would be coming home, was waiting at the door. When she saw him, she ran over and used her slender fingers to cover his eyes. Don't look. I have a surprise for you, Avril mischievously said. With his eyes covered, Xia Fei walked into the room. As Avril withdrew her hands, he was greeted with the sight of a neat and fully furnished living room. The walls had been painted in Xia Fei's favorite ocean blue, and the carpet was as soft as silk. The sofas and curtains were exquisitely selected, and a large crystal chandelier illuminated the room with snow-white light. You did this all yourself? Asked Xia Fei with joyful excitement. How is it? Do you like it? Avril teased. I do. I love it. If it were me, I would never be able to furnish this home this well. You don't need to disparage yourself. Men are meant to do big things, so how can they waste their time with minor matters like this? You just need to do what you're good at. Actually, there was a second part that Avril had left unsaid. You have me for domestic affairs. Xia Fei felt blessed. This was home, a sensation that he had never felt before. As he looked around at this comfortable home and this peerlessly beautiful woman by his side, Xia Fei felt like the luckiest man alive. And to his surprise, Avril had learned to make fried soybean paste noodles. Although it was not as tasty as the kind that could be bought in old Beijing, it contained Avril's good intentions. The most difficult thing in the world was to accept a woman's kindness. Knowing that he was about to go on a distant journey, Xia Fei became extremely unhappy. After dinner, Avril did not go home. Holding Xia Fei's arm, they sat on the sofa together and watched videos. This is a recording of my cousin Witherspoon's wedding. Look how happy they are. Avril tilted her head and looked up at Xia Fei, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Xia Fei suddenly felt an intense unease. There was clearly something strange about Avril today. Could it be? This is a recording of the wedding of a good friend of mine's, Miss Su Yun. I was even her bridesmaid. They had their wedding in the romantic city of Yunhai. The bride's name is Su Yun and the groom's name is Bo Yihai. The setting matched their names perfectly, right? Miss Su Yun got married just when she was about as old as I am right now. Avril smiled and looked at Xia Fei. Look at how happy they are. Xia Fei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He got it now, he really did. His heart constricted, and he suddenly felt like he was suffocating. For the rest of the night, Avril kept hold of Xia Fei as they watched the wedding videos of her friends with him, frequently commenting about how happy they were. Xia Fei frowned and sternly said, Avril, I suddenly recalled some things I have to take care of. Could you go home for now? Avril was taken aback, and then she became extremely disappointed. All right, I'll come and see you tomorrow. I need to go to the military to discuss some matters tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back. Oh, then I'll stay at home and wait for you to call. Avril pursed her lips and said. Watching Avril leave, Phantom sighed. Why are you doing this? Avril has already shown the most restraint a woman can. How can you just ignore her words? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took in a deep breath of the night air. Trust me, I know that I'm not a good person, but in everything I do, I won't let down myself, and I certainly won't let down those at my side. With his head hung low, Xia Fei walked back into the house, ignoring Phantom. The next day, Avril did not receive Xia Fei's phone call and was very disappointed. On the third day, Xia Fei simply said that he was busy and did not have time to be with her. On the fourth day, there was no call. On the ninth day, Avril received a call from Xia Fei. He had already left the capital ring. Avril asked when he would be back, and Xia Fei said that it would probably be a very long time. Avril did not dare to believe it. Xia Fei was leaving just like that, not even letting her see him one last time. For the first time in her life, she understood what it meant to feel indescribable bitterness. On the 13th day, Avril suddenly received a call from a stranger. Miss Avril, I am a lawyer representing Xia Fei, Fangjingdong. I have some things that I need you to look over. According to Mr. Xia's will, he's made you his #1 beneficiary to all his assets. But there are still some things regarding your identity that I need you to verify. What? Xia Fei made me his #1 beneficiary? Avril asked in shock. Yes. Mr. Xia said that he's about to go to a very dangerous place, so he wrote a will in case anything happens. Didn't you know about this? At that moment, Avril understood everything. Xia Fei's feelings for her had never changed. He was still that man who was always doing things for her, quietly cherishing her in his own way. Xia Fei was an independent person who did not like walking the paths that others had walked, did not like living the same way others did. Right after entering the Heaven Execution training camp, Xia Fei surprisingly decided to be a lowly librarian. Just when he had obtained the recognition of the Union and was about to rise in the ranks of the upper echelon slowly, Xia Fei refused this opportunity that so many could only dream about, instead choosing to set up his faction in the mostly uninhabited Terminus Star region. Most people thought Xia Fei to be a fool who did not understand how to go with the flow, but in reality, most people were unable to progress as quickly as Xia Fei did. Many people were very confused over this. Xia Fei had clearly chosen the more idiotic choices, but he had nevertheless managed to kill out a path of his own in the wilderness. No matter where this path went, there was no denying that no one had ever walked it before and that it belonged to Xia Fei alone. Those who did not understand never would, and it was fine to let them remain confused and sullen. In any case, Xia Fei only cared about himself and those he cherished. The others? They could go rot in hell for all he cared. It was precisely this independent personality that made Avril believe Xia Fei had abandoned her. In truth, there was no need for her to worry. Xia Fei had not been avoiding Avril because he did not like her. On the contrary, Xia Fei loved her far more than everyone else. Xia Fei was just speaking in his own way, the most sincere and selfless method. Making Avril first in the line of succession for Quantum Holdings should have been a secret that she should not have known about. But that talkative lawyer had blabbed to Avril only a few days after Xia Fei left. Avril's jewel-like eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She understood now that Xia Fei had intentionally been avoiding her because he was about to go on a perilous journey where survival was not guaranteed. Xia Fei did not want her to worry, so he intentionally acted cold and distant, hoping that Avril would not be overly concerned about her. If there was a mistake here, it was Xia Fei drafting a will which made Avril his sole heir. In doing so, he had made all his previous efforts for naught. On the contrary, he only deepened Avril's resolve to be together with him. No romance was smooth sailing. After so many storms, Avril was no longer her past self. Xia Fei had saved her life, had accompanied her when she was alone, and had even thought of her first when his life was in danger. Avril clenched her teeth, wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, and stood up straight, putting a faint smile back on her face. She decided that if Xia Fei was doing so much for her, she needed to do something for him, too. "Butler Pang, come with me to see father," Avril softly said. Pang Xing was taken aback, but he opened the door for Avril and followed her down the corridor to the living room. No one noticed that the eyes of the grim Pang Xing were moist. After a long period of bitterly cursing at Xia Fei, Pang Xing had, together with Avril, suddenly felt Xia Fei's simplest and most selfless affection. This was not a will. It was clearly a declaration of love. In the living room, Avril's father Newman and her grandfather Ernst were softly whispering about something. Ernst had recently ended his seclusion in the mountains and returned to the capital, but Newman was still running the business, with Ernst simply providing support. At their side was Pang Xing's father, Pang Hai, the older generation butler of Half Moon Hill Villa. "Father, grandfather, Grandpa Pang," Avril politely said. Ernst smiled upon seeing his granddaughter. Come, sit next to your grandfather." Avril quietly sat next to her father and grandfather, the Pang father and son taking up positions behind them. "It's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Newman asked out of concern. Avril replied, "I wanted to speak with father and grandfather about something before going to bed." "About what?" Avril smiled as she stroked her golden hair. "I plan to marry Xia Fei." Ernst and Newman almost instantly leaped up from the sofa. Avril was someone they doted on immensely, and her marriage was linked to the rise or fall of their clan. Ernst and Newman had always taken this matter seriously, and they had never imagined that the ever-obedient Avril would say something like this. The Pang father and son and the surrounding servants and maids had all heard it, and their eyes showed confusion. However, the presence of the master and his father prevented them from immediately beginning to chat about it. Ernst forced himself to calm down. Waving a hand, he commanded all the servants to withdraw, though the Pang butlers were allowed to remain. After all, in the eyes of Ernst, they were second only to his relatives. Newman's mind was in turmoil. He would never be willing to let Avril marry Xia Fei. Putting aside the difference in status, Xia Fei had killed his younger brother. How could he accept this marriage? It was one thing for Avril to spurn Li Mo. It was another that rumors of Xia Fei going to the insectoid territory as a trade representative for the alliance was circulating around. Newman had been planning to use this chance when Xia Fei was gone to persuade Avril to find someone else. In fact, this was exactly what he had been talking about with his father. They both found this to be a chance granted by the heavens. Going back and forth between alliance and the insectoid territory would take at least half a year, or even 3 to 5 years. Even if they did not strike now, Xia Fei's company really might become the #1 corporation in the alliance once he returned, and they would have no good reason to stop Avril by then. However, Newman would have never imagined that Avril would bring up this matter with him, and she seemed very determined. "Did Xia Fei put you up to this?" Newman asked. Avril shook her head. "Xia Fei doesn't know." They were all taken aback. Ernst hurriedly asked, "So this is your own decision?" "Yes, I want to be together with him." Avril's answer was very simple and sincere. Newman began to panic. "Do you know what Xia Fei is doing this time? He's a trade representative for the alliance, heading deep into the insectoid territory to establish trade relations. These are insectoids we're talking about. Those bugs eat people without blinking an eye. It's not even known if he can make it back alive." As he spoke, Newman realized that he was a little too panicky, so he began to speak in a slower tone. "Avril, listen to your father. Let's wait a little and then talk about it. What if something happens to Xia Fei? Avril's face turned pale. She paused a moment before saying, "Father, grandfather, I came today only to inform you, not ask for your opinion." Everyone was blown away. No one knew when Avril had become so stubborn and decisive. It was difficult to imagine these words coming from a 17-year-old daughter of a wealthy family. Was this still the same pampered Avril? Newman was so shocked that he could not speak. Pang Xing, who understood the situation most, was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he mentally remarked, "Young miss, you've really grown up." In the end, it was the older Ernst who was the more shrewd and ruthless character. Rather than growing angry, he happily said, "Avril, your grandfather is very happy that you have such resolve. Your father and I have been informed, and as long as you're willing, we won't object, but Xia Fei is not in the capital. Once he's back, why don't you let this grandfather of yours personally discuss this matter with him?" In the end, Avril was too inexperienced in the ways of the world, and these words instantly made the color return to her face. She then secretly became rather embarrassed. She was still a young woman, and the matter of her marriage was still hazy and far off in the future. Pang Xing accompanied Avril back to her room, leaving Newman, Ernst, and old butler Pang Hai in the living room. Several minutes later, once Pang Xing saw Avril enter her room with his own eyes, he went back and reported what had happened today to Ernst. Ernst felt enlightened after hearing this, commenting, "A good move by Xia Fei, retreating in order to attack." Newman anxiously said, "Father, I don't think Avril is messing around. What should we do? We can't let Xia Fei have his way, can we?" Ernst took a deep breath. "No one is to try and persuade Avril. Let's try and take care of this matter on the low-key. Let her calm down a little first." "And Xia Fei?" "Xia Fei." After a few moments of silence, Ernst said, "We can only hope he doesn't come back from the insectoid territory." Xia Fei truly did have ideas, and he truly did have his own opinions, but on the matter of Avril, he had been unjustly accused. Ernst had mistaken this as some scheme of his to make Avril utterly devoted to him. The old aristocrat had no idea that Xia Fei had done everything with utter sincerity. It was purely a fluke that he had selected such a talkative lawyer. On the screen, General Williams was smiling as he always was. "Xia Fei, you're probably the boldest hands-off shopkeeper I've ever seen. You actually left the logistics arrangements entirely to the military. There's probably no one else in the entire alliance who dare make the military run errands for them." Xia Fei chuckled. "General Williams, it's not like you don't know of my capabilities. I don't have many capable people under me, and without your help, my departure probably will have been delayed. Besides, to be frank, this journey is essentially an errand for the military, so by helping me, you're really helping yourself." Williams replied, "All right, put away that glib tongue of yours. I've already gotten your fleet ready. The ships used have no connection to the military. Every crew member has been selected by the military, but their records have all been wiped. No one will be able to tell that they're connected to the military. The military commander coming with you this time is called Song Qian, an extremely capable top scholar from the Alliance's #1 military academy. I already sent you his file. If you need anything else, contact him directly." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. This Song Qian was a commander of equal rank to him on this expedition, and his every action was linked to the survival of the entire fleet. The people had all been assigned by the military, and Xia Fei had no right to object. He could only hope that this man would be cooperative and not make trouble, but if his life was truly put at stake, Xia Fei would listen to no one's orders, even if those orders came from the military. "Right, you've gotten your hand on all of the scientific data from the military, so when will the Black Bat radar be done?" Williams asked. Xia Fei smiled. "Very soon." "How soon is very soon? Don't think I don't know about your cunning mind. Taking the data and running. Are you worried that the military will steal your research?" Williams smiled. Xia Fei hastily waved his hands. "Certainly not. It's just because I have to return to the company to hand over a few things, so I'm getting an early start. Once the designs are done, I will immediately put them into production so that the 3 fleets entering the insectoid territory will have a Black Bat radar before they set out." Williams nodded. "I believe in that. I've prepared your fleet already. If you need anything else, please speak." Xia Fei replied, "General Williams, please prepare trade goods for me." Williams froze for a moment, and then he smiled. While it's true that you've been ordered by the military to engage in trade with the insectoids, but couldn't you prepare the goods necessary yourself? Xia Fei said, Quantum Holdings' primary product is the Energy Shield Booster, and this product definitely can't be sold to the insectoids. Even if I wanted to, you would never agree. Williams replied, Of course. If you dare to try and sell it, I will have you arrested for treason. Xia Fei followed up. In other words, my small company doesn't have any goods that can be brought to the insectoid territory for this trip. I need the general's help in purchasing a batch of goods from the prosperous capital ring to serve as this mission's bait. Williams slapped his forehead. He realized that Xia Fei was giving him the runaround, and after running a circle, the topic had returned to the same question. Forget it. Since this is a mission from the military, let the military prepare the goods. What items do you plan to ship? Xia Fei replied, Luxury goods, food, household goods, and interesting little toys or devices. Williams was taken aback. None of these items you mentioned have any value. If you take them to the insectoid territory, you probably won't be able to trade them for anything. Xia Fei chuckled. They don't need any value. They just need to be targeted. The luxury goods are for the insectoid nobles. When the time comes, I'm bound to give a few gifts. In the Wildstar region, I learned that the insectoid nobles are even more decadent than humans, and they love luxury goods and flashy items. After all, humans far surpass them in this aspect. Moreover, the long seclusions they do means that many insectoids have no place to spend their money. By doing this, I'm adapting to their tastes. Then, who is the food for? Williams asked. Xia Fei answered, The food I'm talking about aren't agricultural products like wheat or rice, but refined food that has been highly processed. The insectoids have many kinds of snacks, and they also enjoy human foods. I've already planned everything out. On this trip to the insectoid territory, we must do our utmost to get those still hesitant, highly intelligent insectoids to be in favor of humans. Thus, I need little gadgets and toys to fit their fancies. Within the insectoids' territory, the truly intelligent members of their species become their tribal leaders. The warriors below them are like machines, without any thoughts of their own. The lower-class insectoids shouldn't be the targets of our efforts. We just need to gain the favor of a tribal leader. Since weapons are on the export ban list and can't be traded, I plan to use luxury goods and little gadgets that they've never seen before as baits. Williams slowly nodded. Not bad. This isn't a simple trade mission. Adapting to their tastes is extremely important. Don't worry. I will prepare everything you asked for. Xia Fei nodded. I'll leave it to you. Also, wasn't it said that there will be 3 trading fleets this time? 3 fleets are going out. But who are the other 2 besides me? Williams replied, Planet conglomerates Li Guan and his son, and then Du Fuwei of the renowned electronics company Megatree Technologies. Xia Fei was startled by this revelation, frowning as he asked, From what I know, Planet Conglomerate is the #1 leader of the financial world, isn't it? Why are they taking part in this mission? Williams replied, While the Li family is primarily in the financial field, they also have businesses in other domains. They can be considered a comprehensive conglomerate. The military originally had no plans of bringing the Li family in, but the insectoids made a specific request. They want to set up their own financial system, so they need an experienced financial corporation to help them set up their own stock and futures exchanges. Xia Fei was speechless. He found it impossible to imagine a bunch of bugs sitting in front of computers and staring at constantly shifting numbers on screens as they bought and sold stocks. Setting up their own financial system? It could only be said that the insectoids truly had a big appetite. Xia Fei did not consider it a good thing that he would be traveling with Liamo. If things went poorly, Liamo might try to trip him up or frame him, but he could not do anything about it. The military decisions were not something he could do anything about. The best he could do was be on his guard. Since the Alliance is sending out its top 10 corporations, the insectoids should be sending some of their influential figures in exchange, right? Williams nodded. The great chief of the insectoids, the current master of the Golden Tent, UTI, will have his daughter, Princess Rosai, personally lead a trade mission formed entirely of nobles to the capital ring and discuss a joint development of the mining industry. The Princess of the Golden Tent. Xia Fei said to himself, It seems the insectoids have placed a big wager. If hostilities break out, This princess and the nobles following her will become hostages of the alliance. Williams replied, "It's the same for us. While this is called a trade mission, it's actually a bargaining chip. The most lamentable thing is that we have the heavy responsibility of putting down the golden tent." Xia Fei mocked himself. Williams sinisterly chuckled. "That's not the most lamentable thing at all. What's most lamentable is that you're the one who proposed the idea of collapsing the golden tent." Several minutes after the screen had been turned off, the list of ships and crew members that Williams had organized was sent to Xia Fei's mailbox. There were 10 ships in the fleet being sent to insectoid territory for this trip. Besides the capital ship, no ship type larger than the cruiser was allowed. In other words, in this fleet, only the capital ship was allowed to be a battleship. The remaining ships could be cruisers at most. Of course, the defenseless transport ships were not included in this. The primary reason for this was to prevent the fleet from attacking the other party from the rear. After all, both the insectoids and the Alliance knew that this so-called trade exchange was really just an exchange of spies. Xia Fei's capital ship was naturally the Impaler rather than getting a large battleship for himself. One reason was that the Impaler already possessed impressive fighting strength and was not at all inferior to a regular battleship. Another reason was that intentionally lowering his strength would make the insectoids disregard his existence and focus on the other 2 fleets. 3 Gaia Industries Vexor-class cruisers, 3 MR Mauler-class cruisers, and my Impaler make for 7 cruiser ships. This configuration seems a little weak. We could have a maximum of 10 ships, but you only have 7, Phantom said. Xia Fei replied, "It's 8. Don't forget that I also have the vampire. Why not use the maximum 10? I've already explained the reasoning to you. Since 3 fleets are going out, I certainly don't want to be the one that stands out the most. Flaunting one's strength in enemy territory is not a wise decision. Just think about it. What would be the difference between a fleet of 10 ships and 8 ships running into an insectoid army?" Phantom replied with comprehension, "There would be no difference. Both would be completely wiped out." Xia Fei continued, "Don't think that I'm someone who makes decisions based on emotion. I've seriously considered every step. We're heading into enemy territory. Even a complete fleet won't be able to survive an enemy encirclement. Thus, no matter how well-equipped we are, a direct clash with the enemy will only mean death. Do you know why I requested 3 Vexors and 3 Mounds? Why? Because these 2 ships can release large numbers of unmanned drones to disrupt the enemies. In addition, they have thick armor and can take a huge beating. If the situation turns dicey, I'll have these 6 ships stay in front and disrupt the enemies. And you? I'll activate my cloaking device and get out of there, of course," Xia Fei said without the slightest shame. Phantom was speechless. He knew that Xia Fei was a meticulous planner, but he had never imagined that Xia Fei would have already considered the worst-case scenario, but his methods were a little too selfish. Still, after some thought, Phantom understood. Xia Fei only cared about his own people and had never cared about those who had no relation to him. This was his personality, and in this dangerous universe, a fearless mindset was just a legend. Survival was the absolute principle. In his room, Xia Fei worked with Harris all the way back on Earth through a 24-hour video call. Even without the military's prompting, Xia Fei would still attempt to complete the final designs of the Black Bat radar as quickly as possible. After all, he was the one heading into the insectoid territory. In the middle of the unknown sea of stars, losing communication was one of the most frightening things. This is the design for a signal polarity reversal system. I'm sending it to you. Make some initial modifications to the Black Bat radar's polarity reversal designs, and then have me look everything over, Xia Fei ordered. Upon receiving the designs, Harris was flabbergasted. These designs were far more advanced than he had imagined. They did not seem to be used by any commonly available models. If I can ask a question, this design doesn't seem like one used by any publicly available device. Where did you get it? Harris curiously asked. The military, Xia Fei said without raising his head. Harris firmly nodded. Such exquisite designs were probably only possessed by those top-secret departments. He felt that Xia Fei was much stronger now than when he had first gotten to know him. He even had the military's top-secret designs. In his mind, he raised his opinion of his master. Right? Don't forget to make a copy for future reference, Xia Fei added. Harris pursed lips and said no more. Having all of the military's data was not everything. Xia Fei still needed to comprehend and digest them all and choose the right designs to modify and then apply to the Black Bat radar. Fortunately, Harris had a good engineering foundation, which helped Xia Fei save a lot of time. The two of them divided the work between themselves. Harris handled the initial designs, while Xia Fei only needed to correct the deficiencies. Uncle Porter soon joined in. He created a data model in the computer which tested how much disruption the radar system could handle, a simple pressure test for the radar. 4 days and 4 nights later. What are the results of the model simulations? Xia Fei sternly asked. Success. The signal wasn't affected by the shock wave from a nuclear explosion, Uncle Porter replied, rubbing his red eyes. And the result of the black hole theoretical test? A 99.37% chance of escaping. Harris excitedly said. Xia Fei, we've finally succeeded. The signal from a black bat radar can even escape the pull of a black hole. This can definitely be considered one of the greatest inventions in the history of the Pan-Human Alliance. After Xia Fei was done redesigning the black bat radar, he handed it off to Uncle Porter on Earth to start production. This settled one of the worries on Xia Fei's mind. The designs of a Titan-class radar system were delicate and well-knit. Converting them into a product that could be produced by the Alliance had taken Xia Fei a great deal of effort. The Impaler continued to its next destination. Before entering insectoid space, Xia Fei had far too many things to prepare, and it felt like he was racing against time. Xia Fei needed to resolve all problems that required addressing before his departure. In the Hemingstar region was a scenic and privately owned planet. An influential person lived on this planet, someone who could buy all of the ancient products and purple hearts of spirit that Xia Fei had obtained from the ruins without exposing Xia Fei's identity. After anchoring the Impaler in the harbor, Xia Fei disembarked and was welcomed by a young female secretary wearing glasses. Mr. Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. I am. The secretary shook hands with Xia Fei. My name is Wan Qing, Mr. Fulop's secretary. Welcome to Planet Fulop. Xia Fei asked. This planet shares the same name with Mr. Fulop? I presume the man named it after himself. Wan Qing smiled. This planet was originally called Fulop. After my sir bought this planet, he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he took to calling himself Mr. Fulop. Xia Fei did not discuss this anymore. Since this mysterious character even wanted to hide his actual name, it was clear that he had no desire to reveal his identity. If Xia Fei went around asking questions, he would just make himself seem very dull and uninteresting. Mr. Fulop has a great liking to items from ancient civilizations, particularly robots. I am sure that you won't be disappointed, said Wan Qing as she drove him down a seaside road. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and lightly said, I am sure that Mr. Fulop doesn't merely like products from the ancient era. To be more precise, he's an absolute fanatic for them. How could Mr. Xia tell? Wan Qing curiously asked. Xia Fei squinted. On the pier by the shore, in the center of the tarmac, there's a magnetic fastening device that can automatically moor ships. Other than the alloy floor, the vast majority of the equipment was taken from ancient ruins, transported from there, and installed on this planet. He pointed to the forest on his left side. At first, I thought that there are animals in this forest, but after taking a closer look, I discovered that there are only some semi-intelligent machine creatures running in the woods. If my guess is correct, those should be robot pets of ancient humans, created for children to play with. Even this hovercar you're driving is different from the standard. The sound of the engine is rapid and light. It's probably made up of parts from ancient relics. Presumably, if I continue looking around, I will find even more pleasant surprises, but that's not my concern. Mr. Fulop likes ancient products and has money to buy them. This is enough for me. Wan Qing seemed to admire Xia Fei's observation skills. He had one arm resting against the window, propping his head, but his eyes and ears were constantly observing. In just a few minutes, he had gained some understanding of this island and Mr. Fulop. You are correct. A screen suddenly appeared within the car, and a bald man with a short brown beard appeared in front of Xia Fei. There was no need to say that this man was undoubtedly the mysterious Mr. Fulop. Mr. Fulop, good day, Xia Fei politely said. Fulop gave a slight nod. Please forgive me for listening in on your conversation with Wan Qing from my home. You're Qin Mang's most praised disciple, so I am rather interested in you. Xia Fei frowned. Why did everyone who knew Qin Mang take him as the old man's disciple? He truly did not get it. However, Xia Fei closed his mouth and did not argue. Being Qin Meng's disciple was not a bad thing, so he would rather let them continue misunderstanding. In any case, Xia Fei did not really care about what they thought. Some minutes later, the hovercar stopped by the entrance of an old mansion. Xia Fei and Wan Qin got out of the car and walked over. Xia Fei discovered that Philip's residence did not have any servants around. Not even a single bodyguard could be found. From the moment he arrived on this planet, he had not seen a single human being besides Wan Qin and himself. Glancing around, Xia Fei noticed a bashful little fellow peeking out their head from behind a wall and then immediately running away. Based on the analysis of the afterimage, it seemed to be a small robot. Philip was seated on a deck chair looking out at the distant sea and sky. The ocean breeze was somewhat chilly, so he had a blanket spread over his legs and held a cup of tea in his hand. Wan Qing arranged a seat next to Philip for Xia Fei and then left. A small robot servant brought over a cup of tea. This robot was semi-intelligent and was somewhat lower in quality compared to the ancient robots Xia Fei had found on Thousand Island Planet. "I heard from Qin Meng that you like tea. Is that right?" Philip asked. Xia Fei nodded. "It's a home tradition, and a habit picked up is hard to drop." After exchanging a brief casual conversation, Xia Fei asked, "Old sir, there are many ancient products of significant value in this place, but no security. Aren't you worried about any robbers?" Philip stroked his beard. Not just anyone can come to this place of mine." He clapped his hands twice, upon which over a dozen steel figures emerged from the ocean. Their laser guns were aimed at Xia Fei, the black barrels making one shiver in fear. Philip clapped his hands twice again, and these war machines quickly sank back down into the water. If one did not look carefully, one would take them for reefs on the shore, pitch black and covered in kelp. Ancient war robots, semi-intelligent ones. With them around, no ordinary person will ever have a chance to get here. Looks like my worries were unfounded. Philip nodded. "I only hate that I wasn't born in that ancient era and couldn't witness that legendary robot rebellion for myself. No matter how much evidence in the Alliance points to the robots as the cause of ancient humanity's destruction, I still couldn't believe that the robots would ever betray humans. It must be said that they are far more loyal and outstanding than humans. Compared to filthy humans, the robots are more worthy of living in this universe." Xia Fei was speechless. It was clear that this old man was an extremist. He fanatically loved the ancient civilization and had a crazed admiration for robot technology that he believed them to be superior than humans. There was no point in reasoning with crazy people. Xia Fei was well aware of this principle, so he had no plans of continuing his chat with the old man and turned the conversation to business. Xia Fei turned on his microcomputer and opened up a video, which recorded the items he wanted to sell to Philip. 30 cleaning robots, 10 semi-intelligent service androids, 107 multifunctional integrated communication hubs, 1 omni-flavor ice cream machine, 1 food processor unit, 9 semi-intelligent office integration hubs, and 3,100 miscellaneous household goods from the ancient era. These were a portion of the ancient relics he had found on Thousand Island Planet. He did not sell any of the most important mining and mineral survey robots. What he had offered were just items that he did not have much use for. The mining robots would be a huge boon to Xia Fei's development of the Terminus Star region, while Xia Fei had little use for these office systems and cleaning robots. Philip's eyes gleamed, but his mouth spoke in an unhurried tone. "Their level isn't bad, even a bit higher than what I currently have. Their condition is also rather good, seemingly having just excavated. Where did you get such good items from?" Xia Fei shook his head. "Old sir, that is against the rules, right?" Philip lightly knocked on his forehead and smiled. I'm getting old. How could I ask you about such a thing? State your price." This Philip may not have anything else, but he does have money. "Name your price, and I'll pay it." Xia Fei smiled. Old sir is truly easy to work with, and Xia Fei truly admires this, but you may want to wait until you see something else. Xia Fei began playing another video, which showed a crate of purple hearts of spirit, flashing with crystalline luster. "Purple hearts of spirit," Philip gasped. "So many," Xia Fei said. "Old sir has gathered many ancient products, and ancient humanity primarily used purple hearts of spirit as energy cores. Old sir must require many purple hearts of spirit to keep all this ancient machinery running. I happen to have an excellent batch of high-quality purple hearts of spirit, so I came to you. Philip was elated, his eyes transfixed on the screen. You're right. I truly have a dire need for high-level purple hearts of spirit, so I want it all. 15 duns. Xia Fei was somewhat startled. 15 dun was 15 trillion star coins, and Philip offered this astronomical sum without hesitation. From this, one could see that this man was unfathomably wealthy. Xia Fei had kept all the useful ancient relics for himself, and he had also specifically chosen smaller purple hearts of spirit with somewhat dimmer lusters for this crate. These were not truly the top-class products. Xia Fei would have been satisfied with 10 duns, so Philip's price was far beyond his expectations. Xia Fei smiled and shook his head, causing Philip's brow to crease. Young man, greed is one of humanity's inferior qualities. No one has ever refused my first offer, for I've never cared about money, not now or in the future. You are the first to believe that my offer is low. Old sir, I admit that your offer is very high, much higher than I expected, but there are times when money can't solve everything. Philip laughed. I understand. You want to trade with me. Speak frankly. What do you have your mind on? Xia Fei calmly showed 3 fingers. I heard that you have 3 stars of ruin. Philip jumped from his deck chair, casting the blanket on his lap into the sea in fury, his voice trembling as he asked, Qin Meng told you? Xia Fei nodded, saying nothing as he waited for Philip's decision. You want to trade for my 3 stars of ruin? Do you know of their power? Xia Fei continued to nod and say nothing. Philip walked back and forth on the beach. Stars of ruin or purple hearts of spirit? He found it very hard to make a decision. He needed a very long time to calm himself down. I can give you the stars of ruin, but I must warn you that you must bear any of the consequences alone. Philip stopped pacing and coldly told this Xia Fei. An exquisitely designed metal box held 3 star-shaped objects within, and they were the stars of ruin. These objects were not large, roughly about the size of an adult's palm. They were completely golden in color, and their exterior casing filled with minuscule words. Stars of ruin. Many say that just one is a super antimatter bomb powerful enough to destroy an entire planet completely. To think it would be so small in size, Phantom said excitedly. Xia Fei said, the power of an object can hardly be measured in its size. A deadbeat may be large, but it's still a fool, while cordyceps are small yet able to cure plenty of ailments. With these stars of ruin in hand, we at least have a bargaining chip in our voyage to the insectoid territory. It's unfortunate that we merely have just the 3. Phantom pouted. Just 3? If you manage to acquire 10,000 pieces, are you going to wipe out the entire insectoid race? Antimatter bombs are able to unleash antimatter rays instantly, capable of turning entire planets into nothing, but frequent use can cause space-time collapse and form an actual black hole. You'd better keep these safely. Don't even think of using them unless it's your last resort. Beside them, Furball seemed to be completely ignorant of the devastating power of these stars of ruin. It inquisitively attempted to climb up the box, the corners of its mouth drooling. Snap! Xia Fei hurriedly recalled Furball's penchant to eat things it found randomly. Perhaps it might actually have the guts to devour a star of ruin. Xia Fei batted Furball several meters away as he quickly stored that box into his spatial ring. Squatting, Xia Fei used a single finger to tap on Furball's forehead. I'm warning you. Don't you ever try and randomly eat things that you find, or else I'll pluck out every single hair on your body and leave you bald. Furball merely acted fawningly, seemingly not at all afraid of Xia Fei's threats. It tried to ingratiate itself to Xia Fei by acting all cute again, licking and rubbing itself against him, feigning a pitiful look. All right, you sycophant. Take this and go. Xia Fei casually tossed a small purple heart of spirit to Furball, which went diving right for it. In the blink of an eye, it had managed to deplete all the energy stored within that heart of spirit. Furball seemed to be unsatisfied with just that, however. It slid its way up to Xia Fei and continued to act pitiful. Xia Fei jokingly chided the ball of fur before storing it into his bosom pocket. When it realized that Xia Fei was not going to feed it, Furball resumed its deep slumber. Even the heavens collapsing couldn't have woken it up. Furball's appetite has been increasing lately. This means that he's already passed the most dangerous stage of infancy and is now in its developmental stage, Phantom said happily. Xia Fei sighed. This pet has been eating so many of my purple hearts of spirit, yet its body remains the same as before. I really have no idea how much it has to eat before it will start growing. It's such a deadbeat. I'll sooner become bankrupt if it keeps eating like this. Phantom said, "Don't be so dramatic. Furball eating more just goes to show how unlimited its potential power will be once it grows up. You ought to be happy that it is eating so much. Besides, you've got tons of hearts of spirit. What's using some to feed Furball?" Xia Fei knew that Phantom was biased toward Furball, so he did not bother continuing arguing over this. He was, of course, well aware of just how much potential Furball had, but he could not help being somewhat worried over the fact that Furball had yet to show signs of growth. That was when the small robot pod came zooming over, carrying a glass of soybean milk. Because it moved through magnetic levitation, it was always floating above ground, making its movement both fast and nimble. Master, I've already washed your clothes and changed out your bedsheets. I've also made your favorite long cereal grain mix. Is there anything you still need Pod to do?" Xia Fei lightly patted Pod's head. "I told you many times, it's called fried paste noodles, not long cereal grain mix. It sounds so weird when you say it like that." "Roger. Pod understands. Is there anything else you need me to do? It's been so many years since I had no master to service, so I want to make up for all the work I owed the whole time," Pod very anxiously said. Ever since he got the AI robot Pod, Xia Fei's originally messy bachelor lifestyle had undergone a complete overhaul. Not a trace of dust could be found inside the impaler anymore, and Xia Fei's clothes were being washed and cleaned daily. The sofa set and bed sheets were also changed every 12 hours, and there was always hot food ready in the kitchen. No matter when Xia Fei wanted to have his meals or whatever he desired, none of it was a problem. Furthermore, all Xia Fei had to do was set his empty bowl and cutleries down, and Pod would come rushing over with a vengeance, cleaning the entire kitchen immediately. Such a life was very pleasant, but Xia Fei was very unused to it yet. After all, it was a complete change from before. Pod was like the strictest housekeeper, not at all allowing even any dirt to survive. Every cup, every cushion must be neatly placed. No matter how much Xia Fei ended up tossing things aside, they would always end up in their original positions without even a millimeter of mistake. Xia Fei frowned. "Are you done with cleaning, vampire?" Pod nodded. "It was done 3 hours and 19 minutes ago. Tidy up the food stores." "They've been tidied. What about the utility room? Guest room? Command deck?" Xia Fei was left speechless. No human could compare with the level of diligence Pod displayed. No matter how much Xia Fei tried to come up with something for Pod to do, it had already accomplished everything. Meanwhile, Pod was still very eagerly asking Xia Fei to set him a task, seemingly not thinking a robot should have even a moment of idleness. Every second had to be spent working. "Is there anything you want me to do, master? Anything you need Pod for at all?" Xia Fei was getting a headache from its questioning, and he frustratedly called, "Squat on the ground and draw circles." "Understood." Pod's eyes glowed as it earnestly lowered itself and conscientiously began drawing circles on the ground with its finger. Phantom was roaring with laughter as he watched from the side, while Xia Fei sighed, muttering to himself, "Is this really an AI robot? If it's really as smart as humans, it ought to know how to skive off." Just as he said that, Pod suddenly raised its head to ask, "Master, how many circles do you want drawn?" Xia Fei's life aboard his warship became quite a lot more exciting now that it had Pod and Furball around. It was just that Xia Fei would occasionally feel very depressed. He had a ball, a robot, and a spirit to keep him company, yet none of them was a normal human being. The Impaler landed on Earth. He had not informed anyone of his arrival prior, so no one knew that he was coming, aside from a handful of people from the company. "Is everyone here?" Xia Fei asked. Andre nodded. "I had them arranged in the backyard, discreetly positioned. Let them first familiarize with life on Earth, but they seem to be." Xia Fei smiled. "Don't mind about that. They're just like that. Remember, no matter who asks, they are all employees of Quantum Holdings, Earthlings. Even Charlie mustn't know about this." Andre replied, "I understand. There must be major stakes involved for this trip to the insectoid territory. Actually, my old bones can still move, so why don't you let me join in your voyage?" Xia Fei shook his head as he said with gratitude, "Don't worry. I'll be able to take anything thrown my way, so just stay here on Earth and help me take care of the company. I'm not going to bring anyone from Quantum Holdings. But, no buts. This isn't a holiday. You did good listening to me, especially not letting Wulong or Sarah know about this. The two of them are worrywarts. They may even end up feeling troubled over it. The backyard was a field where Andre would usually ride his horse about. Today, it was under heavy security, for there was a group of death guards from the assassin sect staying there. There was a warehouse that had been temporarily converted into a training room, where 36 death guards were found engaged in their training. Xia Fei knocked before entering, and he was greeted with the sight of them all lined up neatly in a row. Each and every one of them was well-built and formidable-looking. What made it even more impressive was that every one of them had cultivated breath control to a reasonable degree that they were like some natural oak trees, very easily disregarded. Xia Fei took out his token and held it in hand. I'm the envoy of the assassin sect, Xia Fei. A short-haired and stout man stepped out of the line-up and made his way to Xia Fei's side. He took the token in hand and examined it quickly before handing it back to him. I'm the squadron leader, 6328. This is a letter from the sect master, Crane Shadow, stated the stout man simply as he handed a slip of paper. The death guards in the assassin sect only go by their serial numbers and have no name, Phantom explained to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded, and the gist of the message on that paper was as follows. Crane Shadow mentioned a few important points with regard to how Xia Fei should interact with the death guards, such as only giving them orders and never asking them about their feelings or anything else. The key was not to treat these death guards as humans, but killing implements. There was no need to suspect them and could be given the absolute level of trust. There was no need to treat them if they got injured, for the training they had gotten absolutely disallowed letting anyone help them. Even if they lost an arm, they were expected to sew the wound themselves. In even more severe situations, they would search for somewhere no one could find and commit suicide. Xia Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat just reading such a heartless and draconic rule. But what Xia Fei needed now was precisely this sort of killer warriors who would show no compassion, mercy, or even tears. Long story short, from today onward, your earthlings and the personal information that I gave you before must be committed to memory. You must be able to describe and reply in accordance to your information without a margin of error. Xia Fei swept his gaze across the 36 death guards, his tone icy cold. Soon, you'll be boarding a ship with a bunch of strangers. You must be able to identify each and every one, especially one by the name of Song Qian. He will be your captain. If there's anything, I'll communicate with you all through the Nether Bell. When I give the order for you all to kill, you need to clear out the entire ship immediately, not even letting a fly be left alive. Plus, you must be quick and astute so that not even a single one of them will be able to send out a distress signal. By the way, I'll also inform you all. Aside from me and you guys, every single crew on the ship will be from the Alliance military. None of you should have any issues with killing Alliance soldiers, right? Xia Fei immediately laughed at himself the moment he said that line. In the eyes of these death guards, the only difference between humans was if they were alive or dead. Not one of them would have any thoughts on the military. So Xia Fei had merely just asked this question for nothing. The 36 death guards were like corpses. Not one of them showed any expression or made a single move. None of them made a single sound. Xia Fei turned around to leave after giving them a simple briefing. That strange atmosphere being around the death guards left him feeling uneasy. Taking a few steps outside, Xia Fei soon got a call from Uncle Porter. "Where are you?" Porter asked in a deep voice. "I've just arrived on Earth some 15 minutes ago." "Perfect. Come straight to the factory. The Black Bat radar has encountered a little problem," Porter said without hesitating. Turning off the video call, Xia Fei mumbled to himself. "I really barely have any time to even catch a breath. The Black Bat radar had better not have any other problems at this time. Going to the insectoid territory completely blind is definitely not a good thing." 3 weeks later, in the Indero Star region, approximately 1 warp away from the borders, Xia Fei listened to Charlie's comprehensive report, then responded. "The headquarters relocation plan has been a huge success. The next step will be to bring the R&D and the administrative offices into the capital ring, but you must remember that Harris should never be anywhere near the capital or any of the bustling metropolises around it, for that matter. I can't tell you the reason for this, but just do as I've instructed and everything will be fine." Charlie nodded. Don't worry. Harris will continue to stay in the research center here on Earth, and will only keep contact with the research branch in the capital ring through the interplanetary internet. Oh, right. What's the use of those 2 large crates that you left behind before you left Earth? Xia Fei chuckled. That's the final guarantee. I'm leaving the company right before my departure. They're completely filled with very valuable ores called Purple Hearts of Spirit. If the company runs into any crisis while I'm away during this time, and there's an urgent need for funds, you may sell whatever's inside. As for how to complete the transaction, I suggest getting Old Man Qin Mang or Uncle Thurum to help you with it. Charlie replied, Don't worry. With us keeping an eye on things here in the company, nothing will go wrong. As for the military's request for us to set up a branch near Declane Star region, have you given the plan any thought? Earth was situated in the far reaches of the Pan-Human Alliance, making transportation hardly convenient. After all, the Pan-Human Alliance covered a large expanse of space, and even the fastest warship would take more than 2 months to travel to and fro, not to mention a cumbersome cargo ship. The military is hoping that Quantum Holdings will establish a branch closer to the capital ring in order to cut down on time and logistic costs when transporting the products. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought. Actually, establishing a branch in a star region nearer the capital ring is part of my plan. The military has merely requested us to do this a year earlier than I expected. We can't forever stay on Earth and never move outward. Since the military is willing to provide us with the land, let's seize this opportunity to mark out the land and slowly develop it after. Charlie nodded. I know what you mean. You want us to complete the infrastructure on Earth first before thinking of moving to other planets. I'll get the construction department to get the lay of the land and have the foundations all ready before we bring in the proper machinery and workers, so we can immediately start production. Xia Fei chuckled. That's indeed my intention. I haven't explicitly instructed you this whole time because I wouldn't be remaining in the Alliance for long, so you'll have to make your decisions from here onward. Charlie was momentarily stunned before he recovered. Don't worry. We'll continue to give it our 200% so that Quantum Holdings can continue developing and growing at astounding rates, like before. Xia Fei nodded. I trust that you will. My ship's about to enter a wormhole, and the next jump will have me appearing out in the Wild Star region. There's no interplanetary internet there, so we'll use the Black Bat radar to continue communications. Xia Fei turned off the screen and stood before the command deck, broadcasting across the entire fleet. A crew of over 10,000 lifted their heads to look at the projected screen. This was the first time Xia Fei was wearing that navy blue captain's uniform, with his head held high, like a battle-tested general. His hair was peppery gray, which made him look a bit older than he was, and his eyes withheld a piercing gaze which looked capable of seeing through the hearts of men. Clearing his throat, Xia Fei addressed everyone in a deep and slightly hoarse voice. A good day, everyone. This is a broadcast across all channels. I am from Quantum Holdings, Xia Fei, the first fleet commander of this voyage. After a brief pause, Xia Fei continued. Several minutes after, we'll be leaving the Pan-Human Alliance territory and entering the Wild Star region, and in a week's time from then, we'll be venturing into the unknown space that makes up the insectoid territory. Unfortunately, I don't have any guarantee on what we will come across or meet when we enter their territory, or even what may happen. That's because no human has ever set foot in that foreign part of the universe before. We, and 2 other fleets from the Alliance, are the vanguards, the first humans in our history to ever do this. This is, of course, a great honor, but it's also a heavy responsibility. As the fleet commander of this historic endeavor, what I want to tell everyone right now is take this time to call your family, loved ones, and friends while you still have the chance. Give them a call or an email, for there's no telling when the next time you can contact them on the interplanetary internet is, or if you'll ever have the opportunity to do so in the future. This is the end of this broadcast across all channels. I wish everyone good luck. Though Xia Fei had hardly given a speech using magnificent words, nor did it invoke any strong fervor in anyone who listened, it nevertheless caused this crew, who had been gathered for the fleet at the last minute from far away, to give him a rousing applause. Giving their loved ones a call was a very simple, yet kind order. It was just that the words carried a sort of unspoken melancholia in them, which could not help but make people sigh in woe. With a light tap of his fingers, Xia Fei composed a short email, but hesitated if he should send it. It was only at the last second right before the impaler entered the wormhole did Xia Fei finally tap and send it out into the ether. Avril, I'm leaving. Don't miss me. 58 hours later. Xia Fei, we're already very close to that Thanatos-class carrier, only 3 jumps away from reaching it. Phantom peered out a window. Xia Fei nodded. I know, but now isn't the best time. Even if I can obtain the warship after beating that Black Star Phantom bat, I can't possibly take it along with me. The insectoids may not allow me to pilot a capital ship into their territory. Best to wait till when we are on our way back. Phantom was disappointed. So be it. Going up against the Black Star Phantom bat by yourself now will still be quite an ordeal. Your chances of success may increase when we are making our way back. That was when the radar system indicated that he was receiving an encrypted message, a hail from the military. William's expression was severe, a hint of disquiet behind his eyes. Xia Fei could feel his heart tighten as a bad feeling creeped up on him once again. Several minutes ago, I received information that a powerful and battle-ready insectoid fleet had suddenly appeared by the borders of the Wildstar region and insectoid territory. He informed even as he massaged his temples. It had been a long time since he had any sleep at all thanks to this mission and the fact that there were simply too many reports and analyses that he needed to deal with. Xia Fei mulled over this new information before asking, what are their numbers? Approximately 300 combined fleets. Xia Fei was stunned. A single combined fleet meant that there was at least 1 capital ship. So was it not a bit too ridiculous to mobilize 300 capital ships, as well as over tens of thousands of battleships, just to welcome the guests from the Panhuman Alliance? Could there be some scheme at work here? Williams could spot the hesitation in Xia Fei and laughed. I guess it is still impossible for there to be trust between us and the insectoids. Sending such a massive force to guard the border regions is no more than to shock the other party, so you don't have to worry about this. Know how many fleets the Alliance has gathered in the nearby Indero Star region? Xia Fei shook his head. Williams said in a mysteriously low voice, half of the military's standing combat strength is gathered in the Indero Star region right now, with the Chief of Navy Leighton personally taking command. Half of the military. That essentially meant half of the entire military presence the Alliance had was all garrisoned by the borders. The total number of fleets the Alliance had was a secret that Xia Fei had no idea about. All he knew was something Serum once mentioned, that the number of combined fleets in the Alliance was never below 1,000. It basically meant that there were over 500 combined fleets holding down the line behind Xia Fei. 500 combined fleets was astounding. The total number of people manning these fleets could be counted in the billions and could easily match the population found in the entire star region. Xia Fei laughed uproariously. So the military has already come prepared. In that case, I'm at ease. They don't trust us, but the same can be said about us to them. This is fair. Williams nodded. It's good that you know that. I was afraid that you might be scared stiff seeing such an overwhelming force the other party has at the ready, which is why I'm informing you now in advance. Can you imagine what would happen if your 3 small trade delegation fleets were to face a super fleet which has tens of thousands of battleships? Xia Fei tried to picture the scene in his head, but unfortunately, he had never ever seen such a massive fleet thus far, so he simply could not imagine what it would look like. Would it be like an ant going up against an elephant? No. Perhaps it would be as absurd as an ant facing up against the entire Earth. Xia Fei smiled. What do I have to worry about? The trade delegation from the insectoids will receive an even warmer welcome in the Indero Star region than what I'm getting from the insectoids. They ought to be the ones feeling frightened, not us. Williams laughed. Since the insectoids are using their massive fleets to scare you all, I'll use an even larger fleet to scare them back. You must remember that half of the Alliance military is rallying behind you. Xia Fei shrugged. It's not that shocking. I've already mentally prepared myself for this voyage into the insectoid territory. Williams asked, Are you satisfied with Song Qian? Xia Fei nodded. The man is rather measured, not too fond of chatting. As for the matter of cooperation, I'm afraid only time will tell if we can get along. After all, we've barely had much time to get to know each other. Williams remarked. Out of the 3 fleets, you're the one whom I feel the most at ease with, for you're crafty enough, while Song Qian is calm and composed. I'm sure that you'll get along swimmingly. Another 70 hours passed. The three trade delegation fleets from the Alliance traveled through their wormholes and officially made their way into the insectoid territory. It was just as Williams described. Hundreds of insectoid fleets appeared in front of Xia Fei. Insectoid warships had a strange appearance, looking very much like black insects that were flying in space. The cannons that extended from its hull were like antennas, while their portholes appeared to be like countless eyes. Though he had already been mentally prepared for such a scene, Xia Fei was still startled by the size of the massive fleets. Hundreds of these ships were all grouped together, dotting the starry backdrop in such numbers that they even made space seem somewhat cramped. No matter which direction he faced, all he could see were warships clustered in varying numbers, endless and practically uncountable numbers as far as the eye could see. "Look, that's an insectoid capital ship," Phantom said in a low voice. Xia Fei turned to where Phantom was looking, and he noted how each of the fleets had two very large and majestic warships, with hundreds of smaller warships that were tightly circling the capital ships, like a swarm of bees close to their hives. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and shook his head, muttering to himself. Every fleet's configured with two capital ships, one a carrier and the other a dreadnought. This seems to be a common fleet configuration only used in times of war, no? Fleets had a wartime and a peacetime configuration. In peacetime, capital ships acted as more of a deterrence, and combined fleets would usually just have a single carrier capital ship as support, while a dreadnought would hardly be in use. A carrier was considered as a multi-purpose warship, possessing powerful combat capabilities while also serving as the best logistical support to a fleet, providing repairs, supplies, and other auxiliary tasks. Meanwhile, the purpose of a dreadnought directly contrasted that of a carrier. It boasted both a devastating firepower and a thickly reinforced hull. It would not provide any logistical support to any other ships, but only serve itself. Its very existence was to attack, and attack again. Soldiers gave the carrier the intimate nickname Nanny, because if a fleet had a carrier, then there would be no need for them to dock for repairs back in a spaceport. If a warship got damaged, it merely had to go into the belly of the carrier, and it could be restocked, repaired, and maintained. These tasks it accomplished made it similar to the role of a mother, taking care of every crew's need in a fleet. In contrast, the soldiers called the dreadnought the god of death. Violent and irascible, its firepower triumphed those of hundreds of battleships, serving no other purpose beyond charging into battle. A dreadnought would no longer be able to move the moment its cannons began firing, and it would either just lay waste to the enemy or be destroyed itself. Having both the dreadnought and the carrier in the fleet was the standard wartime configuration. So why would the insectoids send the dreadnoughts out? Could they be planning to launch an attack on someone? Scan all the enemy warships. I want to know if all the fleets are in wartime configuration. Xia Fei gave the order. Soon, the scan results appeared on the holographic screen, and Xia Fei could not help but suck in a cold breath. 350 insectoid fleets, and all of them in wartime configuration. This isn't normal. Phantom was skeptical. Xia Fei immediately established a super long-range communication through the Black Bat radar to the Alliance military. General Williams, we've already arrived in the insectoid territory. Fleet Commander Du Fuwei has already informed us of that. Do you have anything special to report? The three fleets on this mission had Li Mo, Xia Fei, and Du Fuwei in command. Du Fuwei was the overall commander of these three fleets, so he would be the first to report if anything were to crop up. Xia Fei solemnly said, "Did Du Fuwei tell you anything strange about the insectoid fleet's configuration?" "What's strange about it?" Williams asked. "Every single fleet is in wartime configuration, having both a carrier and a dreadnought in position." "Say that again." "They are all in wartime configuration, a dual capital ship setup." Williams rubbed his chin for a full 2 minutes. "Continue observation. Report first to Du Fuwei if anything crops up. After all, he's the one in charge of this mission, and our military commander Ashley is aboard his ship. If there's a need to adapt to changing circumstances, they'll be the ones making the decisions." Xia Fei nodded, not saying a word. Williams hung up and immediately contacted the silver-haired General Tai. Xia Fei just sent a message that, though the insectoids' total fleets are fewer than ours, all of them are in the standard wartime configuration, dual capital ship setup. Williams said gravely. 3 hours later, the thousands of insectoid warships were still staring at the three measly fleets from afar. Each second passed. Xia Fei tried to contact the insectoids, but they rejected his communication request, neither speaking nor letting Xia Fei and the others pass. The atmosphere was strangely tense. It was a huge mental pressure for all to be in this standoff. After all, they were in enemy territory, facing up against many foes that were tens and thousands of times stronger than theirs. No one knew why the insectoids were acting so strangely. Xia Fei's fleet was akin to a dried leaf which had fallen off the tree. A light breeze was all it would take to send him scattering into the winds. The holographic screen suddenly appeared, and a vexed Williams was on it. The always calm and composed man was under such great pressure that he seemed a little flustered. Any movement from the insectoids yet? None whatsoever. It's the same over at the Indero Star region. The three insectoid fleets are completely surrounded by our ships, and from our scans, we can clearly see every insectoid silhouettes. But they have rejected all our attempts at establishing communication, merely staying there stationary in space. Xia Fei was deep in thought. No doubt that their current situation was very curious. The insectoids were the ones who had come forward with great enthusiasm to discuss trade with the Pan-Human Alliance. Could they have had a change of heart at this point? General, what should we do? Xia Fei asked. Williams let out a long sigh as he gave the order. Continue waiting. More fleets are heading to Indero Star region. We must let the insectoid know that the Alliance isn't afraid of a challenge. If they dare to try anything funny, we'll be sure to let them pay the ultimate price. Xia Fei felt as if he had been duped. What was initially agreed upon as establishing trade between the two races had become a stalemate between the humans and insectoids. The Wildstar region was like an exclusionary zone. Now, this divide had been pulled down. For thousands of years, these two races had been peering at each other through the safety of this exclusionary zone. And this was actually the first time the fleets from both races would actually be so close since the two sapient races had their 100 years of war with each other before. In the Indero Star region, the three small insectoid fleets were surrounded by the nearly 600 combined fleets of the Pan-Human Alliance. The insectoids were like several cockroaches surrounded by a crowd of humans, the former quietly waiting in the human territory, neither daring to leave, advance, or even establish any connection with the humans. Though humans detested cockroaches and wished that they could just kill them with a stomp of their feet, their hands were also tied. This was a diplomatic mission, and firing even a single shot would mean pulling the humans and insectoids into an all-out war. Humans would not be afraid of one or two cockroaches, but anyone would feel abject fear if they came crawling out in the hundreds of thousands. On another end, in the Wildstar region, Xia Fei and the other humans were being surrounded by this large host of cockroaches. They were not letting Xia Fei pass, nor were they letting them leave or attempt any communication. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a terrible problem. Since the very beginning of the proposed trade agreement, the final awkward compromise, and now this absurd stalemate here in the Wildstar region, it had always been the insectoids that held the initiative, while the humans were the ones being led around by their noses. In the end, they did not even give any explanation to speak of and forced billions of Alliance soldiers to be on standby near the borders. Xia Fei felt a very strong uneasiness in his heart. Any humans would hate being surrounded by such a large group of bugs like this, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. When the two powerful races in this universe were caught in a contest of brinkmanship, an individual's strength was incomparably minuscule, incapable of changing anything. This situation carried on in such a manner, and before he knew it, a whole month had passed. Xia Fei was already slowly getting used to this life, where he would be washed by the insectoids in front the moment he woke up, as he kept cultivating and learning according to his schedule daily, even managing to finish concocting the medication to raise the rank of his special ability, though he failed to find any opportunity to consume it. Xia Fei would have to suffer immense pain every time he ranked up in this manner, causing him to lose the freedom of his movement for a time, unable to react to whatever was happening around him. Faced against these hundreds of thousands of cannons, all pointed at him, Xia Fei had no intention of losing even a second of consciousness. That was why Xia Fei had decided to first wait until things became slightly more peaceful before he searched for a more appropriate time to consume the medication. The military would send a simple report to Xia Fei through the Black Bat radar, the contents of which covering the negotiations, as well as assuaging the three fleets not to panic and to wait for the results patiently. In the beginning, Xia Fei would give these reports a good look, but in the end, he got lazy from even glancing at the briefing. The message was always the same, stating how the military lacked the ability to relieve them of the situation, with hardly anything new to report. The military presence of the insectoids increased every day, and after a whole month of this standstill, there were over 500 fleets, increasing from the 350 combined fleets that had first surrounded Xia Fei a month ago. The alliance had also increased their numbers accordingly, stuffing 700 combined fleets in a show of force right by the borders, maintaining their numerical superiority over the number of insectoid warships they could see, wrangling the fleets from the various bases scattered all across Alliance territory, with new fleets joining in every day. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before the entire Alliance military's naval fleet would be gathered here right by the borders, so who would be protecting the other potential entrances? Furthermore, gathering so many fleets as they did would require an astronomical sum of money. People needed to eat every day, and the cost to keep them all fed daily was insane. Even if there was no invasion, the Alliance might very well be killed just from the military expenditure alone. The Alliance continued to spend as this grim situation persisted, and the huge pressure made it difficult for every single one of them to breathe. While Xia Fei was trapped by one border of the insectoid territory, unable to advance or retreat deep in space, there were other fleets secretly being gathered. More than 600 fleets had been gathered here against the backdrop of the dark red space over the last few months, and this gathering was even stronger than the fleets guarding the borders. It could be said that these fleets were the true gathering of the strongest insectoid fleets. At this moment, the colossal and ferocious fleets were all already ready to go, and they were merely waiting for General Tenini to give the order. Wudi was the smartest chieftain of the Golden Tent, someone with an intellect that the entire insectoid race admired and envied. Similarly, the fact that he was of the mite species meant his short and skinny stature was constantly criticized by his fellows. As the biological brother of Wudi, Tenini's situation was no better than his older brother. Even though he was half a head taller than Wudi, he was still only 0.65 meters tall. "Carry me up," General Tenini raised his head and said in a high voice. His height and voice were not at all congruent, so he sounded high-pitched when he spoke, tinkling like a bell. A big and tall warrior of the mantis species immediately squatted and lifted General Tenini high above his head. He extended his long arms to lift him up to the podium. Tidying his uniform, General Tenini proceeded to face the video camera and declared loudly, "Soldiers, the day that you've long been waiting for is upon us. As long as we cross this invisible wormhole, we'll be directly transported into human territory, some 4.9 million light-years away from the venal galaxy. At the moment, the human army has already been forced to congregate by the borders, and those stupid humans will never have thought of the real enemy appearing in a handful of hours right near their capital, descending upon them from out of nowhere." General Tenini was getting more and more excited as he spoke, his green eyes releasing a savage glow. "We'll be killing our way right into the heart of the capital, pillaging their treasures, eating their women and children, pulling out their intestines, and stuffing them back in before pulling them out again to choke the lights out of their eyes with them. Long live the insectoids. Long live Wudi. The entire universe shall belong to us." A thunderous applause rang out in that dark and murky space as the insectoids set off with a desire for bloodletting. Venal Galaxy was 3.9 million light-years away from the capital. A single Calidarian Scorpion-class electronic warfare battleship was on its usual patrol route, searching for any abnormal signals nearby, monitoring each warship passing by. Electronic warfare battleships were not equipped with too much firepower, as their primary role was to disrupt and search for enemies. Their high-tech electronic system made it so that they were able to detect suspicious ships in the surrounding 100,000 light-year radius easily, or detect any strange energy signatures in the universe. All of a sudden, Flashing dots rapidly appeared across the Caledarian Scorpion's radar, increasing in number like a sudden heavy snowfall across the display. In a matter of minutes, the entire top left corner of the radar display was stained white. The preemptive warning system let out a piercing klaxon, the indicator lights flashing wildly, bathing the entire command deck red and black glows. Captain, a large number of unknown warships have appeared somewhere 714 light-years away from us, cried the radar operator in disbelief as he stared at the display screen. What are their numbers? Ship models? What fleets are they from? The large bearded captain, who had been drowsily leaning back on the command chair, leaped to his feet, rushing to the radar system and staring at the screen with puzzlement as he issued a series of commands. The radar system indicated that they are of unknown signatures. We have no way of knowing the warship signals of the other party or whom they belong to. Their numbers are currently at 1139 and counting. Oh my God, this is a super fleet. It even has capital ships. Many capital ships. The bearded captain abruptly became dazed. The war in the Death Tri-region had not yet settled, while the wretched insectoids had been gathering plenty of warships right by their borders. The defense of the Panhuman Alliance was at an unprecedented level of shakiness. Perhaps this was an emergency combat exercise that the military attempted, for only the military had permissions to hide their warship signatures, making it so that electronic systems would be unable to scan their ship model and ID. After a pause, the bearded captain gave another order. Communications officer, immediately contact the defense headquarters. I want to know if the military is doing a drill. Everyone, don't panic yet. Remember, the capital is near, so if they're really enemies, there's no way our allies won't have known that these entities managed to encroach deep into the core of the alliance. The young preemptive warning system operator nodded as he kept his eyes glued to the screen. Captain, the defense headquarters has confirmed that there are no authorized fleets near our vicinity. That is to say, these fleets we have spotted do not belong to the alliance. The communications officer hurriedly reported the response from the headquarters loudly. Despite his standard defense force uniform, he could still clearly make out his heart pumping intensely, seemingly about to burst right out of his chest. Can you say that again? The bearded captain was bewildered. He could not believe the message from the defense headquarters. These aren't our fleets. At that moment, the bearded man could only feel his blood roll inside him, dizziness overcoming him. He uneasily staggered 2 steps backward as the color on his face turned whiter than snow. Captain, the number of enemy warships has already broken 5,000. What do we do? What can we do? Captain, let's just warn the headquarters in advance first. The bearded captain held out his thick palms and gave himself a slap, forcibly sobering himself up. Everyone shut up. He was nearly bellowing. Report to the defense headquarters, Admiralty, Ministry of Military Affairs, Alliance Defense. Send them all a warning. ASSS level warning. The soldiers were all rooted to the spot. Under normal circumstances, the highest level of warning was code red, yet the captain had just ordered them to give a SSS level warning. A level of warning not within the usual range, but instead the ultimate wartime alert across the entire alliance, codenamed Destruction. Anyone knew that hearing the code signified the coming of Armageddon, as it was the most severe warning level. Connect me to the headquarters. The bearded captain wiped his forehead off sweat as he said this. It had merely been a minute, and he was already drenched in sweat. Headquarters, I am Captain Ritters of Guardian 17, an electronic warfare battleship. I am requesting a jump to a point of anomaly to engage in close contact confirmation, the bearded Ritters said in a somber voice. The soldiers on the command deck were all nervous hearing that. A close contact confirmation meant that their warship would directly warp into the center of that massive fleet. If they were truly a fleet belonging to the enemies, this one jump would mean their deaths. Guardian 17, the headquarters has authorized your request to engage in close contact observation. Godspeed. The military's command was cold and emotionless, and that final send-off was something the communications officer on the other end could not help but offer. Everyone knew that such an order to a battleship was like sending 1,000 warriors off to hell. Dead silence permeated the command deck. It was as if the air had instantly frozen. Everyone, you'd better sober up. The bearded Ritters bellowed his rebuke. Activate the warp drive. I want to see just who were so bold to appear so close to the Alliance capital, unannounced. This was when the radar operator, who had only recently joined the army, reported in a hoarse voice, cracking as he was nearly on the verge of tears. The number of the unknown warships has already broken 20,000. The review of their signatures through the distributed radar has just indicated that these are insectoid warships. They're insectoids. I don't care what race they are. We've already been given our orders, which I am relaying to all of you. We're going to get a closer look. Ritter's reply was almost hysterical. A bright channel appeared in front of the warship, and the bright, glowing reflected off the hull of this Scorpion-class battleship, which had served the Alliance for decades. This warship was well-maintained, and it looked brand new. Captain Ritters walked back to his captain's seat somewhat unsteadily. There was no living human, even heroes, who would not feel fear with death looming before them. There would always be all sorts of heroes shown in films, able to ignore their fate as they were facing the Grim Reaper, sans the slightest hint of timidity, but that was only something that existed in films. In reality, even heroes were just men, and they too would feel fear. The only difference was that heroes would be able to show greater fortitude than the average human beings in such situations. Those with family, send off an email while you can. Tell them to escape as soon as possible, Ritter said in a low voice. They very quickly got through the wormhole. Guardian 17 steadily exited, and every single one aboard the battleship stared out a porthole, praying to their non-existent gods, but they were soon disappointed. No, it was more of despair. Seeing the tens and thousands of insectoid warships before them, this was the first time Captain Ritters felt how minuscule his Scorpion-class battleship was in comparison, just like a drop of water to a vast ocean. It was simply an indescribable juxtaposition. Send this live feed to the headquarters, Ritters ordered. Send it across all channels along with a warning to the enemy ships. Lock onto the nearest insectoid warship. Prepare to fire the guided missiles. The skinny soldier in charge of operating the weapons system initiated the warm-up even as tears rolled down his cheeks. He responded with a cracked voice, "Captain, this is futile." Captain Ritters glared at him even as he let out a growl. "This isn't about futility. We are soldiers, so our mission is our duty." The Alliance Honorary Defense Force, Patrol Code Article 13. When a patrolling warship locates an enemy, a warning must be issued and a counterattack must be executed on the spot. The soldiers were all shocked. What Ritters had said was the truth. Their mission was indeed to eliminate any enemy that dared to invade the Alliance. There was no difference if it was a single enemy or 10,000 of them. The 4 Fury cruise missiles blazed into fiery trails as they flew toward an insectoid battleship. It was weak and ineffectual, like a child using their tender fists to beat a giant. Just as these missiles were fired, countless gloriously radiant lasers were unleashed, instantly disintegrating that battleship, Guardian 17, into dust. It was 6:08 a.m. Venal time. The second war between humans and insectoids had officially begun. On the Impaler's command deck, Xia Fei was sipping tea as he leisurely gazed at the tens of thousands of insectoid ships outside. Suddenly, Xia Fei's right arm vibrated, and the teacup in his hand spilled all over his pants. "What are you doing?" Phantom ridiculed Xia Fei. "To think you could spill tea all over your pants just trying to drink it. To think you proudly called yourself a high-ranking speed ability user." Xia Fei set the teacup down and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe himself, mumbling, "I suddenly had this very bad premonition today, as if something is about to happen." Phantom laughed. "It's your amazing intuition acting up again. You're only a special ability user who has a fully open 7th brain region, not some precog." Xia Fei shrugged and did not comment. However, the heavy sensation he had felt in his heart was getting heavier. It was a very strange feeling, as if he had accidentally lost something that he would miss greatly. He looked up and glanced at the multi-time zone clock hanging on the wall of the command deck. It was around 6 a.m. in Venal, which was most likely a time when Avril should be asleep. He had no idea if she was having a restful sleep, wondering whether she would occasionally toss her bed covers over or maybe drool slightly as she slept. Xia Fei was somewhat amused by this thought, his lips curling into the slightest of smiles as he thought to himself, "A drooling Avril must be a very lovely sight, right?" Suddenly, the display system automatically switched on. It was an emergency transmission from the military, using their supreme authority to establish a connection with everyone unceremoniously. Xia Fei was surprised by this as he took several steps closer to the holographic screen. All he saw was General Williams bearing a very grim expression, a look of seriousness that Xia Fei felt the man had never shown before. 3 minutes ago, an insectoid fleet had suddenly appeared in the venal galaxy, some 4.9 million light-years away from the Alliance capital, and destroyed a reconnaissance ship of ours. 15 minutes later, the president gave a speech, officially declaring war on insectoids. Everyone's mouth hung agape, flabbergasted. The situation had developed well beyond their expectations. Who would have thought that the insectoid fleets would actually abruptly appear in the heart of the Alliance without any preamble? Just how did they succeed in doing this? A distance of 4.9 million light-years might sound far, but to a warship equipped with warp engines, it would merely take 4 days to descend upon the capital ring. Given how the main fleets of the Alliance were all garrisoned defending the borders of Indero Star region, the capital defense force would hardly be able to put up any effective defense for long. This was an extremely diabolical move, a singular assault that would strike right at the weak underbelly of the Alliance. There was but a brief pause. Williams did not even bother waiting for anyone to ask any question when he anxiously continued. We've fallen for the insectoids' trap. The Alliance's main fleets are now here by the borders. While their main fleets have already gone for a surprise attack, the military is immediately holding an emergency meeting, so there's no way anyone can take care of you. Best I can do is inform you all about this through the Black Bat radar. The enemy is yet unaware that we have learned of their maneuver. Escape while you still can right now. May you rest in peace if you fail, said Williams in a solemn voice, offering his parting words with a measure of guilt. Escape while you still can now. May you rest in peace if you fail. Williams' words were actually declaring the fate of this task force. Escape? How and where could they possibly escape to while right under the very scrutiny of these insectoid warships, which numbered in the tens of thousands? Xia Fei had designed and researched the Black Bat radar, and it was only recently fitted into the military. The 3 fleets at present were all fitted with this transcendental piece of technology, and the transmission that Williams had just sent to Xia Fei via the Black Bat radar. The insectoids were yet uninformed or even aware that their fleets had successfully invaded the Alliance's core, which was why Xia Fei and the others still had a bit of time on their hands to devise a potential escape plan. Unfortunately, humans were a greedy and fearful bunch. Williams' parting words meant that the military would not be sending reinforcements to extract the 3 fleets, so the panicked atmosphere very quickly spread among the crew. Quarrels, cries, and fights erupted all at once, and the entire task force was in a state of disarray. Fortunately, Xia Fei was alone on his impaler, so there was no way that anyone could disrupt his thoughts. Because he was holding too many secrets in him, that was why he had rejected Song Qian's suggestion to be on the same ship. Xia Fei did not first think of how to escape, but rather Avril. It was practically an innate reaction, as if the life of this beloved lady was already a part of the life that he could not tear asunder. The two were billions of light-years away from each other, but their hearts were as one. If 4 days was all the time the insectoid fleets would need to invade the capital, then Avril was in an exceptionally perilous predicament, a prospect that Xia Fei was deeply concerned about. How massive are the insectoid fleets? Can the capital ring hold them at bay? Xia Fei anxiously asked. His 2 hands were balled up into fists in front of his chest, the nervousness he was feeling easily seen without needing any words. Williams was first shocked before slowly shaking his head. He was one of the military triumvirate, so he should not inflate the enemy's ambition and underestimate his side's strength. Anyone else might say some insignificant words of consolation, but Xia Fei's earnest expression made it hard for Williams to toss such platitudes his way. He was already feeling quite guilty over the fate of this task force, so how could he bear to lie to Xia Fei? Help me take care of Avril, Xia Fei yelled, but before he could finish his sentence, a change to the current status quo occurred. It turned out that plenty of warships immediately became a mess in the ensuing confusion after receiving the news. They did not even listen to the command and started their warp engines in preparation for leaving the place. But none of them had considered the fact that tens of thousands of insectoid warships were around them. Why would they let them leave? The moment the first warship opened up their wormhole to jump through, the insectoid commander gave the order to fire, and the emotionless female voice of the warship's radar system could be heard. Attention! The enemy is attempting to lock on. Enemy weapon systems are charging up and are ready to fire at any moment. Xia Fei could no longer care to contact Williams. He quickly commanded his master computer, activate the cloaking device and immediately break away from the fleets. I repeat, break away from the fleet. Zing! A protective layer, which shared the same color as space, suddenly enveloped Xia Fei's impaler. It only took the ship 2 seconds to disappear into the starry backdrop, just in time before the insectoid ships locked on. However, the other warships were not as lucky. The radar system kept announcing new enemy lock-ons because there were simply too many enemy warships. In fact, the announcement could not even keep up with the number of ships that had been locked on. Fortunately, Xia Fei had not spared in his expense to purchase the STML cloaking device, or else there was no way for him to escape. However, just hiding away was not enough, for there was still an uncountable number of enemy warships everywhere around him. The insectoid war fleets were slowly pressing forward, while the trade delegation fleets were frantically attempting to escape in every direction. If any of them accidentally bump into Xia Fei's impaler, or if the intensity of the insectoid's barrage created too powerful a shockwave, it could cause the stealth to fail and knock his ship out of stealth. Random warp, random warp. Xia Fei kept yelling his order. At present, Xia Fei could no longer let the ship's computer calculate his positioning. Instead, he opted for a random warp, leaving it all to chance. His first priority was to evade the massive insectoid fleets before he tried to find his way back into the Alliance territory. As for the other members in this task force and those death guards he had planted, Xia Fei no longer cared about any of them. A stealth wormhole would not create any of its standard glow, but the fact that it was opening without any rigorous calculations meant that it was an extremely risky maneuver. According to historical records, in order for STML to research and develop this stealth wormhole technology, they had to utilize some technology which had not undergone practical experimentations. The stability of this wormhole was worse than the usual warp wormholes, not to mention the fact that Xia Fei was attempting a random warp at the moment. This maneuver Xia Fei was attempting right now might very well be the first time in human history that anyone had really used the stealth wormhole technology, and it was impossible to predict what would be the ensuing result. The insectoid fleets finally opened fire. Tens and thousands of warships unleashed their weapon systems at the same time, forming a dense cluster of lights which shone as bright as a burning star, distorting the entire space. Fear. Desolation. It was hard to describe with words the scene that unfolded, the ensuing glow of this immeasurably brighter than even the most dazzling fireworks display. Boom. A warship which had managed to get half of its body into a wormhole exploded, and the closing wormhole stopped, creating a powerful spatial disturbance, which appeared to be the twisting and contorting of space to anyone looking. In the course of a few seconds, 36 cruisers, 2 battleships, and 12 cargo ships were instantly ravaged by enemy fire. The wreckage that remained of these warships whizzed off like bullets and drifted aimlessly into the endless expanse. Xia Fei's impaler had just managed to open a wormhole, and the forceful explosion, abnormal spatial distortion, and ship debris everywhere harassed the impaler as it tried to leave. Ping, ping, ping. The muted sounds of several chunks struck the impaler, causing it to break out of stealth. The insectoids, who had discovered that an Alliance warship had avoided their initial attack, were not about to let it escape, so all their fire control systems began targeting and locking onto the impaler. Overclock and bear ahead at full speed. Immediately close the wormhole. Xia Fei screamed. Don't close the wormhole too early, or you'll be sent into a multidimensional space. Phantom shouted with his 2 eyes bulging in bewilderment. I'll need to take the risk, or else I'll be dooming us to death. Xia Fei was not about to be bugged by this multidimensional space that Phantom mentioned. Plunging right into the wormhole was his only wish right now. When backed into a corner, humans would always take a roll of the dice. Whether he succeeded or otherwise would all depend on this one move. Whoosh! The impaler's thrusters blazed a trailer as it went diving into the wormhole. The hull rocked severely, the overclocking potentially going way past 100% of its limit. The wormhole went from large to small, rapidly shrinking just as the attack from the insectoids arrived. Though the powerful cannon fire did not strike Xia Fei, it did cause even greater disruption to the already not very stable wormhole. In the command deck, Xia Fei was gripping his seat tightly, his eyes peeled to the front even as the weak wormhole behind the impaler rapidly collapsed. This time, Xia Fei's life was really hanging by a thread. Venal Galaxy, the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance. It was just past 6, and the warning lights across every street and alleyway began flashing, the ear-piercing klaxon getting every citizen out of their beds. Everyone rubbed their eyes, not at all understanding what was happening. This is the Alliance Emergency Alert. President Wood Johnson will be giving a televised speech in 12 minutes. Everyone, please turn on your TV and tune in. No, this isn't a drill. Not a drill. Humans had had too long a peace that several had already forgotten that such an alert system existed. They turned on their TVs with puzzlement and were so shocked that they could not utter another word after. According to the latest news, the insectoid fleets have already broken into a region some 4.9 million light-years away in the Venal Galaxy and are presently heading right into the heart of the capital ring for an invasion at their top speed. We have yet to receive a detailed report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, so we are unable to determine just how many insectoid fleets have managed to sneak into the Alliance and what their intentions may be. Everyone, please don't go away. In 11 minutes, President Wood Johnson will be giving an important speech to everyone, the entire Pan-Human Alliance. The TV, interplanetary internet, and every form of broadcast were all tuning in to the situation as it unfolded. Meanwhile, Xia Fei, as well as the small delegation fleets, had already been tossed at the back of everyone's mind. No one even remembered them, nor did they care whether Xia Fei was still alive or not. 10 minutes later, at the Presidential Press Conference Center, the Alliance President Wood Johnson stood alone on the podium as busy staff rushed around him. Information was constantly being sent, but Johnson did not pay any attention to this. He did his best to sort out his emotions, hoping to make himself appear as calmly as possible. It was no easy task for any president to announce an enemy invasion. When his secretary woke him up from his sleep after hearing about the news of the insectoids movement, he instantly understood that whether they wished to or otherwise, the war between the two races had already begun. What he must now do was announce this one news that he had no wish of ever announcing in his whole life: war. President Johnson was also a man with a full head of silver hair. While many people thought that he had some sort of blood relation with the silver-haired General Tai of the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was actually not the case. Johnson came from a poor family, devoting his life to politics after witnessing his parents killed by gangsters. He was determined to make the Pan-Human Alliance an even safer place for all, and the citizens were used to calling him the most peace-loving president in the history of the Alliance, a man of the people. Ironically, it was this peace-loving President Johnson who would be making a decision which his predecessor's predecessor, or even the predecessor's predecessor never had to do. He needed to declare war against the insectoids. "Mr. President, 10 seconds till your live broadcast," the director kindly reminded him. President Johnson puffed out his chest and gazed right at the several dozen ultra-sync broadcasting cameras in front of him. He ran a hand across his head of silver hair, hoping that the citizens could see him composed. However, there was no way for him to control his heart palpitation. With a hostile force knocking right at his front door, there was no way any hot-blooded male would not be angry, not to mention the fact that he was the leader of the entire alliance. 20 minutes ago, at 6:08 a.m. Venal time, the insectoid fleets suddenly invaded a space 4.9 million light-years away from the Alliance capital and destroyed a reconnaissance ship of ours, causing the death of over 1755 soldiers. 19 minutes ago, the 48 ships making up the trade delegation from the insectoids self-destructed right by the borders of the Endero Star region, causing immense casualties within the Alliance Defense Force. 74 warships of varying size were destroyed, and close to 200 warships suffered severe damage to varying degrees. The death toll of this act is temporarily unavailable. Johnson paused for a moment at this point, his two eyes red as his voice sounded somewhat choked. "I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, Make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.